Hello, career besties. What an exciting day it is. We are here to celebrate the official launch of the Career Glow Up book. I have been waiting for this day. It has been a work in progress for 2 years, and it is finally here. Now, in Career Bestie style, I decided that we needed to really, really do it up. So as you all get your notifications, get into the stream, I just want to talk to you about what I actually have planned for today. So let me just put this on screen. 1 second. Let me make sure I'm like doing this correctly. Okay. We'll do this. So I have the most fantastic lineup of career besties coming to hang out with me today, having conversations that are relevant to your career right now, that are going to help you accelerate your career, that are going to help you spot a toxic job, regain your confidence, all of the things. It is all happening today. The lineup, I genuinely need to pinch myself. The fact that these phenomenal people have not only agreed to be my friends in general, but that they also agreed to come onto the stream to hang out with me, to celebrate, to share their expertise. So it is a legitimately fire lineup. I just realized there's an error on the screen. I'm going to ignore that because I'm just very excited, very distractible. So everyone we have this incredible lineup of speakers. So I do have the times on the screen. So if there is someone in particular you want to come back for, take a note of the time. Everyone's going to be hanging out with me for 20 to 25 minutes at a time. And then we'll be having some chats in between our guests. And I have a few things to share with you today. But I am going to be the one to kick it off who actually didn't have any plans because I am just so excited that the book is out. So I'm seeing a bunch of my friends. So first of all, I see Chris. Hello, Chris. Thank you for hanging out with me. Diana, who's going to be here at 11:35 a.m. today. So in like an hour and a half, she's going to be back talking about career confidence. It's seriously like the most fire lineup. It's amazing. Makeda, so excited you're here. Orlando, thank you for hanging out. Helen is here. So many people already in the chat. So let me just back up a couple of steps because I thought that I would talk to you guys a little bit about what is actually happening today. So obviously I just went through who is going to be here, and that's super exciting. But really what the stream is about, low key, is my book. And I am going to be unapologetically promoting this book today because the process to get this here has been 2 years and a lifetime. Genuinely, it has been my lifelong dream to have this book, to have it be in a bookstore. And it is so incredibly surreal, the fact that it is here. I know a lot of you had pre-orders. I know some of you already received your copies of the book, which is so exciting. I also know that a lot of you are going to be receiving your pre-order from Amazon today, which is just, again, it's so incredible to me that it is going to be in people's hands. Now, if you follow me on the socials, you've been paying attention to my community post on YouTube, there's something that you might know. And that is that I actually saw the book in a bookstore last week. So actually back in December, someone went into the store and bought this book. And I was like, OMG, how did you get this book? I don't even have the full book yet. And I asked them where they got it. So first of all, I verified with my publisher, this is normal. It was an independent bookstore. They will kind of put stock out as they get it. So, okay, I'm not concerned. We're cool, right? But then I was like, well, where is this? Because this person was in New York. And so they told me the bookstore. So I actually grabbed a friend last week and we went to see if it was still in stock. And I'll show you the moment a little bit later on today. My friend actually did video record it for me, which I appreciate so much. And I got to meet my book in real life. But here is what was really crazy. So first of all, my book isn't just in the bookstore. My book was actually on display, which I absolutely was not expecting. I know it's a beautiful book. They did, again, such a beautiful job. It is such a vibe. Even feeling when you get this book and you touch it, even the cover just feels really nice. It's such an experience. So I was just amazed. I was like, okay, it's probably just in the books, whatever, no big deal. but no, there it is, and it's next to, like, literally, like, Adam Grant and Think and Grow Rich, which is, like, I know a ton of people are, like, obsessed with that book. And then there's Career Glow Up in between, like, I totally belong there, which is, like, such a moment, and it's so surreal, and I'm still probably trying to get my brain to, like, wrap around here, which is cool, right? But then, so first of all, I'm like, OMG, I'm like really freaking out. And at this moment, I'm just so excited. I am in my head, I can't even react to anything because I'm just like so stoked at having so many feelings that I just like am very focused on like what is like right there in the vicinity, right? And of course, there's also a YouTube book there, like comment, subscribe. It's about the rise of YouTube. And so I'm like, well, how fitting, because also like, I mean, my start with my like career success advisory business and, you know, really the book has been from YouTube. Like YouTube has always been my main thing. YouTube has always been my home. YouTube has always been my hub. YouTube is just my favorite place to hang out, even outside of me creating videos. I love going to YouTube to watch videos. So I was like, well, how funny is that? It actually wasn't until later. So I got home and I shared this picture because I was, again, I'm just so excited. My book, Jennifer Brick, Career Glow Up, in an actual bookstore. This is real. I'm not imagining it. I'm not hallucinating. I get home and I'm like, WTF. Because up there is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, which is hands down one of my most favorite books. I cannot tell you how many times I've read it. I own it on hard copy, I own it on Kindle, and I also own it on audiobook now. And I'm proximate to like one of the best books like ever written for business productivity. And I'm just like, wow, how is this my life? Like just so incredibly surreal. So I'm particularly excited to be here celebrating the fact that you can go into a bookstore and get it. For a little bit last week, I was actually, the Career Glow Up book was ranking at number 8 on the hot new releases in job hunting and careers. One of my goals today is to get that up into like the top 5. It's not actually at number 8. It did decrease. Top 3 would be such a vibe. And really, my goal is to get this into a category bestseller. I did not self-publish, so I'm not doing what a lot of self-published authors do, which is you pick an unpopular category. It's easy to rank in because you only have to sell 50 copies. I would have to sell several hundred copies today in order to rank in this category, if not more than 1,000. This is a highly competitive category filled with my favorite books, which again, I'm just so honored. But it was incredibly surreal to even be in the top 10 of the hot new releases. And again, my goal is to visit the top 10, if not top 5 today. So fingers crossed, maybe we should keep an eye on it. Let me know in the chat if we should do some check-ins in between our guests today to see how it is doing. I mean, no pressure. I'll just like succeed or fail wildly in front of you all. But even if I fail, I have a book that you can buy. And that is so incredible that there's no way to count anything as a failure, right? So that is it. Now, if you haven't already, if you didn't pre-order your copy, if you haven't ordered your copy, I have links at careerglowupbook.com. It links to everywhere I know that you can buy it in the USA, in Canada, as well as the UK. So those links are all there. I know a lot of you have been asking for other countries. I'm getting requests for Philippines. I'm getting requests for Germany. Now, I'm not sure because my publisher is the one who is distributing the book. I do have friends who have ordered in other countries and used mail forwarding services, which I know absolutely nothing about. So if anyone wants to crowdsource knowledge in the chat, feel free to do so. But also, like depending on how it performs in English, it may be translated into other languages. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. So stay tuned. But all the links that I know to buy the book are there. Obviously, Amazon is what I'm trying to rank on today. But if you feel better supporting independent bookstores, you could buy through bookshop.org or IndieBound. There's all of these different ways. So however you want to get the book, that is available to you. Now, something I thought would be super fun, because I'm getting author copies. I don't have them yet. They are coming. I was hoping to have like them stacked up today so that we can like see it. But that's okay. But I thought it would be fun to actually have a giveaway. So every hour today, because this stream is 5 hours, this is like a mega party. You will see me melting down throughout the day as my voice like starts to go hoarse. But I want to give you guys some signed copies. I've had a surprising number of requests to get a signed copy. I will figure out a way to do that in the future. I don't have signed copies for sale now. I am thinking about doing maybe a little bit of a tour in the springtime or something. But right now, the way to get your hands on a signed copy is to win one. So every hour, we are going to have 5 winners throughout the course of the day. I am streaming to multiple platforms. So I will be picking winners out of the chat. So if you are lurking, I won't know you're here, so you won't have a chance to win. The way to win is to really light up the chat. So as the guest speakers are on, as we're chatting, really get into the chat, share your eurekas, ask questions, share your ideas. Tell me that you got when you get your copy so that I can celebrate with you. Like right now, I see Charles just purchased your book. Thank you so much, Charles. I am so excited that you are getting this book. So, and of course, if you win a copy on top of ordering a copy, one thing I think is such a vibe is to like grab your career bestie in real life and to go through the career glow up process with them too. I always think that growth is much more fun with friends. Again, one of the reasons why I do YouTube, why I'm hanging out here all the time. But again, you can win a signed copy. This will be anywhere in the world. I'm not going to gate it because I'm able to post it everywhere. So that is going to be, so if you want to win a copy, get into the chat and hang out. 5 chances to win throughout the course of the day. Now, luckily, when I first scheduled the stream, just so you guys know, I had a little bit of a panic because I don't always necessarily think these things through. Like, oh, maybe 5 hours with 9 different guests on a live stream with a lot of people and running this giveaway. I didn't really think about the fact that that might be a bit much. So, yeah, I started to panic. So I was hoping to have a producer, but my producer friends were all busy. So I ended up getting a friend to come on and help me. So luckily I have the best friends IRL as well. And so let me just back up here. And I want to introduce you to my IRL BFF, Melanie. She is behind the scenes today. She will not be appearing on camera with me because she's in Pacific Standard Time. It's really early. Not everyone wants to be on YouTube at 7 a.m., which is what it is for her. But she is going to be behind the scenes for the course of the live stream today. So she'll be helping to manage the chat, questions, all of that stuff. And Melanie will be helping me pick the winner. Now, I think that probably Melanie might respond to compliments in the chat. So, some kind words to Melanie, telling her how awesome she is, telling her that she's like such a great person to wake up early in the morning on her day off to help her bestie. And just a fun fact about Melanie, because obviously one of my most popular videos on my channel is called Coworkers Are Not Your Friends. But Melanie is actually the reason that I can definitively say that that is not true. Because Melanie, I actually met her at work. We worked together at Winners way back in the day. So we've known each other. Melanie is at like 20 or 25 years. We're aging ourselves, but we're still very young because we were basically infants then. But we worked together at Winners, which if you're in the States, like TJ Maxx is the same store, just a different name. So we became friends there and we had like a whole crew, but I mean, a lot of them fell away, but we are still best friends, even though we don't live in the same coast or the same country. And so yeah, she is here hanging out with me. So everyone say hello to Melanie, give her some love for being here so early. And I hope that she is well caffeinated. And Melanie clarifies to me in our private chat, it's 20 because we can't be old enough for 25 years. Because I mean, again, we are basically infants, right? So let me just see. So again, I already went through the schedule. I'm just going to pop this up on screen one more time because I know that people are joining. I know a lot of people are going to be in and out, but I am just really excited for all of the guests that we are going to have on today. And again, so I will be chatting with people. I also have time in between. I have a couple of videos that I actually haven't put onto YouTube. I'm going to show you. And I will be shamelessly talking about the book because I'm not sorry about it. I've never been so excited for one of my goals to come to fruition. So, and just I want to pop on a couple of messages here because so many of you are leaving such wonderful messages. So Corey, congratulations on your book. Thank you, Corey. Butte Ween, we help so much to beef up my defenses in the corporate environment. That is one of my main goals on YouTube, because I feel like, especially with corporate politics, people feel like they're very, very complicated, because I think that until we've seen them modeled productively, a lot of us tend to notice the toxic and the negative office politics and not knowing how to navigate it because it's so like much different than what I just don't think that we're educated for it. I don't think that it's modeled when we're in school. And I think often we don't even see it modeled productively in the workplace. And so when I was able to figure out how to navigate corporate politics in a way that was natural, positive, and authentic, it was such a game changer for me. So that's why I'm so passionate about talking about it with all of you, because I know what a difference it makes. And we are getting some love for Melanie. Melanie does rock. I agree. And one more question. I'm actually curious because I'm seeing good morning from Atlanta. Where is everyone joining from? I'm curious where in the world you are. Again, I'm kind of thinking about it would be fun to do a little bit of a tour. If I can pull it off in the springtime, not doing like a huge thing, but like maybe there's a few cities that I need to go to. Maybe we can do some pop-ups, some drinks and things like that. So I would love to hear where you all are from. So feel free to pop that into the chat. And as you are getting that into the chat, I am going to, oh my gosh, come home. Hold on. Yeah, I know. I need to come back to Canada. Canada is absolutely on my list, multiple cities in Canada. And actually, one more fun fact before I introduce our first guest. So I was actually in Montreal because that's where my husband is from over the holidays. And we always go into Chapters. Chapters is one of my favorite places in the world. Even if okay, I can't walk out without buying books, but even if I don't go in with the intention of buying a book, I just like to go and walk around and see what's there. Like, it's just such a happy place. And we meant to go and we didn't. And I realized that Chapters actually apparently has my book in stock, and it was in the store that we usually go to. And I didn't get to go and see it. So I'm like the one time. So fun. So if you are in Canada, if you go into like one of the big Chapters, I was looking online and a lot of them seem to have copies in stock. So if you want to have the experience of going to the store, grabbing your Starbucks, and then hanging out with your new Career Glow Up book, it should be there, but check online. All right. So I see my first guest has already arrived. So I'm going to introduce him. Now, this first guest of mine is unique in that this is the only person on the lineup today that this is our first time actually talking in real life, even though we talk online really, really frequently. This person is such a vibe. So first of all, I love his LinkedIn headline where he proclaims to be almost everyone's favorite recruiter. And he's known as an ex-Facebook user also on LinkedIn, which is, pretty impressive. So you probably, if you are joining me on LinkedIn, you absolutely know who this person is. If you are on TikTok, if you found me on TikTok, you have probably come across him. I would like to welcome our first guest, Joel Lalgee, who is going to be chatting with us about using the economy to drag you back to the office.
Hello.
Welcome, Joel. Everyone, welcome Joel in the chat. Joel, I'm really excited to talk to you like in person-ish.
I'm in my, as you can see, my like new office setup, which is really just like a basement dungeon. So I'd rather be here than in the office, though, just so that's clear.
It looks like a construction zone. You don't have a ceiling yet.
I know. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it together. I mean, it's okay. Maybe I'll do this. Is that better?
Mean, you're fine. I think on StreamYard you can like blur the background, but whatever. You're in a space.
I wouldn't. I've got the title, The Realist Recruiter. It'd be fake if I had a blurred out background.
Like those weird Zoom backgrounds that people like to use.
Yeah, you're like, oh, are you in the city? No. Yeah. Oh, okay. Your bedroom. Awesome.
Well, I'm super excited. And I did actually load in one of your TikToks, which I completely forgot to play. I also realized because you have such amazing TikToks, and I'll just put up your socials on the screen for a moment so that people know where to find you if they don't know you already. I realized that there's like copyright issues if I put them onto YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well,
because of the
just the
sounds.
sounds.
It's
Yeah.
because of the sound. So I don't want to like mess around with getting copyright claims. But
Smart.
your TikToks, like, first of all, like, how do you get such amazing ideas all of the time? Because you were on there constantly. So I'm a
Don't
little
tell
bit
my
low
boss
key.
that.
Well, not like I know that it's only when like during designated non-work time. But I mean, I think the cool thing with your TikTok too is that like your TikTok helps you achieve your goal
You're right.
of like
Yeah, I
your
think
sourcing.
it's funny because I think now I've just been creating content so long. I mean, I started creating content on LinkedIn back in 2019.
Yeah.
So, like at the end of this year, it'd be 4 years, which seems insane. But
Yeah.
because of that, I mean, it's just helped me like on other platforms just continue to be able to come up with stuff. And then obviously like too, you just learn on social media that number one, there's really nothing you can say that hasn't been said at all. So you
Yeah.
kind of let yourself go. Like I'm not saying copying people, but like
Yeah.
if you get refreshed with like, or you get inspired by maybe a trend that's going on, and then you
Mhm.
relate it. For me, recruiting is an easy thing to relate things to because that's what I'm
Yeah.
doing. And then two, I just like, I mean, on TikTok, I think I've gotten just good at with like I hate to say like kind of clickbait, but in some ways, like just getting people's attention, keeping it fresh. And then obviously, like I
Yeah.
send people to LinkedIn. So then they go, oh, okay, this person's like a legitimate professional. They're not just
Yes.
like sending me to like some link to like a random career coaching type thing, and I have actual experience in recruiting. So I think that helps as well. So, yeah.
Yes. Well, and I think one of the things that resonates is something that, like, you feel very strongly about the topic of
Yes.
remote work, and I think that's something that so many people feel so passionately about, and getting dragged to the office isn't the funnest experience.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, I just did a poll on LinkedIn, and like I still get pretty good reach on my polls, which I know like polls have kind of like lost their popularity on LinkedIn, but for me, they
Yeah.
still do really, really well. And
Yeah.
I did a post that just said like, what is your preferred working situation? In the office 5 days a week, hybrid or remote. And I thought maybe like, because for me, like I think hybrid is totally fine. I think it's more to do with
Yeah.
like the flexibility of just choosing where you want to work if you have that ability. If 90% of your work's on a laptop, it's very hard to reason with me that like you should or have to be in an office.
Yeah.
And so I think it was like 54% of people, and it was 8,000 people responded, which is a pretty decent data. Like I've seen
That is a
stuff
good
on
bounce
like
back.
CNN that has like 2,000 respondents. This is 8,000, so that's a good data set. And it was like 54% people said fully remote, 35% said hybrid, and like 4%. It probably doesn't even all add up, but it was. I remember the 4% said in the office 5 days a week, um, and I just think that like there's a big push right now because there's a perceived swing in the market where what's
Yeah.
happening is there's a lot of layoffs that are making the news.
Yeah.
And so even hiring managers, a lot of companies we're working with are saying, well, there's a lot of candidates out there that are
Mhm.
looking for work. So now we have the power back. And now we're starting to see, Disney just announced return to the office 4 days a week. Snap did it, maybe a month ago.
Yeah.
And because of this perceived idea of like it's an employer's market versus a candidate market. But I
Yeah.
think the short-term thinking with that is like, yeah, we're obviously in a little bit of a unknown when it comes to the economy. People are
Yeah.
definitely like making decisions based on that negative news.
Mhm.
But if you look at a year ago, it was so hard to find talent, and like tech talent especially.
Yeah.
it's because there's an actual shortage of people that can do these jobs. So as soon as the economy switches back, which recessions usually are like 8 to 12 months, 16 months, like right around that time.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen? It's going to swing back to an employer market.
Yeah.
And top, employees that just want to work remotely are going to win out. And it's like, COVID just proved that people could work remotely and still get their job done.
Yep.
That now there's been a mindset shift. And I think for many people who have kids, if you, basically people who have lives outside of work and are working like to earn money, and they don't want work to consume their lives. These people have now changed their mindset around work and said, you know what, I want work to be a part of my life, and there's no reason that can't be possible. And that's been a shift. So I think companies right now, like, who are forcing people back to the office, is really short-term thinking. Yeah. And I just don't see it. Like, I saw an article on LinkedIn the other day that said remote work is dying. And that's why I did that poll. I was like, no, remote work is not dying. Like, yeah, maybe the amount of jobs that say they're remote, maybe that's dying because, again, this power shift is happening.
Yeah.
But people are going to win out. Like, I
100%.
guarantee that.
100%. Now, I did see this came across my feed on LinkedIn, and I have to show you.
I saw this one too. And the thing is like, this person's in the UK, which they are having like an energy crisis. So I kind of get some of that rationale, but then I'm like, look, when you leave your house, you still keep your heating on. You realize that, like, you don't let your house freeze. And then what about like petrol costs? They call it petrol in the UK.
Yeah.
What about that? What about just like the time investment and like wasted? It's like, doesn't make any sense. I did see this as well. And like, I'm at this point now on LinkedIn where, like, if I see a dumb post, I just don't even engage, because I've engaged in so many dumb posts that have blown up because I've engaged on them, that I'm just like, hey, I walk past and I go, you do you. I'll focus on recruiting and finding people that have been laid off so I can support their posts instead. But I don't know. What do you think about this whole thing?
So first, I want to hear from people that are watching. Drop into the chat and let me know what's your ideal situation. Do you like remote? Do you like being in the office? Or do you like hybrid? Because
and I will say, foundationally, like, for me, it's not even a case of like where you do your work from. It's just being able to like choose. Like, I just think that's this whole idea of like choice. And if you have the ability to choose, like, let's say, like, my company, we have a WeWork space in Chicago. I'm in southeastern Wisconsin, which is an hour and a half away. I have to take the train an hour and a half to get into work. Yeah. I'm not going to do that every day, but I do it, like once or twice a month, because I choose to do that. And I'm okay with that. But it's like, we're adults. And I think this mindset of like just treating employees like children, like it needs to end. And like, it's such like I don't know, I feel like that was a mindset of like 20, 30 years ago, where it was like, you go to work, you do what you're told, you ask to go to the bathroom, you ask to take time off. And now it's like, can we just evolve and say, like, if I hired you, I trust you to get your job done. If there's a slip in performance or results, let's have a conversation. Outside of that, I don't get how this is like affecting your business, Yeah,
I think
maybe
it's
culture, maybe.
So personally, my salty perspective is that companies that insist that like work needs to happen on site, that's the most productive, that's the most collaborative, I feel like those are low trust environments. Those are I feel like that's leadership, or is often leadership, that either doesn't know how to build a culture at all. So they feel like if they're on site and they have a ping pong table and like a beer keg, now that's the culture, even though that's not culture at all. Or it's people who feel like they need to supervise their staff. And I mean, I think that those are also the same managers that were deploying employee monitoring software when work became a remote thing, because they feel like they need to see, and that the butt needs to be in the seat for work to happen, when like you can be sitting in the office watching YouTube. Some people are doing that right now, not being productive. So I think it's a trust issue.
100%. And I think that's where like the kind of COVID didn't necessarily help out, because it forced a work from home scenario. So like there were companies that like there were some companies that realized like, hey, we can actually create a culture that is fully remote, and they figured it out to a certain extent. But then there were other companies that they just did it out of necessity, and so then they kind of used that work from home scenario as, well, this is what remote work looks like, and it's just too hard. Now we'll go back to in the office because it's proven. We know that it works, but I just, even this whole idea of like productivity versus results, it's interesting because I think with like technology, like the whole idea of technology was to make our lives easier and make work easier. So like this whole idea of like even 40 hours a week, like we've got like AI now, like it's 40 hours a week, 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week. Is that even needed? Like it seems like with technology, we should be actually working less and achieving the same amount. So I don't know. I think like what I've seen is whenever I see videos, particularly on TikTok, where people are in the office, I'm like, they're just sitting there at a computer. Like, I just don't explain to me this collaboration. Or it's like, I'm like, you don't know how to like go to the office once in a while and collaborate? I don't even get this collaboration thing. I really don't. Like, I do think being around people is important to a certain extent, but I don't know. I think it's control. I think it's like you said, people just want to go back to like what they've known. I think there's a lot of pressure, particularly from like old school executives, where they don't like this idea of like, people owning their own lives and that type of stuff. So they're the same bosses that if they found out you had a side hustle, that have a conversation with you.
It's true.
It's like, okay, pay me more, then I won't need a side hustle.
Yeah. I wanted to put up Scott's perspective here. So often leadership wants a culture they like. I've had CEOs with sales backgrounds that insisted in bodies and seats, and CEOs with tech experience that had more introverted expectations. And like, leadership personality absolutely comes into play. And I think it's fair if there's certain values and culture vibes, because like you can't appeal to everyone. But I think that in terms of like how you work and where you work, I'm totally with Joel. Like I am personally someone who I work fully remote like right now, but I'm used to a hybrid situation. But it was always a matter of you go into the office when you want to go into the office. I've also been forced to go into the office at companies that just didn't have remote, but I really wanted to work with them. But it's always interesting to me, those companies, because the same companies that force you to come into the office and the expectation is 3, 4, or 5 days a week, they're also the companies that expect you to be online working after work.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that to me is, it's just companies that don't really, it's like that comment, like it's companies that don't necessarily even like know what their culture is, or they want to make their culture something. And then like, again, like I think too, people think like with remote work, one of the comments I get all the time on TikTok is like, well, remote work is just lazy. And I'm like, look, I can vouch for myself on this one. I've worked remotely since 2015, and I put in more hours working remotely because I don't have a commute. I start work at 7 in the morning. I get done at 5 p.m. Then if I'm done, when I'm done putting my kids to bed, if I've got work to do, then I'm hopping back on. I'm obviously doing a lot on social media. So I don't buy that. So yeah, I mean, to me, again, it's choice. It's letting people be adults. And I think that's what's going to win out. And especially with like Gen Z and, this kind of emerging workforce we're seeing, I think they're going to be a lot more difficult to kind of pin down into the office long term. But I think that for them, there is value in being in the office. And I think that's the interesting point too, where like a lot of like Gen Z people who comment on my posts, they're like, hey, I want to be in an office because I want to learn in that way. And I'm like, great. Then with my model, which is you choose, like it's like you get to choose what you want to do. If you wanted to go to the office, and you can, because I get it. Like for recruiting, for example, I would hate to be a junior level recruiter and working from home full time, because I think there's a lot of conversations you miss out on. Being in the office, you get to hear so much. You get to just I don't like the idea of like having to slack your manager every 2 seconds and being like, hey, what about this? What about that? It is nice to be in those environments. But again, like, does that mean you got to be in that environment every day? Like, there's no way you can justify that. So that's why it's crazy with the headline like Disney yesterday with 4 days return in the office. I'm just like, and it's mandated. Like I hate that word even. Like like maybe encourages, like maybe they're encouraging it, but not mandating it. That just, and especially since we've seen like so many people move away from major cities because it's so
Yeah.
expensive,
Yeah.
and hey, I'm going to move somewhere that's, costs less. I'm going to have a better lifestyle. I'm going to still get my work done. Whoa, come back to the office. Now you're like forcing people to live in these places. That doesn't seem fair.
Yeah. Well, and to an earlier point that you made, I know a lot of people that have really struggled where they've received the mandates from their companies to, get back into the office, but they have kids. And finding childcare when a company randomly decides that in a month's time you have to be there 4 days a week, because it changes a lot of models. It changes your entire routine, your life, that to make it so arbitrarily and without flexibility. Because I think ultimately, if you really want to retain, if companies really want to retain talent, if they really want to encourage professional development and success, they need to meet people where they're at. It's been proven that remote work works. A lot of companies saw upticks in productivity when everybody was locked in their houses. And so to say no, it doesn't work, well, then how did your company make it through the last 2 to 3 years? There's one thing on this post that I wanted to chat about, because I thought it was I personally think it's ridiculous, but this number 3, grads coming into the workforce need to experience office culture or risk never being able to work in one.
Yeah, I don't necessarily understand that. I mean,
not to I don't like
when we
throwing
actually
out
look at
posts.
what these cultures are, that's when you're like, okay, what you need to experience going into a really dry workplace with computers. Is this what we're missing out on? I don't know. It's like this whole idea when people are like, I'm so lonely with remote work, and I'm like, have you ever heard of friends? They're these amazing people that you have outside of work that you can be friends with and get your social activity. Loneliness is, to me, is actually a different issue where I mean, if you're lonely in your personal life, then maybe building relationships, and which takes time, and building relationships is hard. But again, it's this whole idea of I really honestly don't think you should find every single relationship in your life in work. That's to me personally, that's not a right way to live, so when I hear statements like that, I mean, I guess understanding certain office politics, I can kind of understand that rationale, how things work. But let's be honest, it's pretty simple. You kiss up on your bosses and you do well. You don't say what you really think, then just cut up and shut up, all right, when you're working somewhere, and you'll be fine. I don't see that as a detrimental thing. And if anything, it's to me, the future is more of this remote work and learning how to work. So I think learning how to do that actually matters more, because I just can't see it. I can't envision in 10 years this even being in conversation. And people are like, what about construction jobs? Have you seen what robotics and automation is doing? Pretty much any job that's manually done within, I don't know what that time is, but I could see it within 10 years being replaced by some sort of robotics or some sort of machinery. It's not really that far-fetched. But or even people like nurses, it'd be impossible to have healthcare. And I'm like, are you seeing the advancements in technology right now?
Health tech is doing wonderful things.
Yeah, so it's to me understanding how to work remotely and understanding again, that's the office stuff. I think it's more just understanding people, which I think you can gain that from relationships and just understanding people.
Absolutely.
Or reading a book on psychology. I don't know.
Get a copy of Career Glow Up.
Exactly.
We have a whole chapter on relationships. We have 5 more minutes with you. Now, one last thing that I wanted to pick your brain on, because I think you're very uniquely positioned, first of all, with being passionate on the topic, but also the fact that you're actually a recruiter in the field every day doing this. What advice do you have for people that are in a job search, that have an opportunity that they're very interested in, that maybe isn't the most supportive of a remote or hybrid model? What are you telling people in those situations?
Yeah, I think the question I would be asking is there anybody in your company that works fully remotely? because I think if there are people that are working fully remotely, or there are people who are working the majority of the time hybrid, so maybe they're doing like 4 days a week from home, then you got a fighting chance, right? I think if you've got to understand right now, like the expectation actually does need to change, because when you look at job postings, there is a lot less job postings that are fully remote. It's just really switched to hybrid is what I'm seeing. But if you're in a conversation, you say, hey, does anybody at the company right now work fully remote? And they say, yeah, we got, Tom, Judy, and Julie, they all work remotely. Okay, great. Then in your head, okay, they're open to remote work. And so then I think it's a case of trying to negotiate as much as you can to be working from home hybrid. So, to me, like 3 days a week working remotely, I feel like that's, your majority of the time you're from home. And then if you can execute and you can get the results, it's most of the time going to come down to just trust. Like trust in the recruiting process is why everything is like crazy throughout the recruiting process, because hiring managers don't want to make a mistake. It's like a risk game. There's a lot of trust issues at play. So if you can get that trust and that there's people working remotely, then you have a chance. Now, if you ask that same question and they say, yeah, nobody at our company is working remotely, then adjust your expectations. And really, to me, like it's that 3 days a week is the threshold. Companies that are like 1 to 2 days working remotely or, in that hybrid, that's going to be tough. And I think, like, again, address this one early on in the process. This is like salary now. I've seen deals break down because the company said, yeah, we want people in the office 2 to 3 days. And then the candidate said, yeah, I want to be home 2 to 3 days. The business meant they want people in the office 3 days a week. The candidate wanted 3 days a week at home. And the deal broke down.
Yeah.
Just say what you want, have that conversation early, like salary, and just figure it out early on in the process. And then, I think, like I said, a lot of this is just trust. And if you start getting really great results, then you have, in your quarterly meeting with them, hey, I've been thinking I need to be able to work from home more. If you have a case for it and you're getting results, then there's a lot more chance that they'll say, okay, yeah, actually that makes sense. We totally get that. So
no, and the more that I think that you can track your success metrics and like juxtapose them between in office and remotely, not to be like, oh, like I'm doing such terrible work when I'm in the office, but just to like show like how much the ability to focus is or whatever it is, build a business case, because I think like most people don't really appeal to like, oh, well, this is what I want. They're like, well, the business doesn't care about what you want. But if it's in the best interest of the business, like what's in it for them, and tell them what's in it for them. And then people are going to be more adaptable, because if they end up looking better, smarter, or becoming more successful because of that decision, they're going to act in their own best interest. So make it in their best interest.
Well, it's the same with asking for more salary, right? Like you don't just go in there, hey, can I get paid more? Inflation. They're like, yeah,
my rent is high. One thing I've heard a lot. I heard a lot in recruiting. I've heard as a hiring manager, my rent's really high. Like, yeah, we're in New York City. Rent is really high, but like
I just bought a new house. Do you mind giving me a raise? Why did you buy that house? That was stupid from you. No, you come in there. Here's my performance. Here's why I should be getting more. You got to make a business case for everything.
Yeah.
And I think too, like I think look at like the wins that we have right now with even hybrid. It's great that hybrid is a choice now for most companies. That's a big stride. But I promise you, just keep that long-term perspective. As soon as the economy switches back, we will win out. I mark my words on that. Like you don't have 54% of people wanting that in a poll like that, and them not winning out eventually. And I don't buy that everybody that works remotely is like low performing either. So that just throw that argument out the window.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. All right, we are at time. So first of all of your socials are on screen. Where is your favorite place for people to come and hang out with you, Joel?
Honestly, I would say like Twitter for me is like, I've got the least amount of followers. It's the easiest. Like it's more just like, there's less pressure over there. There's not like, I don't blow up as much. So I think that's a great place to interact.
Cool.
And then, I mean, I'm having fun on TikTok as well right now. So I'm going to surpass my following on LinkedIn, I think, within the next couple months. So I'm excited.
TikTok, it happens fast.
It really does. And then it's going to get banned, and then I'm going to have to figure out something else. I'll have to come to you and just be like, how do you build up a YouTube channel? Teach me your ways.
Start putting them onto shorts.
Yeah.
Bring them over there. We'll get you hanging on YouTube this year too.
That would be great. Well, congratulations on book launch, and definitely
Thank you.
All of your content. And it's great that this was our first conversation. Everyone.
I know, super fun. Thank you so much for coming on. It has been fantastic having you. Socials are all up there, so everybody go follow Joel. If there's any main takeaways that you got, put them into the comments. Again, thanks, Joel. We'll chat with you soon.
Bye, Jennifer. Take care.
All right. So I'm super curious to hear from everyone. What really resonated? Like, do you agree with Joel that remote work and having the choice to make, or being able to choose when and where you do your work, is the future of work? Or do you think that the place to be really is going to be in the office? I'm super curious. Sound off in the comments. Now, this also brings us to, first of all, our next guest I see just popped up backstage. But before we bring him on, it's time for us to do our first giveaway. So the first signed copy of Career Glow Up to the person who has been lighting up the chat. Melanie has been hanging out. She's been watching across all of the channels, and she is going to give me a name. I think I know a potential name because I saw a name popping up a lot, but I want to get her thoughts on it. So I see a bunch here. Let's just as Melanie gets to me, I'm just going to show some of the responses. So I agree with Joel. Yeah. And Diana was chatting remote. And thanks again, Joel, for joining and hanging out with us. So if you're on LinkedIn, it's really easy to go follow. But again, his socials are still up there as well. So let's see. Okay. So our first winner, let me just go grab one of her comments because I think she's actually hanging out with us in two places. So Makeda, I'm going to send you a copy. So if you can send me a note to info at, did I actually put it on here? Hold on 1 second. I'm like, get things off and put things on. One moment. Okay, hold on. Let me organize myself for a moment here. There we go. So no, I didn't actually put on. So if you can send me a email to info at Makeda, and I'll tell you what you need to send me to get your copy. I'm so excited to send you a copy. I can't wait for everyone to have this. So again, this is the first winner, but you still have a chance to win a copy of Career Glow Up that is signed by yours truly, just for you. All you have to do is light up the chat. So our next speaker is going to be another one that is really easy for us to get into some good, juicy conversation. I have been looking forward to this. This is one of my career besties. I have even gotten to meet IRL. So while we're chatting, make sure you are sharing your thoughts, make sure you're sharing your eurekas, share any questions that you have. And what I am going to do is I'm going to bring up our next guest. So one moment, I'm just going to do a little quick introduction here. So our next guest is the founder of nodegree.com, host of the No Degree podcast, and he is here to talk to us about building a career without a degree, from job search to career success. This knows it all. I am so excited to bring up onto the screen my friend Jonaed.
Hey, how are you?
How's it going?
Good. I brought out the good camera for this.
I know. I'm like kind of jealous of your setup, and you have the cool lights behind you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like your setup is good. It's really on brand, and it stays in my head for YouTube videos.
It's I'm thinking about switching it up because I always get like background heavy if like most of my friends that I talk.
Yeah.
I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you for joining me. So, we don't have any questions. We're just going to jam.
Okay, cool.
So, first thing I wanted to talk to you about, because this is your first time on my LinkedIn and on my YouTube channel. So, I'm super excited for that too. What got you started with no degree? Like, what compelled you to start building these conversations and really this movement?
Yeah, so I was on Reddit. This was eight, 8.5 years ago, and someone asked, for those of you without a college degree who make over six figures, what do you do and how'd you get the job? And the comments were
Mhm.
like, I'm a claims adjuster, I'm a surveyor, database administrator. And a lot of these jobs, like people don't grow up and say, hey, I want to become a claims adjuster. Hey, I want to become a surveyor. And the people were saying, I got the job through an uncle, a cousin, a friend, a teacher. It was all right place at the right time. And then I was like, what if you don't have that uncle, cousin, or friend? Why can't I be that uncle, cousin, or friend? And there's a huge lack of awareness of a lot of careers that don't require college degrees. A lot of times, young kids, they'll say they'll become a cop, firefighter, lawyer, doctor, something like that. But a lot of people don't really know much about careers. And even when they get to college, they don't realize a lot about careers. So I was like, let me focus on educating people about all the careers you can get without college degrees. Let me focus on educating people on how to get jobs that traditionally require college degrees and how do you go about getting them. So that was the motivation, and it's been a long interesting ride.
Awesome. Now, I'm curious because almost every job description that I see, especially like I come from the tech industry before I
Yeah.
like left to start my business, and I think that every single job description these days is like MBA required, which I don't even have an MBA. So
Yeah.
how do you like is that something like how do you when it is such a kind of entrenched, like this is an arbitrary condition that has been set, like how does someone navigate that when they don't have the degree, but they know that they have all the qualifications to not just do the job, but to do the job exceptionally well?
Yeah, so here's the thing, a job description is a wish list, so you don't need to hit all the requirements. The other thing is, uh, a lot of times these job descriptions are copied and pasted, right? Like they use the
Mhm.
last one. And the funny thing is, even people who have the job currently, if they apply to the job, there's a good chance they'll get rejected. So there's like a huge amount of, it's tough for job seekers. So
It is.
you have to like just like be mindful. The other thing is, and this is something a lot of people don't know, and I spoke to someone in HR, if someone at the company has an H-1B in that position, if the degree requirement is removed, it actually jeopardizes their position because now the requirements have changed and it actually puts them in jeopardy. So that's something
Oh.
some other things. So sometimes they'll say they'll have it, but they don't really look at it. Now, the other thing that I tell people is reach out to like a recruiter or hiring manager and say, "Hey, I meet all the qualifications, but I don't have a
Mhm.
college degree. Is that a deal breaker?" And then some will say, "Yes, you never had a shot." Others will say no.
Yeah.
So I tell people to apply. Obviously, you will have a harder chance because some people are just so stuck on like, no, I need my MBA, I need my this, I need these arbitrary requirements. But the other thing is, a lot of my clients have gotten these jobs, they've gotten these interviews, and
Yeah.
the big thing that I tell people, confidence is really important because a lot of people without degrees, they focus on the fact that they don't have a degree. And I always
Yeah.
tell people, you can't focus on what you don't have because
Mhm.
what you don't have will always be a bigger universe than what you have. You have to
Yep.
focus on what you do bring to the table and what you do have and use
Yeah.
that to sell them. And then if I've had even my clients push back like, hey, oh, you don't have a degree, how do you compete? And it's like, what would I have learned in college that would really set me apart? And the hiring managers and recruiters don't have a good answer.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting because one of the things that I talk about, because one of the questions that I get really frequently from people, especially like clients that I've worked with, that they get to a stage in their career that they feel kind of stuck. And their default answer is always going back to school. So it's like,
Yeah.
well, if I went and got an MBA, I would get the promotion. And if they already have a master's, it's like, I'll get another master's, I'll get a PhD. Then if they have a PhD, I'll go do a postdoctorate. Like, how many certifications do we need in order to prove ourselves? And like, it's so interesting to me that education is always seen as the answer, where really, like, I totally agree with you. It's experience, number one, like knowing what you're actually doing is obviously important, but even more important is the confidence behind it.
Yeah. Yeah. I see, and that happens a lot. Like I'll see a lot of people, they already have a bachelor's degree and they'll be like, "Hey, I can't find a job. I'm gonna go get a master's." And it was like the master's is not gonna solve your problem because
Yeah.
you're gonna be even more education, but still the same amount of experience. And
Yeah.
it's a costly thing. right? It's not cheap, 20, 30, 40, 50K to get that master's. And a lot of times it's like, buy your book, right? Do those things, and it'll make a very big difference in their career search. The other thing is, look, if you truly want it and you have,
Mhm.
hey, you want to get your master's, you want to get your PhD,
Yeah.
hey, look, I'm not going to stop you from doing that, but don't
Yeah.
get it solely because you want to get a job. You need to work
Yeah.
on your interviewing skills. You need to work on your job seeking ability. You need to work on your networking. And a
Yeah.
lot of these things, it's like there's so much actual free information that you can go far. Like even your YouTube channel has just so much free information
Yeah.
that I wish there were channels like that when I was in college, because I didn't know. I had to go on like the forums and all that. But again,
Yeah.
don't just focus on getting more education. Make sure you know why. And just realize education comes in many forms, right? You can books, reading, these are all valid forms of education, because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, as a business owner, you solve problems for customers. And if you
Mhm.
solve the problem for your customer, they're not gonna, the qualifications don't matter. And then, the funny thing is there's probably someone who has lower qualifications than you who is doing much
Mhm.
better because they focus on the right things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so like I want to come back to your point because I think this is so important. And I want to check with people that are in the comments right now how they feel about this. It's that questioning of like education isn't bad. Like I'm a big fan of education. I think education is really important, but knowing the why before you start investing heavily of do I need this degree or the certification in order to get what I want? Again, this is something a lot of people that I work with will say to me, and I'm like, well, are there people in the role that don't have the MBA? And often, like I can say, yes, there are, because like I don't have an MBA and I was a startup executive. So like it wasn't necessary for me. And if it's not necessary for me, why would it be necessary for you? And then like, but then, I mean, if you want it because it's important to you and it would be significant to you, or you want to go to school because it's going to build out, your network, or you just need a really structured environment. But like, on the other hand, I personally read so much about psychology. I probably read as many studies as someone like with a PhD in psychology, but I don't have a PhD in psychology. But I also don't feel like I need those letters to back it up, because I think ultimately for all of us, when we show up, when we do our work, when we share our knowledge and create an impact, none of it actually matters as long as we can do what we say we're going to do.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. It's that there's so many ways to learn, and you know what the common thing is? YouTube University. That they're legit people who are spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing about like education. A lot of kids, they just focus on passing the exams, and real life is not passing the exams, right? Like when a customer's screaming at you or you have a last minute problem, it's not an exam, it's your ability to figure things out. The other aspect that's really underrated is the emotional intelligence and the ability to work with other people. There are
Yeah.
some people who are very book smart, right? Very good on exams, but they're
Mhm.
toxic to work with. They don't know how to work well with others, they don't know how to take feedback. And the fact
Yeah.
is, the ability to take feedback will get you so far in the workplace, because so many people, when their work gets criticized, they shut down, because school doesn't encourage you to fail. You fail an exam, you're in trouble. Like you
Yeah.
fail an exam in college, you're like failing the class.
Mhm.
Whereas in real life, you're going to fail. You're going to take on projects that are unsuccessful, and it's your ability to learn from it to do the next thing, right? You're going to fail interviews. It doesn't matter what you do. I'm pretty sure when you
100%.
create YouTube videos, some videos do well, some videos don't do well. But
We
it's
all
like,
have
hey,
flops.
everything is about a learning experience and just getting better. And that's really what things are about.
Yeah. So I want to talk like zero in specifically for job search for a few minutes, if that's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
I mean, I think like everyone has like the traditional image of a job search, like, oh, I'll like go look online and I'll apply to jobs. And it's kind of like how we used to look in newspapers back in like the 1970s,
Yeah, yeah.
like drop our resume off, like drive around with a stack, right? Fun fact, I was like a 90s kid, so I actually did that because the internet hadn't taken a hold yet. Um, but so I think most people, when they think of job search, they think of applying to jobs, and
Yeah.
that can be that I've gotten jobs from applying to them. Like that was my first job when I immigrated to the US, was through an online cold application. But is there like, what adjustments do you advise for people that are pursuing jobs that have the degree requirement, but they don't have the degree on their resume?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Your resume needs to be better than someone with a degree. And the funny thing is, a lot of people will assume you have a degree because if you start getting called for the interview, you're qualified. Now,
Yeah.
the resume is really important because you see a lot of resumes, and it's the same thing. It's like, what's the impact that you had? Did you save money? Did you save time? Did you grow things? Did you make money? These are things you need to put on the resume because
Yeah.
the truth is, recruiters are only looking at a resume for 7 to 10 seconds. That's the average, and a lot of them
Yeah.
are like 2 seconds, like next, 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 because you can tell when someone has put some effort onto their resume. Now, the resume is a sales document, so a lot of people don't do well online because they're not selling themselves, they're not showing the highlights,
Yeah.
and all that. So, but the other thing is, you do want to have that other dimension where you're reaching out to recruiters, where you're networking, where you're doing things online. I've gotten jobs from online, but my last job and my current job, I got from a tweet. I made a tweet asking for a job, and my boss saw it, and then we interviewed, and it's just funny. So it's just like, why would you not open yourself up to more strategies, just referrals, having conversations, reaching out?
Yeah.
I tell people to go for a holistic strategy. Some people are like all networking, all online application, but why don't you do something in the middle, right? It's good to network. You just never know what that can lead to. And then the other
Yeah.
aspect that you just never know is you could apply online and then you could get something and you
Mhm.
never know what it can lead to. So just open yourself up. Like, at 2 a.m., what are you going to do? You can crank out a few applications. It's not like you have to spend hours a
Right.
day applying. Even like 10 to 15 minutes can get you far.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm such a fan of taking like a multi-pronged approach and like utilizing multiple strategies because obviously everyone does, like you just said. We all have our strategies that work with us. Like I'm not naturally someone who's like, I'm going to go and meet new humans as part of my
Yeah.
job search strategy. Like that's just, it's not my automatic inclination, but doing that is also really important. And one of the ways that I actually established when I moved was like you, I mean, I love that you got your last job literally from a tweet, but I started like meeting people on Twitter because I was like, it's easy to have conversations. Everyone wants to have conversations on there. It's not weird to reply to some random person. And I didn't end up getting a job through Twitter, but the fact that I built a network and established authority within my area did give evidence to my employer that I knew what I was doing and I was exceptional at what I was doing. But how okay, now you have to tell the story here. Exactly what unfolded that you tweet out
Yeah. Okay.
and you get a job offer from that? Like, who does that?
Yeah. So you know what? I've been looking, and I have the title of developer advocate. So most developer advocates have a very technical background. And I
Mhm.
was interviewing for product manager roles, but I was like, my dream job looking at it is a developer advocate. I have the
Yeah.
community side and all that. I'm just missing the
Yeah.
technical side. And I was like, damn, I don't have 3 to 6 months to just like hammer down and study like that because I have the
Yeah.
business, I have things to just take care of. So I made a tweet and I said, "Hey Twitter, I need your help. My dream job is becoming a developer advocate." And then I was like, "I have 38,000 LinkedIn followers. I got like 30 million lifetime views. I was at 5,500 and I was gaining momentum." And then I said, "I have a teleprompter and pro camera." And then I went into like I used to be an actuary. I passed 2 exams. They take hundreds of hours of studying. So I was
Yeah.
like, I have no problem in coming in at a lower level and studying. Would someone take a chance on me? You probably saw the tweet, and a lot of
Yeah.
people retweeted it, they liked it, they supported it, and my boss was like, "Hey, I may have something for you." I interviewed, I got like the offer during the call. It was just a very casual conversation, and that's how I
Yeah.
got it. So, but one thing to realize is if you're trying to do that, a lot of people will go on LinkedIn, they'll go to Twitter, "Hey, I need a job." Yeah, you could get viral, you could have the right person see it, but what a lot of people don't
Yeah.
realize is I was building my Twitter profile for a year. I was doing 50 to
Mhm.
100 plus comments on a daily basis. I was
Wow.
supporting, I was speaking a lot, so I had built a name, I had built
Yeah.
a community. So when I made that tweet, a lot of people wanted to help me, and
Yeah.
that's just the power. So I got in just having a lot of community and social and networking experience, and that's
Yeah.
just the power that you just never know. And it's good to try a holistic strategy.
Yeah. No, and I think like one thing that you demonstrate and you live so well is just like showing up for other people and building equity in relationships, even when there's not like a one-to-one exchange. So like
Yeah.
I see you on Twitter and I see you on LinkedIn. And I mean, I've experienced it with you in our friendship of like, you are just like, you show up, you support, you're cheering for everyone. And because you're doing that for everyone, people are cheering for you, and
Yeah.
people are going to go out of your way for you when they like the universe is going to align itself around that energy, like to take it from a hippie perspective.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. A lot of people like they want support from others, and I'll ask them like, "How are you supporting others?"
Yeah.
Right? Like, how do you make things easier for other people?
Yeah.
And one thing that I tell a lot of people in networking, the
Mhm.
more you give, the more you receive. Now,
Absolutely.
if you gave everyone $1,000, you'd be very good at networking. You just might run out of money real quick. So what do you do? And I tell people, try to think of your superpowers, your areas of expertise. Try to give away things that are low cost, that are high
Mhm.
value. So I'll give away career advice. I've given advice on how to build PCs, how to
Yeah.
buy laptops. So you have some area of expertise. Like for one of my clients, he worked at a car dealership. I was like, when you're networking, tell people if you're ever buying a car, feel free to let me know. I'll help you negotiate.
Yeah.
Think about it. And I had a client who was in Las Vegas, and I was like, look, when you network, tell people if you're ever visiting Vegas for a conference and you need hotel recommendations, let me know. I'll
Yeah.
tell you how to do it. So just realize that
Yeah.
information and the right information to the right person is extremely valuable, and you
Yeah.
lose nothing. You may spend 5 to 10 minutes, but people will remember you, and then people
Yeah.
will want to support you. And then when someone's in Las Vegas, they're gonna think of her. So I've done the thing where I picked up people from the airport. I'll tell people, hey, you need food recommendations, you need help on getting somewhere on the subway, just shoot me a text and I'll make it easier
Yeah.
for you, instead
Yeah.
of them being overwhelmed. And it's that feeling of, hey, this person actually thought of me. And the funny
Yeah.
thing is, when networking, I've had people be like, oh, no one's ever offered me something. I was like, really? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. No, and I mean, like, I think one thing, how many people in the comments have a hard time asking for help? Let me know, like, drop it in. Because I think this is something that a lot of people deal with of like, there are people that are really great at asking for help and expect help from everyone all of the time and like take, take,
Yeah,
take.
yeah, yeah.
I feel like that's the minority though. Like, I feel like most people won't necessarily put their hand up. I feel like most people won't necessarily like ask for help. But when you're coming and offering value, you might be coming and offering someone the exact thing that they need.
Yeah.
And one thing that I hear a lot from the people that I work with and people in my audience is like, when I talk about networking and relationship development, I'm always like, what's in it for them? Like, find ways to give value. And especially people that are earlier in their careers are like, well, what value do I have to offer? And obviously, this is something I go into in my book, to shamelessly plug it for a minute. But for like, when you're working with people, like, how do you suggest they find the value that that compensates?
Yeah, so think about it. So for a lot of college students, they feel like, oh, how can I help an adult? And I was like, all right, you went to college, be like, hey, I could help their kids with the SAT. I could help their kids with their college apps. Think about it. As a parent, they're like, okay, this is a huge sigh of relief. Someone could at least reach out. Uh, Always try to think about what areas. So I know a lot about building PCs, laptops. So it's like I tell them, hey, if you're ever buying a laptop, feel free to let me know. If you're ever
Yeah.
buying a camera, feel free to let me know. It can get really overwhelming because I've already done that research. So it's like not
Yeah.
even limited to topics, right? You could have people, if you're local to a city that's very popular, tell them if you're ever in the Houston area, you're ever in the NYC area and you need help getting around, you need these recommendations. So you have a
Yeah.
lot. Like I did a resume for a client who worked at like Saks Fifth, and now he's in enterprise sales, but he was like, he uses that to network. For guys, he tells them, if you're ever buying a gift for your wife, let me know, I'll help you not get ripped off. And for women, he tells them, hey, here's how you can get that Chanel bag, you need to get purchase history or whatever. So it doesn't matter what. It's just like, I've helped people start a podcast, I've helped people get mic recommendations.
Yeah.
It's all about that creativity, and the beauty is, it's like, focus on helping people in areas that you like helping people on. Like some areas may be
Yeah.
draining, right? It may be
Yep.
draining for you to X, Y, Z. And then the other thing is, you don't even have to help them directly. You can link them to podcasts, you can link them to YouTube channels, you could give them book recommendations.
Yep.
It doesn't matter
Absolutely.
what. Like, hey, oh, you're looking for a job? Here, check out this episode, or here's an article I wrote, or here's someone I recommend you follow. But the
Yeah.
fact is, your goal is, how do I make this person's life easier? And if you make someone's life easier and you keep doing it, it will come back to you.
Yeah. 1000%.
Oh,
And one,
the
yeah.
giver situation. So this is something very important. So you want to be mindful of how you give, in the sense of, takers can always take as much as you're willing to give. So you have to, you
Mhm.
have to watch people who are not necessarily the best people. And a lot of
Yeah.
people have trouble asking because they feel like it's a burden. And you know, it's funny, people
Mm.
who are givers often have trouble asking because again, it's just a personality thing. And what I've
Yeah.
always told people, they have trouble, I don't want to be a burden. And I tell them, if you reached out to someone and asked for advice, if someone reached out to you and asked for advice, would you help them out? Sure. So you
Yeah.
should have no issue. If you have no problem giving, you should have no problem asking, right? Because you would do the same. Like, I've had people like, oh no, I'll pay my portion of the bill. And it's like, no, look, let them pay. Like, would you do the
Yeah.
same for them in return? Think about that. And I always tell people, like, and I always tell them, like, are you better than the people you give to? And they're like, no. So then it's like, don't think you're superior. It's okay to ask. And there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
it. Even the smartest people ask, they have no ego. It's going to get you far.
Yeah. No, and like, what's the worst thing that happens when you ask someone? They say no.
Yeah.
And then you are still in the same place. But it's
Yeah.
no big deal. But then what I always encourage people, and I have to remind myself of this because I am someone who never asks for help.
Yeah.
So this is something I very actively am working on, is just like, how would I feel? Like, how do I feel when someone comes and asks me for help? Because it's actually like a really great rapport builder, because humans love helping. Because when you ask someone for help, you're acknowledging that they're important. You're acknowledging their expertise. You're acknowledging their value. You're validating them. So there's all of these things that you're actually maybe helping someone else feel seen and appreciated. And like, they're important in reflecting how much you value you, or how much they value you. So like, worst case scenario, they say no, and that kind of reveals who they are if they're like about it, which, no, I feel like people generally are not like that. The best case scenario, you then get support, or you get connected, or you get a recommendation. So when you're asking others for help, especially when you are in a job search, like, people want to help you, because I think people also just want that karma to come back to them, right?
Yeah. Here's one thing. People want to help those who help themselves. Or help others. It's just a common thing. Like, you see someone else and they're always out there. Like, because I get a lot of messages, on Twitter, and some people were like, hey, I need your help. And then I look and it's like, they don't support anybody, new account. Whereas someone else is like, oh, this person has always been there. They've always showed up for me. They showed up for my friends.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll like make some time. So
Yeah.
put that energy into yourself, because a lot of people love helping people who are self-starters, who take that initiative. It doesn't matter what initiative. They see you doing something and they want to amplify it. And the common analogy is, you see someone who's asking for help on the side of the road, or you see someone pushing their own car. You'll have other people, right? It's contagious.
Yeah, absolutely. We are coming up on time, and I want to make sure that we can shamelessly plug you and your socials. So I'm going to put them up on the screen again. So first of all, where is your favorite place for people to go and hang out with you?
At Twitter, I definitely have like a soft spot for Twitter, just because it's like, you can be a little more raw. Sometimes I'll curse. Twitter Spaces makes it easy. I've been grinding on TikTok, so shout out
I
to
love your
Joel.
TikTok. I love your TikTok.
Yeah, so shout out to Joel. He's like really helping me out on that. He just hit 100K. But yeah, so TikTok, I'm trying to get to 1,000 so I can start going live and all that. But yeah, it doesn't matter what. But I really tell people, check out the podcast. I have a lot of just interesting guests from all different types of backgrounds. And I do it just so that I could have a resource for people, because so many people don't know the true stories of people without their degrees. They don't realize the issues they face. They don't realize the rejection. But the stories are so cool. And I've had CEOs. I've had I've had like the people in the trades. I have people in tech, people in sales. So I have a healthy mix of just all types of careers. And I've had some X-rated careers too.
I mean, diversity matters, right? And like,
Yeah.
no degree is part of diversity, but also knowing all of the options that are available to you. Because I think one of the things with us in our career aspirations and our career ambitions is, we don't always know what options are out there until we kind of witness them. So I love your podcast for that. I love your podcast as a resource, and I love you across all of your social channels as a friend. And thank you so much for hanging out with me today.
Yeah, and we gotta meet up in person again.
Yes, because I can see you in person, and I can give you a book with a signature, which some people are winning. So again, shamelessly plugging, I'm giving away 4 more copies today. So people, be lighting up that chat if you want to win a signed copy.
Hold on, double it. I'll sponsor 4 of those copies.
Okay, there we go. So we I'll do 2 an hour.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. I am going to chat with you soon, okay?
All right. Have a good one,
All right.
Jennifer. Bye-bye.
Bye. So right now we are going to have some guests like right after. This is like, I love, okay, Jonaed is like an amazing person. Honestly, go and follow him on Twitter and engage. I love that him and Joel are both like hanging on Twitter and also on TikTok. I wanted to load up some TikToks, but there's like the copyright potential issues, and then I didn't understand it, and I just wasn't organized enough to be ahead of this. So make sure that you go and follow. However, I have another friend here that I need to bring right up because we have time, or we have limited time. I am going to bring up, I'm just going to do a quick introduction because this person is so worthy of introductions. So this person happens to be one of my IRL BFFs. If you hang on LinkedIn, you might know her as my Snark Squad podcast from back in the day. And she is here to talk to me about inclusivity for neurocolorful human beings. Chelsea, welcome to the stage.
Hi. I haven't hung out with you here in a while.
It's been a minute. It's like the old
our
times.
Friday night for forever.
So I have to tell you that I got like 4 separate I miss Snark Squad messages when people saw
really
you were a
fun.
guest. It was really fun.
Mm-hmm.
But we've changed and we've evolved, and now Friday nights we are quiet by ourselves.
Correct.
Say we're out in the world doing
I'm
things,
doing
but neither
homework.
of us are doing things.
I'm not snarky on Friday nights anymore. I'm doing homework. So,
Like a serious human being.
I mean, I wouldn't go like that far, but yes.
We're not going to escalate things like that. But okay, so we're here to talk about being a neurocolorful human being and inclusion at work without a particular plan other than this general topic. So
Which
Chelsea,
sounds
why?
right. Yeah.
Why? Okay, first of all, again, I'm just going to shamelessly plug everyone and their socials. Chelsea has been popping off on the TikTok lately.
Yeah, it's like quadrupled in the past week and a half. I don't know how this happened.
Okay, so what do you talk about over there for people who haven't met you yet?
Yeah, so on LinkedIn, I talk more about, I'm more professional, therefore, but I wouldn't really even consider it professional because professional is stupid. But on TikTok, I am speaking more directly to neurocolorful humans, specifically autistic and ADHD humans. And actually, the thing that kind of spurred all of it was I put on these like wristbands that when you wash your face, the water doesn't run down your arms to your elbows because that makes you want to die.
I vibe with that.
Okay. So I did like a 3-second video with a sound, and it was something like, I'll get neurotypical cooties on me or something.
Okay.
And I found my people. I don't know how that happened. And so then as my conversations continued, they became more like specific. So in specificity, I talk about unmasking, which is kind of the neurocolorful term for authenticity, which is also a stupid term. But unmasking means that you are feeling capable and safe to show up without being masked, which means that you are intentionally covering up your neurodiverse actions or behaviors to appear more neurotypical, to avoid mistreatment, judgment, etc.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be normal, even though my brain is not what you would call that.
Right. Yes. And
Which,
so,
I mean, whose brain is normal?
I mean,
brand.
Yeah. So it's often, I got a lot of pushback about saying we should unmask, which is accurate because masking is a tool. You should be able to turn it on and turn it off. And so how are you using as a tool to turn it on and turn it off? And this is kind of a new concept, apparently. So we're all figuring it out together.
Okay, that's cool. So I want to talk about So I want to talk about masking at work because I feel like if there's anywhere that you're expected to be normal and to fit in, it would be in corporate America.
Yes, or school, I mean, which is very much
Or
the
school,
same.
which is the feeder into the corporate America traditionally, right? So you're expected to be a certain way, you're expected to behave a certain way, and there can be little to no tolerance for any deviation, despite how many times companies say they're inclusive. Well, they're inclusive until you're not typical.
Yes.
All sorts of rants. We have 20 minutes, so we'll focus.
Oh no.
So, but I wanted to get your thoughts because obviously like this is like an emerging conversation because I feel like unmasking in general is an emerging conversation. And I know that you yourself are navigating this right now, but I want to get your thoughts in terms of like what obviously we have like this ideal mecca of inclusion where people can show up as themselves and be accepted and appreciated for the value that they bring. Like that's the ideal utopia society that we are trying to build, right?
Right. Yes, what could go wrong? It's gonna be great.
Okay. But as we build this mission, we still have the obstacle of the fitting in and playing the game and being a certain way in order to get to a position where you can affect change or in order to make the impression so you can make change. So what are your thoughts today as someone going through this in terms of like how you navigate masking, unmasking, and the shame around both masking and unmasking? That's a very simple question, I know.
Oh boy. How much time? We have this much time? Okay. All right. So I think first of all, my biggest platform is the concept of psychological safety, both creating it for yourself, enabling it for others, and then companies creating psychological safety, which at the very simplest term means that others are invited to speak and share without fear of retribution, shame, or those types of things. So psychological safety, which is a whole conversation in itself, is like step number one. And there is the possibility, or it is important that you are both creating psychological safety for yourself, because often before I say something to you, even though I know you are a safe human, I'm going to shame myself for wanting to say it or think it, right? Yeah. So there's like that first level of psychological safety for yourself.
Yeah.
And then there's what are you doing to create psychological safety for others? And this is huge for companies, right? Because there's a difference between diversity and inclusion. And when I speak of diversity, of course, it is more than skin color. Diversity would be diversity of thought, diversity of race, diversity of ethnicity, diversity in general, right?
Yeah.
So there is a difference between diversity and inclusion. So you can say we are diverse, and without intentional inclusive practices, including psychological safety, you are not inclusive. So I think those are kind of the base.
I just lost your audio and I don't know if it's me. Uh-oh. Melanie, can you let me know in the private chat if it's me or Chelsea who lost it? Oh no! And she was getting to such a great point. Okay, so no audio, can't hear either. Chelsea, where are you? Check your microphone. Check your microphone. No pressure. As Chelsea troubleshoots, I will take her off of the screen. Chelsea, just like wave your arms. I will side note as she does the thing. And actually here, I'll do this, but I'm gonna just spotlight myself so I can hear you when you come back. So Ada, working from home has enabled me to have my mask off for most of the workday. So this like goes back to our conversation with Joel that we opened up today with, is that the ability when you're not having to uphold that mask in front of people all of the time, this is going to help you in so many ways. Obviously not in having to mask and the kind of mental and physical load that goes into that. But also I feel like when you're in your vibe, you're just going to be more productive. You're going to be happier. You're going to be healthier and all of those things. So really important. And I think the way that we do work and the way that we are able to show up to work makes such a difference. Chelsea, are you there yet? I still cannot hear you. Okay. She's coming out and hopefully coming back in. So we're just going to jam with it. I will take a moment as she does that because we have 10 minutes left with our time slot with her. I do want to make sure for those of you, because I know that this is a question I get a lot about neurodiversity at work. And I think that this is something that people are becoming just more aware of overall. And I want to make sure that I can shamelessly plug her socials. Can I hear you? I can't hear you. Check your plugs and check your audio input, okay? And after that, then you can mime, also available to you. Would be fantastic. Again, I'm going to spotlight myself. And as I do that, I will be shamelessly plugging Chelsea. So I would highly encourage you to go to her TikTok and check out her videos. She just, posts a lot, and she has been posting daily videos about the process of unmasking. And I don't want to share too much of her story because I don't know what she wants to share, but like go and check her out because she is sharing so much of her own journey and helping others along the way. The other thing I will shamelessly plug as she troubleshoots her audio to see if we can get back online is Chelsea's also running a book club for unmasking autism. So the book club, I believe it's free. Chelsea, I still cannot hear you. I can't hear. Okay. I'm just like also looking at her behind stage. That's okay. When you talk, I'll be able to hear you, and then we'll bring you back. Okay. So she has this book club, and it is free for unmasking autism. And I believe that you have the option of buying the guide to match, and she's nodding here. We'll just put her on stage so she can nod since we don't need audio for that. This is what happens on live streams. It's super fun, and there's like no pressure at all. So you can join her book club for unmasking autism for free. If you would like to buy the accompanying guide, she has it available, no pressure, not going to make it weird. But I think that there is so much power. As you know, like one of my key mantras in life is that success is not solitary. I love you too, friends. So one of my key mantras in life is that success is not solitary. And I think that that is very true for every area of our life, whether it is career success, whether it is learning how to unmask, whether it's figuring out how to love and embrace ourselves as individuals. And I have been through Chelsea's previous book club. I know Chelsea really well. She is actually one of my IRL BFFs. I don't have a picture of us together to put on the screen. She has one. Yay! So I can just vouch for what an incredible human she is. And I'm bummed about her microphone because this would have been just so incredibly awesome. But now she's just awkwardly sitting in silence, miming the occasional thing. I'm going to try to have Chelsea back onto YouTube in some capacity. So what I'll do, because she can't talk, Chelsea, I'm going to send you away. We're just going to, I'm sorry. I feel bad. But actually, as we're miming, because it is that time again for us to give away. And thanks to our friend, we are going to give away 2 copies every hour. And so I have 2 signed copies of Career Glow Up that I will be signing and shipping out. So we're going to be picking 2 winners. Remember, my friend Melanie is helping me behind the scenes with production, and she is going to be sending me some names. So, okay, we have 2. So top commenters for the last hour, Scott G, you are getting yourself a copy. So please send me an email to info@capdecasolutions.com. And I will get you sorted out and tell you what I need in order to get you that copy. And Joel also won a copy. So Joel, I will send you a copy as well. So again, send me an email and I will tell you what you need to do in order to claim the free signed copy. Yeah. Okay. So a final adieu to Chelsea as she dances. And just a side note, and actually a question for everyone who's watching, is anyone in the Dallas Fort Worth area? other than Chelsea? Well, I know you, because I'm going to plot to come there to hang out with Chelsea, and maybe we can do a little meetup is what I'm getting at. Because I know that I've gotten comments from people in Dallas before. So again, one of the things that I'm plotting in my head haven't come to fruition, but I'm curious if anyone's in the vicinity that would be interested. If you are, just drop me a chat and I'm going to be tracking those things. All right, Chelsea, I'm going to remove you. Thank you for coming on and talking to us for 5 minutes before audio cut out inexplicably. We will see you soon. All right. So all for surprises. The fun of live stream is that you never know what's going to happen. And the thing is, when you're on a live stream, whatever you really don't want to happen, like your audio going out, your internet dying, that actually happens very consistently, especially because we're on a really live stream. So thank you, Chelsea, for coming on, for hanging out, for doing your best in order to troubleshoot. Now I do have my next guest backstage, but before I bring her on I'm going to take this opportunity to show you guys something that I actually meant to show you earlier today. But I didn't. So I'm going to show it to you now. So I mentioned earlier in the stream that I actually got to go and see my book in real life, in a real bookstore, pick it up. I got to buy a copy for myself. And I didn't tell you, or I did mention, but I didn't show you yet, that I actually I had a friend who was filming me and I wanted to share that moment with you. So I'm just going to quickly share this like super special moment of me going into this bookstore and finding Career Glow Up for the first time.
Hey everyone, I heard that my new book, Career Glow Up, is inside the store. So I have my friend with me. We're going to go look for it. Come check it out. I actually have no idea where it is. You're going to have to mind my jacked up nails because I was just so excited. We need to demonstrate it.
Business? Oh my god.
It's a good store. I'm like shaking, just so you know. And I'm not gonna cry, but it's here. You can buy it in real life. And we're gonna buy all these copies now. Oh my gosh. Even like this is different than the copy I have. Okay, stop because it doesn't work.
So that was the first moment. And I have to tell you guys, I just mentioned when I was chatting with Jonaed, I am not someone who often asks for help. And that includes when I want to film something. So I originally planned to go to that bookstore just like by myself, low-key, after Pilates class. But I was doing Pilates with my friend Gloria, and I was like, hey, by any chance, you want to go to this bookstore? And she's like, don't twist my arm because, we love books. But then I was like, my book might be there. And she agreed to help me film and did an amazing job. So thank you to Gloria. Kudos to Gloria in the chat. But it was really special to get that moment and to be able to have that moment. Because like having a book is one thing. Having a book like in a bookstore is like a whole other level. So I wanted to share that with you guys. Now, that brings us to, again, like all of my besties are here. Like I have had the privilege of getting to know so many incredible people over the last few years. And especially as a creator and someone who is active on like LinkedIn and YouTube and TikTok and stuff, getting to know other people that are really sharing their knowledge and expertise has been so delightful. But Diana is a really special person to me. So Diana is someone who truly uplifts everyone around her. I have met, again, I've been so privileged to know so many fantastic people. Diana just has something like, there's a very like special vibe about her. She truly cares about everybody that she meets, her friends, people in her audience, and it really radiates through in all of her videos, in all of her interactions, in all of her posts. And she is both in executive coach and a confidence coach and a global speaker. Miss has been lighting it up at the UN. I am so excited that she is here on my show again, because I've had her before, to talk about career confidence. So welcome today, Diana. Oh my gosh!
Congratulations, Jennifer. I literally just got back from the local chapters. I grabbed all 3 copies available. You haven't seen this yet, but I made a video on my Instagram and on my LinkedIn of my journey. I just got back literally like 10 minutes ago from my local chapters. I grabbed all 3 copies available. You know what's funny? I ordered it online. And when I went to the store, the guy couldn't find it. And because I recognize your brand color, I spotted it for him. He was trying to get ready for my order and he couldn't find it. I was like, I found it.
Oh my gosh.
So I grabbed all 3 copies, Bella. I'm just so stoked for you. For those who are here, you got to grab a copy. You already got sticky notes. I'm looking at your quotes as I was waiting here to get on the show. I love this first quote that I just grabbed that we're going to talk with confidence today, that stop being ordinary when you're born to be extraordinary. Stop being ordinary when you're born to be extraordinary. And that's what really we're going to talk about today, about confidence. So first of all, I just want to say congrats. Super proud of you. I'm so glad. I literally just got off the plane from Disney yesterday. And this morning, I'm like, I got to grab my copy here.
So, and behind the scenes, I just like want to do an extra shout out for Diana, because I planned this entire thing like as of Thursday? Like I started. She was on vacation with her family, like in Disney, messaging with me to like coordinate. And you're also the first person on the stream to make me cry. So congratulations.
I was so excited when I spot these 3 books. I'm like, I'm getting all 3 copies right away. The guy's like, well, you just found your book.
I feel like it's extra. I feel like it's extra special because it's Chapters, and I'm from Canada, and Chapters is like my bookstore. Like I love Barnes and Noble. Like you put me in any bookstore, and it is joy. But like Chapters is just like I would go like all the time. I would go and do homework there in university, and it just
I'm so proud.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Where do we even start? Okay, so we're talking about confidence.
Yeah.
With the
confidence.
And so first of all, there's questions I want to ask, and I sent you one, and I was like, from questions, like there's something I think is really important here. One of the things that I see a lot online is fake it till you make it, especially with confidence.
Mm-hmm.
You talk so much and give so much tactical advice about cultivating confidence to truly stand out. Do you think there's a difference between the fake it till you make it and the doing the work in order to cultivate the confidence that just radiates?
Absolutely. I think the difference between fake it till you make it will get you to a certain point, right? If you're trying to get yourself, if you're really nervous, there's that certain point you get to have that confidence.
Yeah.
But I think that when it in terms of really having that true confidence, authentic confidence, I believe that it really comes with time where you really, I really believe in mastering a skill that what you're really good at, of that you can be known for it and that you get paid well for it and you're getting results. And so through that, so building that confidence, to build that confidence, is how you can really own that true, authentic confidence there. And I recently did a talk on imposter syndrome, which ties into also confidence, right? The piece around where I feel like never feeling enough, or growing up because I was told that I'm not smart enough, not beautiful enough, not good enough. And that impacts the confidence. So how do you really build that confidence? And that takes time by really having what I call the proof of evidence, right? Over time, you're going to be mastering a skill, the work that you do, that you get better and better at, that you get known for. And people are like, wow, this is what they're known for. And they see you as a high performer, high potential, which will get you more opportunities, which help build that longer term confidence there.
Yeah. I think, and this is something that you and I think both get up on our soapbox to talk about, is like bringing awareness to what you are doing and bringing awareness to your impact for yourself, first and foremost.
Yes.
Because I think it's so easy for us to be kind of like the frog in the boiling pot of water who doesn't realize it's getting hot. So like you can be doing all of these incredible things, but because you're doing them, it just feels very normal. It feels very typical. It's like, oh, everyone knows that. Everyone can do that. Everyone knows this. Everyone's done that. But it's like, no, it's actually like incredibly impressive and it's incredibly special. And one of the things, and I talked about this in my last like video that I posted last week, was that also there's like the self-concept comes into play so much in confidence, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Self-awareness. Yep.
Yeah. And our mental models tend to have a lag between like where we're at now versus that image in our head.
Yes.
Because our brain doesn't really know who we are, which is so funny to think about because our brain is kind of who we are at the same time. But that work in terms of like understanding what you're doing and acknowledging yourself helps to update your mental models so that you know who you really are.
Yes, absolutely. So I think what you're talking about here is taking time to process and acknowledge your own wins, your journey, your accomplishments. A lot of times I hear from clients,
Yeah.
when we talk about identifying what makes them unique, what differentiates them, they may say that, oh, that's just part of my job, or that's just part of who I am. Right. But when we also see it in another light that like this is your gift, this is your strength, or this is what differentiates me, it sounds more interesting and impressive. Right. So it's shifting that perspective of how we see ourselves. One of the things that I really like to take my clients that I talk a lot about is one is taking the time to identify your value, right? Doing those exercises like I see in your book is identifying your value. Mm-hmm. And then from there, you may not believe it yet, right? You map it out, you write it out. Then you want to take the time to believe in your value, which is really the confidence piece of your own mindset of what's your perspective. Do you really believe it? Is it true or not? Is that believing your value? And that third step, which is then voicing your value or communicating your value, like sharing it to the world. Now, I know this part, a lot of times people say, well, am I bragging or am I being arrogant? Or am I coming across as too boastful? Like this is the common thing I always hear, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I think there's a difference between if you're seeing as how you are being of service, how you're making an impact, versus it's just all about me, like being self-centered. It's not being arrogant. It's about how you're making a difference and how you're servicing.
Yeah. I just want to put on screen, much of the time you're more than good enough, but it's your employer and our coworkers that squash your confidence. So I want to ask you about that one. Like, what do you think for people that are in situations that are confidence breaking instead of confidence making?
Ooh, it's good. Confidence bringing versus confidence making. So this is quite common, right? If you work in either a very competitive environment or if you've all constantly been told you're not good enough, that obviously you have self-doubts or questioning yourself, right? I think this is where we have to do a reality check of what is true or what is made up. Right? What is true, what is made up. And I think one of the things is looking at past events or past situations where you've been at your high, that you've really built your confidence, and to remind yourself of what you're really capable of. And then from there, looking at how can I remove myself from the situation or the environment where I need to break out of that, as that's been breaking my confidence. And I've seen this even over time, the last few years, like friends or clients where they've been moved around or shuffled around a lot at work, and they lost their confidence because they feel lost or they feel like they haven't got the support that they need. So I think this going back to, I think your previous guest, we're talking about finding your support squad or your advocates, having your board of advisors, supporters to really champion you. I think that's really, really important. Like you talked about, it's not just being on your own. You got to have the people who are cheering you on to remind you of who you really are, what you're capable of there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and I think like someone just mentioned, in a toxic workplace, like toxic workplaces are confidence killers. And it is because of the inputs that you're getting, right? And going back to like, you build up this belief in yourself and then you have like this kind of field around you breaking it down, but you can still, even within that environment, you can protect yourself by intentionally finding the people in the world that are going to support you, that are going to lift you up. Like, and Diana is a great example for me of someone who does that. You don't have to work beside someone for them to be in your corner, right? You don't need
Yes.
to work beside someone for someone to be your cheerleader. And you support people all over the place just as they can support you. And I think it's particularly important when you are in a toxic work environment for two reasons. First of all, I think it helps you maintain as much confidence as possible because it's going to give you positive inputs. It gives you people to fact check against. Like, my boss said this, is this true? Because you have to check
Yes.
that. Like, just because someone has an opinion doesn't mean it's valid.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And I think this is where you're going back to, is looking at what triggers you, right? What are some things that may trigger you or that make you upset or that may piss you off? And it's like, what's
Yeah.
really that? And then could it be maybe some past events or that maybe to help you to process through that as well there. Right. And I
Yeah,
think this is
no.
interesting as we're talking about this, is knowing what your core values of what's important to you. So for me,
Yeah.
I have a core value of respect. That's really important to me. So I know that when
Mhm.
someone does not respect me, that would trigger me there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that would piss me off. And that's because I have a value for that there, right? So it's understanding, like, what are your core values and what may trigger you when something that may upset you there.
Absolutely.
And what do you do about it? And then I guess it's like, what do you do? What do you do about it to move forward? Move forward with that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And next I have a talk with my friend Jahmaal about people pleasing and boundaries, which we'll get more into that too. Because that ultimately becomes a really big deal too, of like, I think one of the ways that we can also show ourselves self-love and self-respect to maintain confidence levels is through knowing what our boundaries are.
Yes, I agree. Knowing what your boundaries are, your non-negotiables.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What are you going to say no to in order to give room for what are you going to say yes to? I think that's really important, right? I think this is where, going back to self-concept, self-awareness, what was the quote here that I've heard through my lot of personal training is, when you have greater self-awareness, you make better choices. And when you make better choices, you have better results, right? And ultimately, you're going to become more confident in yourself.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see patterns and you're going to see evidence there. And I want to tie in a little bit about the speaking with confidence. There's a difference, I feel, between believing yourself versus speaking up with confidence. Like, I know for me, I want to share, I was never really growing up like feeling really confident, or even growing up in university, I had the softest voice in class, like the softest voice in class. Like, my classmates would have to speak up on my behalf. And I knew I always wanted to be a speaker. I always knew I want to be a speaker. And like, if I want to be a speaker, I need to learn how to speak up, speak louder, project my voice further. And so I think part of this is mastering the skill of what you want more of, right? If you don't feel confident in this area, how do we get better at it? So for me, the last several years is knowing that I want to be speakers, running my own show. Every month, at least go live once or twice a month to become better and better, and to review my recordings and look at what can I do to speak better, to connect with my audience better, to be better at more, persuasive. Those are things we look for so that you can better and better at that.
Yeah. No, and one of the things that I see a lot, and I really like the movement, is like the 1% better every time. If you can find like a 1% improvement and make that 1% improvement, it's not like we don't have to like radically transform ourselves overnight. Like, that's not an achievable mission, but we can make adjustments, and that self-reflection and watching recordings of yourself is like a whole thing. That's not easy to do.
Totally. I agree with that. Right. I think an exercise we can give the audience here that helps with building confidence is start asking for what you want more of.
That's a big one. That's a really
start
big
asking,
one.
making an ask. It could be a small ask. It doesn't have to be a big ask. It could be small things like what's important to you, what you would like, right? Really simple things, right? Like speaking up. Like I'll share an example. Like this past week, I just went on a 10-day vacation at Disney World.
Yeah.
It's their 50th celebration, right? It's been the last 10 days. And it was a lot of fun, for the kids, but I have to tell you, it was very exhausting for adults as well. And they're, when you think of walking over 10, 15,000 steps a day and carrying kids waiting in line for hours. But anyways, there were some times where we didn't necessarily have like positive experiences, right?
Mhm.
Whether it's through dining or being mistreated in line. And, at that moment you think about do you speak up or not? Do you let it go or do you speak up, right? And I think this is where we need to look at depends situation, right? Like, is it worth speaking up or not? And so there were a few incidents where, let's say, for dining experience was not a positive experience in terms of service, or the food quality was not up to par, right? And most of my friends, none of my friends really spoke up, but I decided to speak up with a manager. And I believe that it was important to speak up because of the certain things that was just not right. Like, for example, the shrimp was not fresh. The tails were all black. I was not willing to eat the non-fresh shrimp. And so just by speaking up, they were willing to obviously exchange whatever that new dish there, or accommodate kids' meal that were not kid friendly, for example. But simple things like that, by asking, you just would be surprised of how they can make the experience better, or try to delight you to make you happy, because they're known for to be the happiest place on earth, right? So if you're not happy, are you going to speak up or not?
No, and it goes back to that last, like, people want to help in general. Most people want to help. And especially when you're in a service dynamic, they want you to have a positive experience in general. Maybe in New York, there's a few restaurants where they don't, but they don't know, like, no one understands your experience unless you tell them your experience. And just being able to vocalize that and your expectation, or what you want, or what you need, is something that is so simple, but so complicated for so many of us. And I think, Diana, that's such a great example of ways for us to practice it that feel like non-threatening.
Yes. So I think there's a difference, I want to say, in terms of tone, right? Are you delivering in a way that you'd be like, I hate this sucks, versus like, hey, I would like to offer some feedback. Like, this is what happened, what I'm experiencing. I would love to see what can be done here. It's a totally different vibe of how you make others feel.
Yes.
Right. That's really it. It's how are we delivering our message and how we make each other feel, and are you respecting that there? And so I found for most instances, when you're being respectful, they actually really appreciate it. They're like, oh my goodness, I really appreciate this feedback. Let me do something for you here. And it's just simple things like that, just by speaking up, that you just never know what could happen. Right. Like, I'll tell you a quick example. For those, I don't know, any Disney fans here, we had a day at Epcot where most rides were down for the day. Most rides were down, so we could only use the fast pass once, and it's pretty pricey when you have 12 people together, when you think about it. And 12 people, and we were only able to use the fast pass once, and we were really disappointed because we almost missed our dinner, we missed our rides, all that happening. The whole day was just a fiasco. So the next day, our group was like, do we speak up or not? And we're like, yeah, we should. We're at Disney here. So we went to guest experience, told them about our situation. We were only able to use this Fast Pass Genie Plus only once during this park. And we have only one more day left. So guess what they offered us? They offered us a free pass, Genie Plus pass, for the next day at Magic Kingdom.
Amazing.
We just explained the situation in a very positive way. This is what happened, and we almost missed our rides and dinner. We didn't really get to use it. They're like, let's see what we can do. And so it's just really sharing that, and you just never know. You'll be delighted. And that's part of confidence building. I'll tell you that. Like amongst my friends, I was really the one who would be speaking up for my group. Right, this is part of the confidence piece. Is like, if you practice more and you're being kind and respectful about it. But most people find it, oh, this is awkward, this is too much, or this is pushy.
Yeah. Well, and I think this also comes down to, like, it's an indicator of confidence to know that you're worthy of the expectations that you have, right? And that applies at Disney, but that also applies in your job that you're in, as well as in your job search.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. This goes back to, what are your non-negotiables? Right. If you think about you're making a career change or a job change, what are the must-haves? Whether it's better work-life balance, or doing things that you primarily love doing versus things that you hate doing, right? Mapping those, your top 3 to 5 must-have list, and asking about it. Like, what do I spend majority of my time doing? Right? Is it this or that? I once had a client who is in analytics. 80% of her time was dealing with people, when she wanted to spend 80% of her time like going through the data. And so asking that question, and I spend majority of the time doing what you really want to do. To verify whether it's making a career change. One thing I noticed, Jennifer, this past year, I don't know about this, but I think because we've been 2-3 years in the pandemic, I've seen more people, and there's been stats now, more people start a job, but also start a new job where they quit or realize it's not the right job for them within the first few months in the job.
Yep. Yep.
Within the first few months. So there's this, I think, term now called quick quitting. And I think part of it, quick quitting. So part of it is what? Why is this happening? Either there's a misalignment in expectations, right? Or lots of changes happening in the work environment. The other is sometimes we may be rushing into things, right? Because I need a job, or we're rushing into things, or we're not setting our boundaries clear enough of what's really important to us. So I really want to encourage the listeners here, viewers here, is really like going back to like what I really want. What's really important to me? What am I going to say no to? What am I going to say yes to?
Yeah.
And sharing about it, right? It's not just you saying it, but it's actually sharing. This is what's important to me.
Yes. No. And I think like one thing that people always need to bear in mind, especially when they're in an active job search, you're interviewing the company as much as they're interviewing you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like being prepared with the questions you want to ask is important. As much as you're thinking of questions they want to ask you, reframe it. Like one of the things I always challenge my clients to do is once you know what's important to you, start mapping out those questions that will help you get those answers of what's important to you. Map out those important answers there. Whether it's about the team, the job, the environment, map out those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like one of the things I notice is when people have a hard time finding questions when they're in their job search, it's typically because they don't have clarity on what they're really looking for in terms of the actual job, the work environment, and all of that. I have one more question I want to make sure I ask, because especially like once you have clarity in what you're looking for and what you want in that next step of your career, having the confidence to hold those expectations, like we just talked about, is really important. So how do you suggest people build that unshakable confidence in a job search?
That's a great question. How to build unshakable confidence. So I think this ties back to having a strong personal brand, right? Once you have the clarity of what you want, the next piece is really understanding your brand. Like I know you talk about your UAQ, unique awesomeness quotient, right? It ties back to your unique value proposition, really understanding your true value. So one of the things that a lot of people ask me about is how do I identify my value? So I'll give you this quick formula here is number one is knowing your area of expertise, which is your knowledge, skills, and experience, right? Doing an inventory of that. Step two, then is really mapping out your track record of success, which is the evidence of support, the proof, right? Your accomplishments, your results, your impact, any of those feedback that you've received. And then step three is looking at the so what. Based on this information of my expertise and my track record of success, what's the so what here? What truly differentiates me? Right? Like this is really identifying what truly differentiates. If you're not sure, this is where you can send out a survey to your friends and colleagues to gather feedback, but you should also do your own as well, right? I find as a coach, I'm always able to unpack that story when people share with me. I'm like, this was what differentiates you. Speaking another language or worked internationally, or you worked on this crazy project, whatever that is. It's like, how do we tell that story that's going to be like, wow, that is very impressive and interesting there. And so from there, you want to be able to have that consistency in how you tell your story, whether it's on your resume, your cover letter, your LinkedIn profile, in your interviews. You want to be consistent because the key here is when you're consistent in voicing your own value, you're making it easier for people to remember, and it's easier for them to take notes.
Yes.
It's easier for them to take notes, right? So mastering those, what I call it, those marketing soundbite, those punchlines is really going to help you have that consistency, be more confident in sharing what you bring to the table. And I really want to encourage people like through it from a career standpoint, right? Like throughout the year, don't wait until performance review to talk about your highlights or your wins. Throughout every month or every quarter, share those highlights with your manager or with others, what you're proud of. Like do that reflection exercise so that you have that consistency. And that's going to build essentially what? Your brand, your credibility, right? And essentially more people are going to see like, wow, like this is someone who has high potential, right?
Absolutely.
See you someone with potential, which means you're going to get more opportunities there. And perhaps if I can wrap up, Jennifer, one of the things I talk a lot about is how to stand out to get more opportunities. This is a formula which ties into confidence. It's how to stand out to get more opportunities. So it's number one is to increase your marketability, which is around the whole personal branding that I just talked about, right? That marketability piece of selling yourself. Number two is increasing your visibility, which is the networking, right? Finding your advocate, people will recommend you, refer you, endorse you there, right? Putting yourself out there. Number 3 is then increasing your likability, which is really the relationship building, the soft skills, communication skills, relationship building skills. And the credibility, which is really being known and being seen as a high performer with high potential. So when you work on these 4 areas, you're going to generate more opportunities throughout the year there.
Absolutely. Diana, lots of places to hang out with you. I have a few of them on screen. Where is your favorite place for people to find you online and hang?
I'm most active on LinkedIn. That's where I post mostly on a daily basis. And then my other would be, I would say my Instagram, like right now, more my personal updates, and also my YouTube channel with my live streams, videos there. I'm going to be doing more YouTube videos. You inspire me, Jennifer.
Yay, I'm so excited.
The coming year.
I just want to get everyone onto YouTube because I love YouTube so much.
Yeah, I'm going to do more of those short form videos this year.
That's awesome. I've been loving your reels over on Instagram.
Oh, thank you. That's what I've been playing around with, like learning from other fellow content creators as well. So yeah, I want to hear from the audience before I go here. Like, what's one thing you're doing to cultivate your confidence this year? What's one thing you want to do to really cultivate your confidence?
Yeah. Like, what's one takeaway? What's something that you learned from Diana today that would really move the needle? How do you
that would really move the needle? Yeah. Like for me, I'm going to share this. I'm going to declare it. It's that I decided last year that I want to do more speaking, more global speaking. And so for me, it's getting better at speaking, whether it's short form videos, long form videos, giving talks, being on podcasts, any opportunity where I get to speak. I know by doing more and more of that, I'm just going to get better and better. And so that's the one thing. So creating more videos on YouTube is also going to help me with that there.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey has a question, and it's something that I get into in the book, but I think it's a good thing for us to, like, we're a couple minutes over for you. So if you have like 2 more minutes for us to talk to this one, because I know that you'll have great insights on this. So in my book, I have a whole chapter on bragless self-promotion, because I don't like bragging about myself, so I get other people to do it for me for the most part, or I do it in ways that feel really good. But Corey asks, how do you highlight your accomplishments without bragging?
That's a great question, Corey. So the way I look at it is thinking from an impact perspective, right? The accomplishment is the personal accomplishment. But if you think of it, if I were to write at the bottom line impact of how did this help others, that would make it easier. So for example, in my case, being a coach, I like to talk about my client wins, right? So sharing about their highlight of their wins and what I'm proud of. In a way, it's sharing about my own accomplishments as well, of how I helped a client to get a job or change careers there, right? So really thinking from that, the result and impact standpoint of what you're proud of and how that is, let's say, life-changing. Like in my case would be helping clients, let's say, make more money or get out of, let's say, a job that they did not like, or starting their own business, whatever that is, what you're proud of. And then think about what you're proud of and how that is impacting their life or whatever that is. It does not sound like bragging. I feel like the difference is like when bragging is when you always feel like it's all about me.
Yes.
Right?
No,
like,
and
I did this, I did this.
It feels like when you're like grabbing all of the attention and grabbing all of the credit. So one thing, like, I call it celebrating others is like a form of bragless self-promotion, because when you're celebrating someone else for something that you contributed to, you helped them achieve, you know, you're thanking someone for contributions on a project that you're leading and acknowledging them to their manager. You're also like, that spotlight isn't just on them. It's also shining on you and what you're working on. So it's a visibility generator for everyone. It's a great win-win situation. I also, another thing that I encourage everyone to think about is it bragging or is it informing? Because I think sometimes we feel like it's bragging when really it's keeping people in the loop. Because remember, your manager is going to look good if they brag about you. So if they know what you've achieved, if they know what you've contributed, they're now in the position to talk about it. Because, and not only does that make you look good, it makes them look like a good leader. Whether or not they contributed to it or not, in my opinion, is moot. And I know some people have feelings about that. I don't mind someone else winning if I win too, because that's the point, right?
Absolutely.
And if it's going to like, so I think sometimes it's just like, but also like another way, and I talk about this in the book and help you map it out, is that, you know, even asking for help could be a way of demonstrating your work and your impact, because it gives you, when you ask someone for help, especially if it's someone that you're looking to cultivate as a mentor or a sponsor or can hire you, it's bringing attention to your work, but it also gives you a reason to follow up with them and be like, hey, thanks so much for your insight. I implemented this and this happened.
Absolutely.
You're not bragging,
Absolutely.
you're informing.
Informing. Yeah. And I love what you said, spotlighting others. I want to encourage people to have a balance between I versus we. And balance, especially in an interview setting, of talking about I did this versus we did this. I find a lot of, especially people very senior, tend to talk about we, but make sure you have the difference between what did I do versus what did I influence.
Yes.
Right. To have that balance, because especially if you're trying to, I'm more focused now, if you're trying to sell yourself for a next level job or promotion, we need to be confident in highlighting our own strengths and value and the impact that we make there.
Yeah. Knowing, owning, and showing your awesomeness is
absolutely. Grab
Diana,
the phone, everyone.
Thank you so much. I'm like, underneath all this makeup, I am blushing.
I gotta make few copies to people as well.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for celebrating. Thank you so much for buying my book.
Of course. Cheers.
Thanks, Diana. We'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon. I hope you come to Canada so we can hang out.
Fingers crossed. Stay tuned. All right.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So tell me one thing that you learned from Diana that is going to help you boost your confidence in your career. This is so key. And as I mentioned, this is something that I talk about in my book. You can get the book, it's going to help. But I think the more you steep yourself in surrounding yourself with confidence creation, so my content, Diana's content, Diana has so much over on her YouTube channel and on her LinkedIn page and her Instagram. So again, I highly encourage you that you go and hang out with her over there. Now, again, just a shameless self-promotion in case you haven't got it yet. If you want to get a copy of the Career Glow Up book, it is for sale now, and it is where books are sold. It will be in some bookstores. So as I mentioned, Chapter is up in Canada. Not sure about Barnes & Noble. Didn't actually creep it today. And I'm just actually refreshing to see if we've had any movement in rankings. I don't know how often Amazon switches it up, but it's at like number 13 on the new hot sellers. So that's really exciting. So again, if you want to support me, if you want to accelerate your career, if you want to get the paid promotions praise that you deserve, the steps on how to do it are in the book. It is a career success Bible. Now, later on today, I'm going to give you a tour in the book, as well as my first reactions to actually seeing the book, because spoiler alert, the copy that you've seen behind me for the last few months isn't a real copy. I'm going to explain it. But for now, I'm actually going to bring up my next guest. So my next guest is, again, I just have the best people. Like, I am so incredibly fortunate to know such fantastic, phenomenal, smart, talented, and life-changing people. And I'm really excited today to get to expose a lot of you to them for the first time, because some of these people hang over on LinkedIn. So if you're on LinkedIn, you know them. If you're not hanging on LinkedIn, you might not have met them. Some of them are on YouTube. They're mostly over there. And maybe so I love getting to put a spotlight on people. Now, this next guest is actually someone who was supposed to join us live, but because of travel, it was like iffy. So we decided to do a pre-recorded thing, which is also cool, because in a 5-hour stream, I realized I wasn't going to get to eat any food. So as I play this, I'm going to be like having a snack, but I'm going to be hanging out with you in the chat. So also a reminder, we are giving away signed copies of Career Glow Up today. So if you want to win a signed copy, light up the chat, get in there, share your eureka, share your thoughts, share your questions, share your ideas, share whatever you want. Just get it lit up in there. I'm so energized when the comment section is popping off. So get in there. I am going to be watching this with you. So who am I going to be talking to? Well, I am going to play with you a conversation that I had with my dear friend, Jahmaal Marshall. Now, if you know Jahmaal Marshall, you know that you're in for a treat. But if this is your first time meeting you're in for even more of a treat and it's going to surprise you. So Jahmaal is a certified counselor. He is a speaker and he is a host of a fantastic podcast called Listen Then Speak. And he's also over on TikTok a little bit. And I'm trying to drag him onto YouTube. So side note, for those of you hanging on YouTube right now, when you watch this, if you think Jahmaal should do videos on YouTube, please sound off in the comments and let him know, because I really want to get him over here because I love YouTube and I think that he would just make such an impact on the platform and would be really able to get into it. So we are going to be talking about boundaries and people pleasing and why you shouldn't have pick me energy, and the vibe is to pick you. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and run the interview. And I am so excited you're here. Thank you for joining me, Jahmaal.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. So we are going to get, as Jahmaal does, right into it. I want to start off. So we are going to be talking about people pleasing and boundaries. And Jahmaal the other day over on LinkedIn posted something that I thought was a really good starting point for our conversation today. So let me just read it out and I'm going to put it onto the screen. Want to know a prayer that gets answered ASAP in 2023? Here's a quick hack. Just pray to God to remove everyone from your life that doesn't belong there. You would be surprised how quickly that prayer gets answered. Just like, and then I just like in my head, I'm imagining the mic drop that happened after you typed that. Where did that come from? Let's talk about it.
I think, like with most, pretty much 99.9% of my posts, it comes from life experience.
Mhm.
And a lot of times, if you think about whether it's marketing, whether it's our business, whether it's relationship building, whether it's a new community we've gotten involved into, we do need to clean house. Everybody talks about spring cleaning, about winter cleaning, and then you just sit back and take an inventory. One thing, especially even with clients, I always talk about journaling. There's a section of homework that says, what is your journal time? I'm not going to have clients do something I'm not doing. That's hypocritical. So when I journal and I take inventory, it's like, okay, what is useful here? Who is useful and what is not? And like, where am I wasting time? Where am I losing time? Where is this a toxic sort of relationship or a situationship that is not serving either party? Or where is this relationship, though it's not bad, where is it run its course?
Yeah.
Just pray. Anybody that's followed my content for a while knows that even though I have clients of different faiths, I interact with people of different faiths or not of, people who are atheist, agnostic, all are welcome. My faith is important to me. So I just pray like, all right, God, well, whoever doesn't belong, let's just part ways. And it just like right away, it's not any like an argument. People just began to sort of maybe see you in a different light, or you see things you didn't see before. And people will just sort of start to go their way. And the thing is, you let them, I'm confident enough in where God has taken me and where my life is going. It's like, everyone's not meant to go with you on that journey. There's even a scripture that says, narrow is the way that leads to life. There are few that find it. And when I look at business owners, entrepreneurs, successful husbands, fathers, wives, they aren't people who like are keeping company with everybody. They have a circle and an inner circle, that they keep that company with. And so it's like, who's in my circle? Where am I contributing? Where am I giving out? And then what's coming in? And am I surrounding myself with people who are just making withdrawals or people who are just making deposits?
Ooh, that's a big one. Now, this one is really interesting because I feel like, as you've already mentioned, this has like so many applications. So I think like when we think about relationships, we default to thinking about the relationships that we have at life, our family, our friends, our partners, the people that kind of surround us outside of work. Obviously, on my YouTube channel and even on my LinkedIn page where this is streaming to right now, I'm talking a lot about work, but the relationships exist at work as well. And it's very interesting because my highest performing video on YouTube, like my most viewed video, is called Coworkers Are Not Your Friends. So I feel like this really relates here because, just because someone is proximate in your life doesn't always mean that they're supposed to have a substantial role in your life. But what do you think in those situations where you have the relationship that you can't necessarily shed because they work in the cubicle next to you?
Yeah, it's funny you should ask that, because I think each person listening, whether you're an entrepreneur, career person, wherever you fall on the rung of that, has been in that situation where you can't just kind of push that person out of your social circle. I'm I'm pretty good at working around someone who is ever present.
Mhm.
You know, if I'm not working on a project with you, you know,
Yeah.
I don't exactly need to be in your space. And I think the apropos thing to do when it is that sort of person, be
Mhm.
careful about the water cooler conversations. Be careful what you share with even the
Yes.
people around them.
Yeah.
Especially in the career realm, I think when people are very insecure about their position and when things come down through internal comms about maybe we're cutting, maybe we're doing layoffs, you know,
Yeah.
they begin to gun for your position that you're in. And also, I think a lot of times when things are happening career-wise, we even see it on LinkedIn and different places, people announce everything. Everyone is not worthy of you announcing where you're going and what's happening or promotion that you've had. Until it
Yeah.
happens, sometimes it's best. There's there's also another scripture in a proverb that says, in the multitude of words, folly is not lacking, but he who restrains his lips is wise. And so around
Yeah.
that person or said person, practice a lot of restraint. And
Yeah.
really, if you're not feeling the vibe with them anyway, that's pretty easy. You don't have to exactly try to make something out of nothing.
Yeah. So like last year, there was like the big buzz around quiet quitting and then quiet firing. The trend
Mhm.
that I would like to see this year is quiet ambition. And it's not because I think that people should apologize for their ambition. I think that it's not necessarily about hiding your ambition. It can just create a lot of drama when you are talking about the fact that you want to get promoted or you want to work on this project or you're trying to develop your career in a particular way because other people have all these weird feelings that they start projecting at you.
Yeah,
And then like all of a sudden things become really, really complicated, whereas they wouldn't be complicated if that person just maybe wasn't aware in the first place.
exactly. What people know, they need to know. What people need to know, they need to know. Let me say that again. And what people don't need to know, they don't need to know.
Yeah.
I always go by this another proverb. I love proverbs. The discretion of a man is what preserves him. You know,
Mhm.
so even from a LinkedIn standpoint, every time I'm making moves, I don't post it. It's like it's nobody's business until it happens. And it's
Yeah.
best to work behind the scenes, you know, on something I'm working on a project or something that I have with a key stakeholder or someone who's like
Yeah.
real big up there and like this is going to blow up. I don't need to post everything.
Yeah. No, and it's such a trend. I mean, there's this saying like Instagram or it didn't happen, like or LinkedIn or it didn't happen. Whereas like, is it actually serving you? So yeah, it's fun to have a flex and you get some likes and you get validation and it's great and you should be celebrating your achievements. But is it always like, how is it going to serve you? And knowing, I think, the role that that is going to play in order for you to achieve your goal is really important. And I think that it's something that we think about the post and we think about the praise, but we don't think about what happens next.
It's important to always, I think we've all read Covey's book, and that's one of the books that I actually do some counseling through, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Yes.
Begin with the end in mind. Like, what is the end of this thing? And again, it's nothing wrong with like posting your accomplishments, posting your achievements, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about like getting ahead of something before it happens,
Yeah.
especially in the entrepreneurial phase, you know, where you're starting on a project. Sometimes
Mhm.
projects fall through, you know,
Yeah.
it's like, this is where we're going to start. Invoices have been sent, this, that, and the other. And then something just crashes. It's just like, well, you already put the announcement out there, you know,
Yeah.
it's like, wait until the seed actually begins to blossom before you begin to announce everything. Because I
Yeah.
find that sometimes when people announce certain things, it comes a certain air of arrogance. It's like, oh, this is what I'm doing, and y'all are not onto this yet. You know, rappers do it all the time, and different people in different industries. It's just like, maybe if you wait before something starts to blossom and before it actually catches fire, then you can have the right attitude going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I think another interesting kind of thing from this too is like, when we think about the people and the relationships we have in our lives and what people need to know versus what they don't, one of the things that I've seen and I've observed is like we have this kind of fallacy that like teams are supposed to be really close knit. And this is like very trendy, especially in tech, like the whole we're a family thing, which I think is falling apart with like the Ohana being laid off kind of deal. um but I know a lot of professionals who have ended up oversharing because they are trying to become friends with their coworkers, or they're trying to be liked by their coworkers, or they're trying to impress their coworkers because they don't feel like they're like, that person's amazing and I really want to impress them, so I need to do impressive things and talk about it too. And that gets into like the people pleasing element.
And that's when you have to ask yourself, I would say to whoever is listening to this, is going to see this played back, why are you doing that? Why do they need to know that? And why do you feel the need to make an impression on that person? And, you know, I know with clients, a lot of times you can easily say, well, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to say nothing. It's not that important. But when that's hardwired into your personality because of what you've been through and because of what you've experienced or what's been handed to you through your parents or through older siblings or through something you experienced through another family member, you don't know any better. And you need to be taught different. You know, once you're in that cycle of insanity of trying to make an impression on someone else, you typically tend to remain there and you keep learning the hard way. And those lessons get harder and harder. The more you don't like succumb to, wait a minute, like that person didn't need to know that. And they actually use that information against me and actually set myself up, you know? So you need to see like, where am I setting myself up and why have I done that? And what part of my brain is not making the connection? What about that is giving me a dopamine rush and is meeting a need in me? It's our hunger that drives us. And we need to ask ourselves, what am I so hungry for that is driving me to remain in this cycle that's actually not effective for me ultimately?
You know, and where do you even start? Because I think like this is something that we don't step back and we don't ask this question from ourselves, because like we're just messaged every day that we're supposed to be liked. People are supposed to like us. And as you mentioned, like we go through things like a lot of people, and I think a lot of people, especially who follow me, who've been through, you know, really negative and toxic work experiences, that desire is very strong. Where do you start pulling at the like seams to see where it takes you?
I would say, you know, at least when I'm on board, every consultation is different because no specific client is the same and has had the same trauma. I began to ask the questions like, when did this begin? You know, and what is the scenario? I look at the daily scenarios of each client to figure out like, okay, how do we attach that to something that may have happened a long time ago? And then how do we tackle that going forward? And obviously anybody can say like, there's a big thing. We see it on Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, daily affirmations. That crap don't work unless you really believe it. I'm just going to come out and say it. It does not work unless you practice it and actually get to the root of what you believe. Is going to always be indicative of the way that you act and the way that you, who you surround yourself with and how you interact. And so getting to what is the belief system behind why you are so hungry for that person's affirmation, for their attention, that you're actually willing to go out of your way to set yourself up and tie your own shoestrings. And that also goes into how they perform at work, overwork. A lot of times that person, you know, that doesn't have boundaries is the last person to leave work, last person to close their laptop, last person on the parking lot, last person who is actually the first person to sign up for every project, even a project outside of their area of expertise, because it's like, oh, Helen is always the most excellent one. I know I can depend on her. Or James, I know I can get him to do this. And they're the person who has the least amount. At the end of the year, they're the one where the CFO is like, yo, you didn't take any of your PTO, you know, or they're the entrepreneur that you see, I mean, let's not go to social media because there's so much that's true or false. You don't see any vacation time on their timeline. It's just like, you became not only a slave to corporate, but you became a slave to your own business. You didn't take any time off because you felt like you had to put out every fire for every other person. There is something in your mind that's telling you that you have to be ever present to everyone else and not be present to yourself.
You can't live your life when you're living it for everyone else.
No.
And I think it's so hard. Like, and it's something that I hear from people that are just starting out in their career. Like, I need to come in and I need to prove myself. I hear this a lot from people also that are transitioning jobs. Like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to be doing really long hours because I have to establish myself. So it's like, well, so you have to break down all of your boundaries and like give up your work-life balance, whatever you want to call it. Basically, you have to sacrifice yourself in order to be successful at work. And I'm all for career success, but like not at all costs. And it's so weird to me that we've completely normalized that, like, oh yeah, like if you're an entrepreneur, you're working 100 hours a week. If you're in like a big 4 company, you're supposed to work 100 hours a week. And it's like, at one point, are we like, no one's stopping to actually back up and ask the question of like, do I actually have to? Because are the people that are getting promoted known for their work ethic all the time? Like, how many lazy bosses have we seen? How many lazy bosses have we had to encountered in our lives? Like, not directly like talking about anyone I know, of course. But it's interesting because we also have kind of like this conception of leadership not necessarily being the most productive, the most effective, and a lot of people rising the ladder to the level of their incompetence, Peter's principle throwing in there. But we think we need to work twice as hard to get there.
It's so funny that you bring that up, because when you think about when it comes to team meetings or whole company meetings, the people that are getting the most talked about are those who have just delegated the best. They've delegated all of that work and those assignments and those projects down to teams. And it's actually, Helen or James, a second cubicle to the left, who have actually put in all the hours, that actually bought all the ideation, all the intelligence, all the brilliance. They've actually bought that thing to pass. You never hear the names. And then that's when you have to kind of begin to take the accountability upwards, and say, listen, I have a family, I have a life outside of this, you have to actually begin to put your own foot down. I mean, it's something that I had to do. All of us have been in a position, especially as young professionals, where you come in and you feel the need to prove yourself. And then it's almost like, I don't know who in your audience can relate to this, but like when you go through a neighborhood, like in the inner city, they can tell from when you're not around there. They're like, no, man, he got that look, man. He ain't from around here. So like they just know certain things about you. And people can tell in the professional world when you're green. They know what they can get away with. And so I had a position where I was doing governance. I was doing visas for South Asia, which is like crazy. I was doing all these other things that were outside of my direct job assignment. I was pulling like on average 70-hour weeks, which was crazy. And I had to actually just stop and say, I had to tell some really powerful people, like, I'm not doing this anymore. That's not when I took out the RACI sheet, and I actually even go over this with clients sometimes, it's like, this is your own personal RACI. This is what you're responsible to. This is what you're accountable for. This is what you collaborate on. This is what you're just informed about. This is just what you're in the know about. It's like, I'm just supposed to know about this. I'm not responsible for this. When I see where my R's are, that's what I'm responsible for. And so, in actually taking that step and just really, like, I know everybody may not jam with this. You trust God with the results. People are not going to always be happy with what you have to say or what you're bringing forward. But is the conviction of the way you live stronger than your need to please? You have to make that decision. And I get it. For those who have been traumatized and those who have some stuff going on, like in their past and in their mind, the mind is a control tower to body. It's not that easy. Like, that's where I come in with what I do. But we can get you there. I can tell, as someone who has lived it and has had to say some really hard things to some really powerful people. The risk, I would say this, the reward is worth the risk.
Well, and I don't know about you, but like, I know a lot of my clients, when they start to define what they need to say no to, all of a sudden, like there's this big fear of what happens when you say no. And it's like, oh my gosh, my boss is going to hate me. I'm going to it's going to take my performance review. I'll never get promoted. I won't get a pay raise. And usually on the other side of no is no big deal. Because chances are, if you're so frustrated and you have that level of fear of saying no, you are the person that is being delegated everything to that no one else is going to say yes to. Again and again and again and again. So you're being buried in busy work that no one else wants, swimming in it without getting any actual results for yourself.
And you can't develop as a professional that way.
No, you can't. You can't from a place of exhaustion. And it's interesting. Like I've talked to, like, I could not even begin to count the number of people that I've spoken to that are like, I'm working 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week, 80 hours a week. No one seems to notice. My boss never notices. And it's like, well, what are you and then my question is, what are you working on? And the answer is generally, and this is something that I get into in my book, is like, we need to focus on making an unignorable impact. So when you're investing your time, your effort, and your attention, it needs to be something that is going to move the needle, whether it is a growth project, if it's going to be gaining you visibility, or if it's actually going to be something that is getting you ahead. But if you're taking on all of the, like, I think it's very popular right now to talk about invisible work that nobody sees, but who, like, are you the person doing it? And I think that's like, we need to ask ourselves, like, are the people in my life the people that need to be in my life? But also, is the work that I'm doing the work that I need to be doing right now? And does that align with what I'm actually trying to get to?
That's it. Flex and build up the muscles that actually move you forward and get you closer to the finish line.
Yeah.
You said it perfectly, Jen. And I think, for those who are going to get your book, they're going to really get to see, like, man, where's this book been all my life as a professional? And even as an entrepreneur, where has it been? Because a lot of times we need to learn, I think Jacob, I don't know if he's coming on the show or not, but like, how to delegate. This is not my zone of genius. This is not where I shine. This is not my gifting. This is not my archetype. This is not me at all. And I mean, there's just parts I could just tell you from experience. There's things you got to do a lot of stuff you don't want to do. Let's not come on here and fake the funk. There's a whole lot of positioning, whole lot of pipeline stuff, cold calling. You're in sales and entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Then there's parts of that where if you're the external facing face of your brand, that's where you shine. Focus your energy there.
Yeah. It's interesting to me because like in the corporate world, one of the things that I observe is a lot of people are like ducking out of and deprioritizing the things that are actually really important. Relationship building, navigating politics. It's like, oh, I don't deal with politics. Well, human interaction is politics. So if you're not dealing with politics, you're not dealing with humans. You're not building alliances. You're not doing the things that you need to do in order to like forge opportunities and be effective in a lot of cases. But it's like, it is taking on the busy work and like I think like having task clarity in terms of like, what am I good at? And I think like in my world, I talk about unique awesomeness quotient, like UAQ. Does it align with that? Because that is your highest potential path. Like you will get further fastest and most dramatically if you're following your natural talents. Instead of doing what Chad's doing, even though you're not Chad, and Chad's path is not going to be your path. And I have a session later that we're going to be talking about that. But also like understanding that Chad's path is different and the relationships that are going to serve him might not serve you. But also I think like Chad's the one thing that I actually encourage people to always look at is like when we look at like my Chad archetype, he's really lazy. Or Chad, like, again, Chad isn't actually gendered. It's just like this archetype in my head. And it's just, the name Chad comes to mind. I don't know why. But it's like, you know, if the lazy person is getting ahead, the lazy person knows how to say no. The lazy person knows how to delegate. And that's actually, if you're someone who wants to like advance at work, delegation is a key leadership skill. Like that is actually what gets you ahead. And it gets you ahead without the stress, without being overwhelmed, without burning yourself out. And I think like that comes down to like the way that is going to feel good and that you actually feel like you're getting ahead, respecting yourself, loving yourself.
That's exactly what happens is when I'm going to say this, and this may come across a little hurtful because I've seen this on this platform. There's a lot of people with pick me energy. Yeah. And it works against them. Pick yourself.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Like I need big text on the screen. Pick yourself.
Pick you. And
everyone who's watching, put that into the comments. I pick me.
Exactly. You know what you're willing to step into, and you know what you're willing to step away from. And you know who you're willing to step away from. And you know who you're willing to network with. And you realize like when someone says, hey, I want to help you. No, oh no, it's just fine. Let them. You know, that's part of the trauma of a person who is a chief procrastinator, a perfectionist, and a people pleaser. Man, they don't let anyone help them because they're good visionaries, but they think they need to have their hand in everything because at some point, wherever there was a failure or wherever there was a misstep, there may have been abuse on the other side of that. There may have been trauma on the other side of that. There may have been bullying on the other side of that. Yeah. There could be a number or grief. There's a number of things that they connect with the fact of, yo, I'm actually worthy to hand this off, that they never let go of it. And they hold on for so long that unless it's absolutely perfect or unless it's absolutely this way and these amount of people, then I just don't do it. And when they don't do it, they constantly are picking others and picking up the slack of others. Yeah. So they remain in that position of that person that's doing all this work, that's doing the 60, 70 hours because they won't let anyone help them because they don't think they never pick themselves. They never bet on them.
They're so busy helping everyone else.
That's it.
And it's like that deep inner story of like, no one helped me before. So I learned how to do it on my own. I can do it by myself. Yeah. And I can save everyone else along the way because that was the role that I was put into. Okay, stop calling me out, Jahmaal. Stop it.
I love what I do.
Now, I know, so one thing that I just want to close out our conversation on, because we're almost at the 25 minutes and I knew that this was going to like go by way too quickly. A lot of the things that we do at work aren't habits that are created at work. They're not novel to work. They don't just exist in your professional life. They exist in your personal life. And the source is so often from your personal life as well. Jahmaal, I know that you have a program that can help people that want to dig in close, like a little bit more. So if this is like, whoa, this is resonating, stop calling me out the way they were calling Jennifer out. Like, how can someone get in touch with you? How can someone learn how to work with you?
Easiest way to get in touch with me is through LinkedIn. I'm the only Jahmaal Marshall on LinkedIn, believe it or
Are
not.
you seriously?
Yes.
I'm not even the only Jennifer Brick in New York. There's like multiple Jennifer Bricks in New York.
There's only 7 Jamals that actually spell their name the way I spell mine. So I'm kind of careful about the content I put out there because it's easy to find me.
Yes.
And there's a link right like under, as soon as you click on there, there's a calendar link. And it's just a few questions to fill out. That's the easiest way to find me. And I typically, it doesn't, if you think like right away, like, hey, I just need some Tony Robbins psychobabble, go to his website.
Yeah.
But if you're actually ready to
Those are
actually
small.
tackle these issues and get to the root of the problem, once you get to the root, the fruit will take care of itself. You know, I work with clients, typically I start off with 12 weeks because it takes 90 days for the brain to reform and to actually work through some of those issues that have been there for years.
Yes.
You know, we go deep into the weeds, but actually I make it fun. Jen will tell you.
Yeah. No, and like I've been talking about like the neuroscience in terms of mental models and the time that it takes to adjust and that kind of leg of current reality versus like our self-concept. But I know how transformative it is to be supported through that process because reprogramming your brain on your own is kind of hard because you're too close. It's like you're the surgeon doing your own brain surgery, like having someone to guide you. So I do have Jahmaal. Your LinkedIn is linked below, so you're easy to find. Also, I encourage everyone to lurk his content. He has an amazing podcast that I was just telling him before we hit record here that like the episodes are never long enough. He has the best guests on, the best conversations. So check him out, check his profile. Thank you so much for coming on.
Jen, thanks for having me. This was absolutely lit. So
awesome. Thank you. I didn't put my microphone on. Let me know, what did you guys think of Jahmaal? Do you know him already from LinkedIn? Was that your first time seeing him? He's just someone that, you know, I could talk to him for hours. It's always fascinating. He was on Snark, which was the live stream that I used to do with Chelsea and our other friend Kevin. He just like, there's so much wisdom. And I think the work that he does and the content he shares is so important because I know for so many of us that the people pleasing and the lack of boundaries and like feeling like you can't assert those boundaries even when you know you have them is rooted so much deeper. And even if we want to get into, you know, toxic workplaces, often the trauma that we're revisiting goes much, much deeper than that one specific issue or workplace that we're in. And Jahmaal really does get into it. I cannot recommend his podcast enough. I'm not much of a podcast person. As soon as I get a notification on his, I'm like listening to it right away. I'm always like, oh my gosh, does it need to end? Can you make them longer? Like, I'm not joking when I say that. And I would really love to get him over onto YouTube, which I know he's plotting, but maybe if we can encourage him in the comments a little bit, just to reinforce how much he really belongs here, because I think that message is so important. And I think it would serve so many of us, not just in our careers and in our lives, to be able to really ratify that. And it takes so much work. It takes so much understanding in order to get there. Now, there was a couple of things that came up in the comments. So in a few minutes, my friend Sonal is going to be joining to talk about how to spot a toxic job, especially when you're in a new job, how to tell if it's toxic so that you can, what's the word that we found earlier? Quick quitting. So do you need to quit your job? Sonal is going to help us figure it out. But again, first, I just wanted to go back to a couple of things that came up during Jahmaal's conversation, because since it was pre-recorded, we couldn't just go and speak to it. So first of all, I saw this interesting question. How many hours do you believe someone must work in a stressful work environment or in a decent environment to be mentally healthy? This is actually something that is very individual to you, and I think changes over the course of your career and your life, because we're in different eras. Like, I know for me, earlier in my career, before I had kids, like 45, 50 hours is really my happy spot. I really love I've always been fortunate to love the work that I do. I've always been really excited to do it. And that was the amount of work that I felt really good doing and was getting me what I wanted and was aligned, and I wasn't wasting time there at all. A lot of that was client-facing work because I was in training for most of my career, or client success. So it was like that was the amount that felt good to me, but also allowed me to recharge my batteries and to have a life outside of work. Nowadays, it's very different. Like something I actually haven't talked to you guys about is the fact that I only work 3 or 4 days a week now because I actually have kids without childcare at the moment. So they're in school, but I hang out with them after school. So my work hours are very different nowadays. And what I'm able to do on a typical week, I mean, there's some weeks like this week has been a very big week. I was working late last night, but it's a one-off. It's not a standard, but it feels good, right? So I think it's just a matter of you knowing. Now, I think that one thing I do want to highlight, I feel like it's easier to be energized and to give energy when you are in a good spot professionally. So when you're at a company that you like, working with people that you like, and your career trajectory is doing what you want it to do. When you're in a toxic work environment and it's steeped in negativity and you're not getting praise, you're not being acknowledged, like it's just like running on a treadmill. That I find most people in toxic work environments have a lower threshold of the level of work that they feel they can do without burning out. And it takes some recovery in order to build that back up. So I did just want to speak to that question because I thought it was a really good question. And I think it's something that we need to think more about and talk more about as well, is that just because a 40-hour work week is standard, really it's more like a 50-hour plus if you're in the United States, maybe that serves you and that's cool. But if it doesn't serve you, then let's figure out what does, right? So that's really important. Now, I also, there was actually one more thing. So another one that I just wanted to speak to, I struggle with being an oversharer at work because I genuinely like to connect with people. I've learned the hard way in the past, coworkers are not friends. And I'm really bummed that Chelsea wasn't here to talk about being a neurocolorful human, because I know that this is an issue a lot of neurocolorful or neurodiverse people have, is that we're very trusting. Like it's very easy to trust people and to assume friendships, especially because that's what we're told, right? Like we're told that our coworkers are our friends. Like our work as a family, and there's a simulation of a close-knit environment where it isn't always. So I think sometimes for us, like when we trust the environment and the inputs that we're given, then we can overtrust and overshare. So then what we need to do is we need to understand, like, what are you comfortable with your coworkers knowing? What are you comfortable with people talking about? Because if you tell one of your coworkers, all of your coworkers is going to know. That's a general rule I suggest that you follow. And just know, like, if they're going to be talking about me, what am I comfortable with them talking about? And again, for everyone, this is a different level. And I know many of you have commented that you have coworkers oversharing to you and it makes you uncomfortable. And you're also allowed to set boundaries for that. But know that it's going to be different for everyone. So personally, I'm fine talking about very superficial things, what I did this weekend, what movie I saw, like, things like that, like not a big deal. But I wouldn't go and tell them about drama with my family or something like that, because that's just like not something that I think is professionally relevant. I don't think it's really going to help me build rapport, and it's absolutely not a conversation that I want anyone having when I'm not involved in it, and definitely not at work. So that's something that for me has been very helpful. I believe I do have a video on oversharing at work. So if you look up Jennifer Brick oversharing, I do have a video that will help. And also it is something that, of course, we cover it in the book. And before Sonal gets here, let's just do a little bit of a plug. So a lot of people, especially today, we were talking about being helped, right? And how can I help? And people wanting to help, building equity, all of these things. So a lot of people have asked me, how can I help you with the book? So the best way to help me, especially today, is if you haven't already, get a copy. Now, don't buy it if you hate it. If you have absolutely no interest, like don't just buy it to buy it. Buy it because you want it. But it is something that is really like book sales right now today is like really important and really exciting. And thank you, Melanie, because after I mentioned Barnes & Noble, she went onto the website and she did confirm that it is in many Barnes & Noble stores. I looked up just for my area. It is in the Tribeca store. It is in Union Square. It is in, hold on one second. It's on Fifth Avenue. It's at 82nd and Broadway. It's at the Staten Island Mall. So it's in a ton of places. And I'm just like, okay, now I need to plan a trip to Barnes & Noble so I can go take a picture with my book. So if you are in the States and you're in, and Barnes & Noble is your chosen bookstore, take a look at the website, see if a location close to you does have the book. So that's the main thing. Now, I know a lot of you have already ordered your copy. I know a lot of you pre-ordered your copy. I know a lot of you are getting your hands on it today if you have not already. Once you have that book, the next thing you can do is review the book and share the book. Again, no, I'm not your boss. I can't tell you what to do, but I'll just explain a little something. So reviews, especially like on Amazon, like any of the major booksellers, is going to be a big deal. So if you read the book, you love the book, you hate the book, I don't know. Hopefully, I hope you love the book. But I know not everyone will, and that's okay. But if you share your thoughts, if you want to review the book, I will be having a bonus for anyone who does a review this month. I am going to be running a brand new workshop called Unghostable Goals. So you can enroll in it. You can pay. It is going to be a multi-session workshop that we're doing, or you can post a review and send it to me. I will post more details either tomorrow or the day after. So watch out for that. So watch it on my YouTube community tab, my Instagram, my LinkedIn page. I will have info for the review bonus because that really helps. So first thing, buy it. Second thing, write a review. This also helps it rank on things like Amazon. These are all things, we're in the digital age. It's not about it being on display necessarily. It's about it being displayed on page 1 and well ranking. And then the other thing is just share it, tell a friend about it, get a copy for a friend, have a little book club. These are all things that are very, very helpful. And honestly, just all of you who are here, all of you who are commenting, are really doing a huge service and are helping to get this live stream seen by more people, which ultimately helps the book be seen by more people. Anyways, enough about that. Let's talk about me for a minute. Actually, no, we're not going to talk about me because my friend is backstage. I see her popping up. So I would like to take a moment just to introduce my next guest, who is such a fantastic person. So Sonal is here to talk with us about how to tell if your new job is toxic AF. This is a topic that both of us are extremely, extremely passionate about. Sonal, I'm going to let you finish drinking your water and I shall bring you up on stage. Welcome.
I am so excited to be in the Jennifer party. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for agreeing to come because as I've told everyone, I am not organized and planning this last minute, and your schedule, you made it work. And I appreciate it so much.
No, not at all. I literally just served the kids dinner. I'm here in Brussels, Belgium, and I wouldn't miss this. Unless I was dying or something, I wouldn't miss this. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, I'm excited. And so we're going to talk about one of my favorite things. So I did something last night. So, and I kind of pre-warned you, but I didn't tell you I was going to do this. So first of all, when we were talking earlier, we were talking about when I talked to, were you here for Diana?
No, I was making dinner.
Okay, cool. No, so it was like a great, like, like on shows, they have like the thing that happens and you're like, oh, I need to stay tuned. So it was kind of like that because we were talking about
a cliffhanger.
Yeah. So we talked about like expectations in your job and in your job search, and then the confidence to maintain those expectations so that you don't end up in a bad job or a toxic AF job with toxic AF coworkers and things like that. So, it just like, and it wasn't even planned. It just went so smoothly. But I did something and I said this to you yesterday, because there was this like trending thing on Reddit. I don't know if anyone here hangs out on Reddit. My husband showed me. I'm not someone who hangs on Reddit, but he's like, hey, like this is here. I'm like, you should drop in a link to my video. So this was like on the Reddit homepage. It's like, what are some red flags in an interview that reveals the job is toxic? So first of all, I want everyone in the comments to put in their situations, and Sonal and I can like determine toxic, non-toxic, but I wanted to get your reactions on a couple of these because I thought they were going to be like outrageous and they really weren't. So the first one. In one interview, I enthusiastically assured that overtime wasn't an issue, but if you pick up an extra shift, they pay in gift cards, so it saves you on taxes.
Oh my God. Put that next to love and fresh air. Oh my God.
I don't like in the States, you still have to pay taxes on gift
Yes.
cards.
Can I pay rent with that? I'm like, what do I say? Can I have some fries with that? What do you say to that? I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
It's I want to know what that manager was thinking and how much of their compensation was in gift cards that they weren't declaring on their taxes.
Yeah. No. Sorry. Bit deluded.
This one I thought was good. When I mentioned the company's dismal Glassdoor evaluation, they became so enraged that they ended the interview.
Wow. They literally, not literally, they dodged a bullet.
They really,
because if, during the interview period, both the parties are supposed to be at their best behavior. It's like dating, right? Later, I'll find out after marrying the guy, he's actually a slob or the girl is a complete slob. But this is
Right.
during that process of seduction when the true colors are already out. Well, then don't sign. Don't sign.
Have you ever had a client that has asked about Glassdoor reviews and gotten salty responses?
Employer. I've had an employer talk about it, and I was encouraged to also tell my colleagues to write positive reviews. And that tells you something. Glassdoor is effective to an extent. After a while, if they're overtly positive and overtly negative, watch out. Take it with a grain of salt. You don't know how people left with a good taste or a bad taste in their mouth. And particularly if someone was let go, they're very negative and they're spewing this vile, like vitriol and anger because they haven't done the work they needed to do to heal. So that's okay. So I would take that with a pinch of salt. But if people are enraged because of rather than take the punch, that tells you something for sure.
I've also been in that situation where I've had the weird response.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of clients who had weird responses in it as well. And it's interesting because like you mentioned, like Glassdoor is easily gamed. I also know of several companies in New York who like startups who pay their employees to post reviews.
Yes.
And they can do it annually. So if you're going to get $500, of course, you're going to write a glowing review that there's no issues. I think Glassdoor is a great guidance in terms of like good and bad, but I think it's also very important to find kind of the midline and to like critically approach what you're reading. Because
Jenny, the funny thing is that if you put up your hand and you say, hey, listen, don't take this the wrong way, but how is this different from bribing, right? If you say that, there's actually some funny gaslighting going on because the other side is going to say, what is wrong with this? Everyone does it. So watch out when you get that response as well. I mean, this is obviously after you joined the company, but that tells you something. And there are some signs, and I've got a few signs. It's not an art, it's not a science, but there are some things that I've geeked out for you. I've got notes, okay? And my notes have sub notes, okay? We bring our A game to Jenny's party. That's what we do here.
I love notes. I love notes.
So, but to be completely transparent, I wrote an article on this topic about 3 years ago. It's aged. I have to say, it's aged. Some things age really badly. Like this one has aged really well, and it's more true today than it was in the past. And I want to start. I'm sorry, I'm hijacking. Were you going to say something else? Other things?
No, just that I haven't aged well.
image beautifully. Stop fishing. Come on. Okay, let's talk about it. I just feel like, when we say so much, you hear so much on all these Gallup and all these surveys that people don't leave bad jobs, they leave bad bosses.
Yeah.
I think the the opposite of that is also true. You also join because you saw a good boss, right?
Yeah,
There's a positive
absolutely.
side to it, right?
Yep.
So how I rather than view it as a job, I know the title said job, but I want to view this from the hiring manager who's going to be your boss, he or she, right? I
Yep.
want to talk about that person because that person has a huge amount of power and responsibility on whether they are tolerating toxic cultures or not, like
Yeah.
zero tolerance or absolutely ignorant, does not know what's going on, head is in the clouds. So
Yeah.
if you can get a little bit of understanding of that, and I've got a few points, right? So those who are nerdy and geeking out with me, take out your pen and paper, and it's going to help a little bit. It's not 100% because it's not a science, but there is a
Yeah.
little bit of an art, and there's some things we can do.
Yeah.
So before I get into those, because I have about, I'm going to go through them quickly. I have about three,
Okay.
4 points.
Okay.
But before I get into it, I also want to say that when people hear that, you're interviewing, the company's interviewing you, but you're also interviewing the company. We've been saying this for years, but a lot of people have been criticizing that. Jenny, people are saying you're reeking of privilege. If you say this, you're reeking of privilege. You are interviewing each other. And if you're thinking you're reeking from privilege, but how can you say that, Sonal? I need the job more than they need me. Actually, that's not true. Okay. It's been going on for about, I don't know, 15, 20 years now. Companies are talking a lot about employer value proposition, EVP. What's happening is the marketing department and the HR department are getting together and figuring out how can they be more attractive to future talent. And they're not able to get the right people for the right roles. And you hear, in HBR and all these magazines, you're reading a lot about the war on talent. Like even the terminology, the war, like it's like this is really, really hard to get the right amount of talent. You go to World Economic Forum, you go to Davos, which is happening next week. They're talking about good people are hard to find. So if you're listening to that, you've got to understand that it's a two-way street. And if you see some signs and you're getting this impression that it's not going to work out, but you need it, right? Let's fully respect this right now. Okay, you got to pay the bills. I have full respect for people who go to jobs where they are absolutely miserable, but they're doing it because they need the money. Please, let's not judge. Okay, we've got to do what we've got to do to survive before we thrive. It's okay. However, just have an end game. Use it as a bridge. Use it as a time during which you interview. Have an end game in mind so that you're not going to be there for too long, because otherwise, what is it going to do to your physical, mental health? You're going to come home, you're going to take out your frustration on your family. You're not going to be a good friend. You're not going to be a good spouse. We don't want to be that person. Jenny, you and I have talked before on Supercharge Fridays on the cost of being in a terrible job and what it does to your health. We have one life. We have one life. We are talking about 1/5 of our time, of our lifetime that we spend at work. We've got to pay attention to that. So anyway, here we go. Sign number 1 is about respect. I know this sounds obvious, but please pay attention. Please pay attention on how much they respect 3 things specifically. You don't have to be like, oh, I love this guy. I love this boss. I think this will be a great love or like. Please put that to the side. Look at respect. How much do they respect your time? Did they make you wait a long time? By the way, things happen. Doesn't matter. They made you wait 45 minutes. Did they apologize? Or did they just pretend like it's not important because their time is more important than yours? That is telling you something. So watch out for number 1. The second in respect is, do they have respect for what you have to say? I have literally my phone isn't here. Let's pretend this is a phone. So I've literally been in interviews where people are on their phone the whole time. And I'm like, would you like me to repeat that? No, I totally got that. Or they're writing notes on the laptop while you're talking. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm not sure I like that because they're not giving you the attention, right? So respect for what you say, respect for your time, and also respect for others. If a future boss is already bad mouthing and gossiping about people you may know or people you don't even know, and behind their back, that means very clearly
Yeah.
100% they're going to do it about you.
100%.
So that's sign number one. I'm going to pause before I move on to the next one in case you have any comments.
Just enthusiastically agreeing with you on everything, because I think like one of the most telling things as well is that if you are interviewing on site, watch how people are interacting with each other in the office as much as possible. I know not all like reception areas, like many are kind of closed off, but with the open floor spaces, like you can still see the interactions. And even as you're walking to the interview room, do your best to see how people are working together. And also, even if you have like a series of one-on-ones or if you have a panel interview, watch how they're interacting with each other as well, because that is a really big indicator. And you can really see like what the dynamic is between them. And it might be even that it's a really positive dynamic, but it not might be an aligned dynamic for you. So that's something to really pay attention to.
Yeah.
Like if I see like, you know, my interviewers are like broing out, it's not the spot for me, because I'm not going to bro out, and I'm not going to be a bro, and it's going to be awkward. So like pay attention. And it doesn't mean that broing is bad. It just means that broing isn't something I'm into, you know? So I want to find somewhere that I feel like I fit with the vibe.
Yeah, no, I absolutely hear you. And I heard what you said about reception, and I'm going to come back to that because that's one of the points I wanted to raise. Amazing. The first one was respect. The second point is humanity. And obviously, we are human beings. That doesn't mean we are humane. Now, there are specifically two, three things that I'd like you to see. Number one is, how do they talk when you ask them? By the way, please have a list of very intelligent questions that nobody can find on Google. You know, that is on you. The onus is on you to do the homework, as opposed to asking something that you can easily find on YouTube. But something that you heard on a podcast and you're like, this is interesting, and I'm going to see if I can challenge them very gently, right? I mean, we're still new to each other. See how they respond. Look at the body language, look at the eyebrows scrunching, and look at like, do they get worked up? Do they speak with like compassion about difficult subjects? Do they speak in a very compliance bean counter type of way with lack of, you know, that tells you something, right? On the humanity side of things. Also see, how do they talk when you ask them a question about, tell me about future opportunities for career advancement. How do you view that here? If the answer is very nonchalant, very kind of brush it to the side, I have heard clients who say, I saw the damn sign. I am so regretful because within 3 months, I knew I'm in the wrong place. And oh my gosh, it's going to look so bad on my resume. So I stayed for 2 years because I care about what people think, And it ended up hurting rather than helping their career. So you can see the way they answer, not just the content of what they say, but how they say it, the delivery. Content and delivery matter. Not only your own, but also other people's. You need a bit of a Sherlock hat. Then the third one is a very tricky one. I would say it's even controversial, but I am a fan. And this is a sense of humor.
Yeah.
I would say it's nice to have, but for some people, it's okay. I can live without it. Now, I'll tell you what, we spend a fifth of our life at work, right? We have rough patches in our life. We will. If you haven't had, you will. It's a guarantee. You're gonna have love patches, maybe love, but rough patches at work, rough patches in your love life, in your with your parents, etc. Now, having a boss and having a team around you that doesn't take themselves too seriously really has helped me, and I know it's helped you as well, Jenny, in the past to tide over to better times, as opposed to just gonna grin and bear it. I hate it, but I'm gonna do it. But it really helps when you enjoy it, and then they're like, you know what, this was a crisis. This sucked. But there was a side to it. They saw the bright side. They had a little bit of fun at their own expense. That tells you that it's a good place. So the opposite of toxic, right? So some people are like, that's not fair. That's not fair. But I also think that the other side, where I know there's a bunch of people on Reddit and LinkedIn who are like, listen, a job is a job. Okay, please, just
Yeah.
Do it, go home. And I'm like, really? Is that a way to live? Honestly, like, should you view your job as a punishment or as a prison? I think
Yeah.
there's more to life and there's more to work. So if you can
Yeah.
kind of get kind of a feel of all these things, I just want to conclude with saying
Yeah.
good bosses are also good people.
Yeah.
Like you're walking into, you're gonna, now that, thank goodness, with COVID, hopefully a lot of COVID behind us, you're going to be
Yeah.
physically in the meeting when you're going to be seeing them. They're going to
Yep.
take you through their maze. You're going to go through the atrium. You're going to see what it's going to be like. And that, by
Mhm.
the way, they do that on purpose because they also want you to be like, "Ooh, I can imagine like having
Yeah.
lunch with Susie right there. Oh, that's nice." While you're doing all of that, how are they? Are they holding the door? Like, let's say you're behind them, right?
Yeah.
Or did the door like flat, like bang on your face and hurt your nose? It's a comedy show. Or, like, how did they speak to the receptionist? Were they polite to the receptionist? So it's not complicated. It's not rocket
Yeah.
science. Good bosses are good people, and they have this culture of, you bring something here, Jennifer. So it's a transaction. It's
Mhm.
an exchange of value. It's not that they
Absolutely.
are better than me. It's
Yep.
not that I'm better than them. It's a relationship amongst equals. When you have that, and in conclusion, I'm going to say if you've got two doors in front of you tomorrow, the first
Mhm.
door is this amazing, shiny, beautiful company with the right name. It's going to look amazing on your resume. That's all you know about them. The
Mhm.
other door is a great boss. You know
Yep.
that about them, but you don't
Yeah.
know enough about the company. Always, 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 in my experience, I rarely speak in absolutes, but always choose the one with the better boss because the right boss
Yeah.
doesn't want more followers. They want to create more leaders.
Yes. And the good bosses aren't alone. It's very rare to find an exceptional or an exceptional manager in a toxic company. If there's one exceptional manager, there is multiple exceptional managers. And I like in my experience, what I've witnessed is it typically is a top-down thing because leaders model the leaders above them
Yes.
and they meet the style and they meet the values and they meet the expectations. And I think it also shows when companies are investing into leadership because so many companies don't train their managers. They're just like, here, you're a manager, figure it out. And Mac she's on next. We can talk about that because she is a leadership expert. But it really does signal what is important to the company.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I also want to draw on your point from, your job shouldn't be a prison. And this is something that definitely resonated in the chat because many people have felt like it was a prison.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think that your job needs to be your entire life. I don't think that we should be
Yeah.
defined by our jobs. Like,
Yeah.
it's part of who we are. It is not all of who we are. And I think like there's a lot of people that are totally happy to go clock in, clock out and not give enough. And that's totally cool for them. I don't think that's the only way to do it. And I think that this goes back to like figuring out what you want in your career. Like, do you just want to go and get your paycheck and fund your life and like that's all that you're looking for? Or do you want to be able to go in and enjoy the work that you do and feel challenged and be able to like, roll your eyes with your coworkers like, oh my gosh, you're treating this like the world is ending when it's like an email, like some context here, people. Like, so what is important to you? Like, figure out what that is because that helps you find the right place to be.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. And I think that, I don't know why I'm suddenly remembering, those corny like TV infomercials. Are you the sort of person that struggles to da 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 da?
Yes.
Da, 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 da. And then that person goes, there must be a better way. Oh, yes, there is. Introducing. So I'm like, when people when people are like, I want to clock in, clock out, and it's like this, there must be a better way. But
Yeah.
people don't have to push their agenda on others, right? It's like that zealots.
Yeah.
So I do it. So the infomercials are not for everyone. I'm talking
Mhm.
like 10 years ago, some stupid. And by the way, I ended up buying that. Crap works.
It does.
Like night scrolling, and you're like, oh, I think I need that. I don't need it. But it's it's not for everyone, right? So infomercials, or there must be a better way, not necessarily. There is a better way if you want to get there. But if, like,
Yeah.
why fix something that's not broken? But
Yeah.
if you know it's broken and you're consciously living your life like that, there is a better way.
Yeah.
Call call this number.
Right? So funny story. This was when I was in college and I was going through this like pretty serious depressive episode and I was not sleeping. So me and infomercials were friends. And one night my mom
Mm.
came into my room because I still lived at home and I was just crying. And there was like there was an infomercial, you know, the app roller that you like scooted on the floor.
Oh.
I
They
was
would
like,
play that everywhere. And here in Belgium, they would be in Dutch, in French, in English, in German, and you couldn't escape it. I'm like, if I buy it, will they stop playing?
I was sitting there and I'm crying and my mom comes and she's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I need this app roller." My life would be so much better if I had this app roller. I hadn't slept in days. Like my insomnia flares up. Anyway, so she did not agree to give me a credit card to buy the app roller. I never did get it. Maybe I can get it now. Who knows? But that's the
Don't
thing.
just wait, save your money. It doesn't work.
Okay, I'm gonna trust you. I'll stick with Pilates.
Yeah.
But
A friend bought it and told me it doesn't work.
yeah, but like to go back to your point with this is that at the end of every one of those infomercials, they tell you they have the answer. If you get the app roller, you'll have amazing abs and you'll live your
Yes.
best life and you'll be happy.
Yes.
The thing is that when you call, the call needs to come from inside the house.
Yes.
It needs to come from you. No one on the internet, I can't tell you, Sonal can't tell you, your mom can't tell you, your best friend cannot tell you. You need to figure out what the answer is for you. Is it harder? Yes, because I would love if people just like told me what to do with my life and it all worked out according to that. It doesn't work that way. But in doing the work, you get clarity so that you are better able to make decisions across all of those junctures, from finding the right job to knowing when to leave the job, to knowing when the promotion is right for you, to knowing when you need to make a change, to knowing when you are at a phase in your life that you want to check in, check out, versus when you want to be in growth mode. It always has to come from you.
I completely understand. I know we're out of time. I don't know if you have a minute, but I really want to ask you this.
Yeah.
You know that person who was crying and wanted the credit card from mom so that the ab roller could save her? No, seriously, like
Yeah.
you ended up not getting
In
the
my
credit
moment.
card. Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't work out, right?
Yeah.
When you say the call has to come, right? And usually it comes from within or whatever. What happened ultimately? And what would you tell that girl today? Looking at this published author, badass, right?
Yeah.
And going back to that, like let's make it practical for people watching. Like it was just magical and it disappeared and you took some depression pills and it became okay. You don't have to get into the details, but I think that's very relevant to where you are today.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, that time I did. It was the only time that I did take depression pills because I wasn't
Sure.
sleeping and it became
Sure.
dangerous. So it's interesting because one of the things that I have reflected on most, like especially in the last like 4 to 5 weeks leading up to this, is that I always wanted to write a book. I first started trying to write a book when I was 7. It was a memoir about being bullied.
A memoir, such a rich
A
life.
memoir.
7, all of
Well,
7.
I was bullied pretty badly, like throughout primary school or elementary school, no matter like, grades 1 through basically grades 1 through 10. I was bullied.
Wow.
I didn't have a lot of friends. Anyway, I always turned to books. Books were always my answer. They were my
Comfort.
escape.
Yeah.
And over the years, even, when I look at like finding ways to manage depression and anxiety, like the place I turn to most is still to this day books when I'm looking for an answer. And not to say that all of the answers are in the books, but they help me find my answer because I get to take the information and I get to analyze it and figure out what feels good, what doesn't feel good. And so I thought, and I posted yesterday, and I just like, I always had this ambition to do it. I never thought I would get to do it. So walking into a bookstore and seeing my book, like a book with my name, and I like at the top of this, I'll like see if I can like quickly get to it.
No, I saw it in the start. I mean, it's such a surreal moment.
So it's just like, but ultimately it comes down to like, in that moment of crying on the bed, I finally got to the point of I need to sleep because sleep is going to be what actually improves. So I have to go to a doctor to help me. And finding something that works now and then finding what works after that. And I think it's just that daily decision of like, I'm just going to get up and I'm going to do my best no matter what my best is. Because sometimes my best is, I even went through this recently, like a couple months ago, like my best was just being able to get out of my bed and like do
Yeah.
one thing.
Yeah.
And that was it, And
Yeah.
I think that we have this idea of like, we get to a certain point and like, it's like, oh, like Jennifer, she has all these followers. She has a book. She's so successful. Like I still have those days. We all have those days.
Yes.
But just know that like you can have those days, but you can also like every day make progress no matter what it is, and like celebrate whatever you do and appreciate whatever you can do, even if it doesn't extrinsically feel like a lot and it doesn't measure up to whoever you're measuring yourself against. Those people don't matter. You're what matters. So I think like I would love to be able to go back and tell, a 7-year-old Jenny, 19-year-old Jenny, 28-year-old Jenny, who just felt like I wrote this book for 28-year-old me. That is who I wrote this book for, because I was so lost and so overwhelmed and I didn't know how to make this work and I wasn't finding the answers. So this is the guide that I needed then. So I don't think past me, don't make me cry. You'll be you and Diana teaming up on me. I would love to be able to go back and tell a prior version of myself that this was all possible, even though it feels impossible. And like, if I add up all of the numbers, none of this adds up. Like having this book ranking it all on Amazon in a hot bestseller as a paperback only book should not be possible. I don't have millions of followers, but you put your trust and you take the steps and you do the things. And like, sometimes magic just happens. And I really, truly feel like for every single one of us, that there is some greater force that wants great things for us. And as long as we believe in that, we find the steps to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I'm speaking on behalf of all these fans, all these lovely souls who are watching us right now. We're so proud of you. Like, well done. You're showing us the way. It's possible. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry, but I think this is emotional. I think that there's no apology, and I don't like this. What is a shamelessly plug my book? There's no shame. There's not even a need to say shameless. Why does the word shame need
to
be?
Oh no, I don't feel bad about
here,
it.
even if it's shameless. But we have to be proud and celebrate our accomplishments, because we're showing to someone watching today. Maybe it's just one person who's like, holy heck, I can do it. She looks like a hot mess. If she could do it, I can do it, right? It's totally possible.
I cried and bought the ab roller. Imagine what I'm possible of with the ab roller.
We have some ab roller fans right here. And so we are not alone
with
the night scrolling.
Or what was it? Miss Cleo was the other one. Anyway, I will totally derail. There's a new documentary on Miss Cleo. Did you have Miss Cleo?
No.
You missed out. It was like so North American. It was there's a documentary on HBO. Highly recommend.
Okay.
She was a late night infomercial person too. Like one of those telepsychics. Yeah.
I'm going to Google the heck out of that right now.
Okay. We are over time and it is very late for you. So first of all, favorite or before I let you go, favorite place for people to come and hang out with you?
Oh, okay. 3 places actually. There's YouTube, there's LinkedIn. And so some people like watching, some people like, LinkedIn scroll, some people like listening. If you like podcasts, check out my podcast. It's called How I Got Hired. I interview amazing people from around the world. So yeah, those are the 3 places. Happy to continue the conversation. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, just write that you saw us hang out today. I'll any fan, any friend of Jenny is a friend of mine.
I'm a career bestie. It's easy to spot us.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for hanging out with me, and thank you for being my friend, and thank you for just being an awesome human.
Oh, all the best. Thank you for having me.
All right. Talk to you soon. All right. So how many people, we have our next guest coming on in a few, and okay, I'm going to take a moment. I have another video I actually want to show you guys before our next guest, Matt, comes here. As I get that loaded up and as it plays, I would love to hear from you what you learned from Sonal and what
you would change in your job search now or going into your next job search to help make sure that you're landing in the right place and more specifically avoiding a toxic AF job. I'm also curious what you're actually looking for right now. Are you looking for a job that gives you a paycheck, like the steady paycheck, no stress, you can clock in, clock out? Or are you in a phase of your life? Are you in an era of wanting to advance your career? Let me know in the chat. Right now, I want to share with you, and this is going to be, I definitely have my Kleenex box open for this, or not open beside me. I want to just share with you guys the first time my reaction to my book. And I'm going to explain to you why that actually happened last week in this video. My dream just came true. I walked into a bookstore in Midtown Manhattan and I bought a copy of my book. It is on shelves. It is real. It happened. And I'm really overwhelmed right now. And I wanted to tell you guys and bring you in on a first look with this book because it's the whole vibe that I thought it was going to be. Now, before I do that, 2 things I need to tell you. First of all, that book that you see in the background, it's beautiful, it's stunning, right? It's my book. There is something I didn't mention about this when I showed it to you before. Hold on. This book is beautiful. Cover, spine, back, it's all there. We got this fun little thing. It's actually empty inside. And the reason for that is that I wanted a copy to show you, but obviously it takes time to print the entire book. So they told me that they can make this blank copy for me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm in. So every version of this book that I have showed you up until this moment has not actually had any pages inside. I mean, it has pages, they're just blank pages. It's not actually my book. Well, you know what I mean. Which brings me to the next point. Even though the release date of Career Glow Up is January 10th, independent bookstores put it out when they receive it. And this is something I didn't know, and I actually kind of panicked when I got tagged in an Instagram story and emailed my publisher like, oh my gosh, did something happen? Like full freak out mode. It was fine. Apparently that's a normal thing. So I know that some of you as well in the Career Bestie community already got your copies as well, and you've been sending me messages, and it's been so overwhelmingly excited. But I was super jealous. I wanted to get this copy. So the person who tagged me that they had gone into the store and bought it, I asked them where they got it from, and it happened to be a big bookstore in Midtown Manhattan. So even though as I'm recording this, it's 6 days away from my launch, I walked into a bookstore with a friend in Midtown Manhattan and I bought a copy of my book. You probably saw a clip of that earlier today. And this is actually the first time that I'm seeing the entire book in its printed form. Obviously I've seen the inside in like digital copy, but this is like actual hard copy. Like I'm holding this book and I can flip through it. It's my actual book inside of it this time. It's incredibly exciting. And obviously this whole process has been really real, but it feels so real right now that this is in my hands and I went into a bookstore. I mean, it literally has a price sticker because I had to pay for it because it was an actual bookstore. Now, could I have gotten myself an advance copy? Yes, I'm just not that organized. So this is my first time actually spending time with the book. Obviously in the bookstore, I flipped through it. You probably saw that in the clip. I just looked through it with my husband. Me and my friend who I was with went and had a little celebration. But this is my first time actually taking time and looking through it in my hands. And I wanted to share this moment with you because this is such a big deal. This whole process of writing the book, it's been 2 years in the works. And to open this up and see my name on this beautiful design, like they did such a great job with the design, and see my colors and all of my words, like this is, I'm shaking, you can see it. You can see it on my like book cam. It's just this whole thing is a vibe, like entirely. And so I just wanted to look at it with you guys, because without you guys, this wouldn't exist and it wouldn't be a thing and we wouldn't be celebrating it together today. So one thing I want to tell you guys, when you get the book, you're going to see these main call outs, and these are like vibes. These are affirmations, and these pages I had designed so that you can pull it out and you can put it on your wall. So if one of these resonates, it can be taken out of the book.
Now, a lot of you have been asking about getting the Kindle version, and the Kindle version will come, but there's a reason why it's being only released in physical copy right now, and that is because this is not your traditional business book. This is a workbook. I'm a huge reader. Over the past 2 years, I think I've read probably like 150-ish books. And the thing is that even the books that I love, I've implemented very little of what I have read in those books. So when I was approached, I had actually already written a traditional business book, and I was approached about doing a workbook. And I really vibed with having it be something actionable. This isn't just a book that you're going to read and maybe feel inspired. This is a book that you are going to have tactics. This is your career success guide. And so with that, you probably want to be writing in it. So there's exercises. So there's obviously the typical text, but then there's all of the stuff and work that you're going to be doing. Now, even if you just go through the book and you don't intentionally implement everything that you write down, you now have more awareness, and you are going to find yourself kind of automatically implementing the things and ideas that you have as you work through the book. I suggest taking your time with it. This should take you a couple weeks to really work through, because it is a lot. Like, this is like every area of your career, but you can come back to it at any time that you need to. So each section is broken up. It's an incredible detail, like levels of detail that really I couldn't get to outside of a book form. And it also comes with an expansion pack that you can download when you buy the book. So also know that that's there, but it has all of the essentials. And I'm just like actually looking at this instead of the camera, and it's so beautiful. I am so excited for you guys to have this, and I'm so excited for you guys to go through this process. And I've been waiting for this moment, and I've been waiting for this day for so long. So I actually started writing the book 2 years ago, but I always wanted to write a book. And it's here. This is it. And you can walk into a bookstore, and it is real. And you can order it, and it will be delivered. And this book is everything I wish I had earlier in my career. And it's everything that I've learned. And I spent so long just making it be as concise and actionable and impactful as I could. And I've been waiting, ever since I got to tell you guys, I've been waiting for this moment where it can actually be in your hands too. And I just want you to know that every single one of you who in the stream is telling me that you just bought the book, or you pre-ordered it and you got it, or who shares pictures with it in social media or writes about it and tags me, every single one of those is going to be my dream coming true. I wrote the book because I love books, and books have changed my life. And I hope that this book changes yours. I just can't believe this actually happened. It's a moment. So I'm going to go back to the live stream version of myself now, who hopefully has it more together, probably doesn't. And I hope that you'll order your copy of Career Glow Up today. I'm on mute. Okay. So I'm trying not to cry on the stream for a third time. So we'll do our best here. With that, I have my next guest ready backstage, a couple minutes behind. Apologies to Mac. But there is one thing that we need to do before we bring her up here, and that is announce our third winners actually are, because our friend gave sponsored, I can't even think now, sponsored additional copy. So I actually have 2 winners. So this is winner 4, number 5. Corey Melvin, Victoria A. You all were lighting up the chat, and you are the next round of winners. We still have 4 more copies that we'll be giving away, so I'll do another round around 2 o'clock, and then we'll give out our last 2 copies at the end of the stream towards 3 o'clock. So if you are Corey or Victoria, send me an email, info@capdecasolutions.com, and I will let you know what I need from you in order to get you your signed copy of Career Glow Up. All right. Now, without further ado, because again, I just have the most incredible lineup because for some reason, like the coolest people agree to hang out with me. And it just never stops perplexing me. So my next guest is here. She is ready. If you're on YouTube, you probably know her from Mac TV. If you're on LinkedIn, we need to get her on LinkedIn more. And Mac is here to talk to us about succeeding as a non-Chad. So without further ado, welcome, Mac.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe you brought me on at such an emotional time. Like, I was so glad that I was just in the backstage because I'm like, oh my gosh, like she's making me emotional. I'm so happy for you.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy, y'all, how you've been talking about this for a while. Like,
yeah.
We met, what, two years ago? And you've been talking about, one day I want to write a book. I want to do this.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy to see how you've brought that to fruition and how everyone here is going to benefit from that. Y'all, she put her blood, sweat, and tears into this for you guys. You have no idea. Like,
you were present through the process.
Yeah.
All of it. So if anyone doesn't know, me and Mac are friends behind the scenes. So we've been hanging out we met because of YouTube. And we like regularly hang out. We have no actual plan for our discussion today other than the topic, but it's like, it'll just be like one of our coffee chats. And if you've ever seen, like, we did this like little clip and I put it onto LinkedIn and like, it was so funny.
It was hilarious.
I need to find it and like repost it as a short. Cause it was like what not to do on Zoom, but it was like full stop, like picking your nose.
I know. If y'all just want to laugh, watch that.
I need to dig it up. Like, it's on like an old computer that I like need to charge and like get, because I did that one and then I did one with Diana, which was really good too. I'm like, I need to like find them and resurrect them into like new life.
I'm so proud of you though. Like, can I just I know I'm probably going to embarrass you by saying this, but I just want to take a moment and just like acknowledge you and your hard work and just the grit and determination that you displayed throughout this entire time to get this done so that everyone else can benefit from your experience. Thank you so much for doing that. Seriously.
I am so lucky to have the opportunity to do it. Like, most people don't get book deals. Like, most people don't have like write a book and then have a publisher approach them like, hey, have you thought of writing a book? And it's like, oh yeah, I did write a book. Are you interested? I'm so lucky that I have people that believe in the vision and order the book. And like, I don't know, like, it's one of those things, like, and I've been talking about it a lot, probably because it's been top of mind, of like our self-concept like trails our reality. And I'm really trying to get my brain wrapped around the fact that people are actually buying this book
because it's freaking awesome.
Are buying this book. And it's like such a wild new reality to walk into a bookstore and like, my book is there. And it's like, and it wasn't just like on a shelf, it was like on display, and it was beside like
some crazy books. I know. I was like, wait, is she like with Stephen Covey? Like, this is insane.
You have no idea how fortunate it is that I did not notice that in this. I was too overwhelmed to notice that in the store. I would have ugly cried in the store, like full stop, would have ugly cried in the store if I had realized that, because that's just like the holy grail of books for me. Yeah.
I was like, wait. Am I seeing this right? Yeah, that's Stephen Covey. Yeah.
It's like WTF. Like, what? But then it's like, and I'm sure that everybody at different points in their careers had that moment of like, what am I doing there? And it's like, of course I should be there, should be the thought, like, it's the thought we should be having, but the thought that we actually have as we enter these new levels and new positions is, what am I doing here? Like, why am I there? And I think that like segs into the actual topic, because I'm sure you've had these moments in your career, because like neither of us made our rise in corporate America or corporate Canada, since we're both Canadians living in America. Neither of us made our rise as Chad.
No, most definitely not.
Kind of the opposite of Chad.
Yeah, I was going to say it was actually quite the opposite, to be honest. But I'm okay with that. Like, I'm better off for it. So
Yes. No, and it's like, it's funny because people think I hate Chad. I'm like, I don't hate Chad. I don't hate anyone. I am envious of how easy things are for Chad, because Chad has always, like, the system was built for Chad, but Chad also has had the benefit of this like subtle education to be, behave, and exist in a certain way that we were not taught to.
No, and that our brains can't even begin to think like either, because it's a different thinking altogether. You know, when you hear Chad's talk, you're like, how go Canada? Yeah. I like how she put the A at the end of
The moment. I mean, you have to.
Why not?
You have to. It's a rule.
Yeah, but the thinking that Chads have is just so different. It's on this completely different level. And I think it goes back to what you just said, right? It's like the experiences that they have in life, the subtle education makes it so that the thinking is different, so that the actions are different, so that the results are completely they just line up. And that's just not something that we, unfortunately, or a lot of us have the privilege of, unfortunately. And so we've got to just like grit our way through things.
Yeah. No, and we're not alone. So I feel like I really need this topic right now. And it is like, and here's the thing though, like, and this is why I'm really excited for us to chat today, is like, you don't have to turn into Chad.
No.
Like, neither of us did.
Mm-mm.
Max like wearing her hot pink blazer. And I'm just being my blonde self.
We are who we are, okay? That's not a bad thing.
No changing it. It's a good thing.
No changing it. I think it's exactly what actually ended up making us successful at the end of the day, is just literally, I know that word authenticity, I don't know why I just had a hard time actually getting it out, but I think the word authenticity is overused, but there is truth to the need to be who you are and not conform to this standard or what you think you should be, because what you look around, when you look around you see, well, it's easier for that person, so I need to adapt to be that person. But adapting to that person is not going to work for you. In fact, it's probably going to push you back several layers behind. So it's better to like double down on what works for you, what your strengths are, and that will eventually move you forward. But you know what? This is a discussion. I'm gonna let you.
No, I totally
lead the discussion.
I totally agree. And I think that's where, like, especially like as women, we find ourselves in a lot of double binds of like, you're supposed to be like assertive, but then people call you aggressive. And like, I feel like a lot of that ends up being, I mean, I'm someone who is just like naturally assertive.
We know. And I'm the opposite. I'm not naturally assertive.
Yeah. But like, so, and I still had the abrasive label and had to accept the abrasive label because it was not something I could change about myself. I could adapt and I could do my best, but it was something that the reality is that I speak my mind in a certain way. My disposition is a certain way. I'm not changing me. The world, I can't change the world around me quite yet.
Exactly.
So I had to accept it. And then I have to learn how to frame and adapt to make it easier for others around me. But I think a lot of people, like, it's amplified if like, how would you feel if you went into a room trying to be like super assertive, like Pitbull? Like, you would feel like a complete fraud.
Doesn't work.
And then I feel like when you feel like a complete fraud, you're walking in with zero conviction, which is amplifying it not working for you.
Yeah. Well, your brain is, not to interrupt you, but your brain is literally too busy trying to play a part as opposed to focus on the problem that needs to be solved. And that's one of the things that I had to learn really early on, was like, me trying to play this part that is clearly not me is literally occupying all my brain space.
Yes.
Which now is making me ineffective at like speaking what needs to be said, or like saying what needs to be said. I'm tripping over my words, all these things. I'm focusing on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
And so I really do, like, I don't know, did you experience the same thing too, where you're like, man, my brain is just like in the wrong place?
I think cognitive load is something that is definitely under discussed. I don't think that people are aware of the cognitive load. Like, I think we have really low awareness about the cognitive load that adaptation really puts on people and the amount of cognitive fatigue that leads to.
Yeah.
So, and, there's so many different things and adaptions. And like, I had a friend on earlier, at least for a few minutes before her mic went out, who was talking about neurodiversity and masking. And like the amount of cognitive load that requires is like enormous.
Right.
So there's so many different ways that we need to like mask who we are, or like maybe present in a way that isn't exactly who we are. And sometimes it is situationally required.
Right.
But then it's a question of like what level, and do I always have to be that person, or do I just step into that when it's necessary? And I don't have the actual answers for this, and neither did she, unfortunately. It would have been really helpful, but
Her mic literally gave out.
Literally gave out.
It was like, we're done.
It's like, okay, we're 10 minutes into it. Great point. It was great having you. You know what, live stream? Well, last time you were on a live stream with me, my internet went out and you were
that's
by yourself.
Well, today my camera literally wouldn't work, the right camera. So now I'm using the camera on my computer as opposed to my actual, I was like, why does live stream always do this?
Yeah. So Melanie, who's backstage, can like vouch. I was moving around my computer setup because I had the same thing of like my webcam.
Same thing.
Something happened. So I'm like, I'm using this one then, I guess. We'll just roll with it. Now, for all of the like kind of adaptions, I do personally think that the best path to success and the fastest way to success and the happiest way to success that you don't burn yourself out is in figuring out, like, I remember, and I know that I've talked to you about this on your channel. Like I for me, it was like the kitchen moment where I was like ranting to my husband and I was really mad because I was in a very bro-y environment. And I am not, again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. And people probably notice I'm not a bro. But I was like, the things that are working against me have to have a way to work for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's just like how our weaknesses enable our strengths.
Yes.
I was like, the obstacles are opportunities for me. If I could just figure it out.
Yep. 100%.
Like, because you're telling me that I have to be assertive or I have to be a doormat. You're telling me I have to do this or do that. Like, there was so many like this or that. And I'm like, but there's more. So why are we like, and Sonal's like, don't say shameless self-promotion. I'm like, no, like brag with self-promotion. That's like, I don't have to either choose to brag about myself and come across as crass or not say anything. And then Chad takes the credit. There is another option that feels even better. And that's getting other people to brag for me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which that's all this is today.
Yeah. And that's where the energy should go, is thinking about what is option C. What's the next, like, what is the adaptable move that I can make that feels aligned with me?
Yeah. So so for you, like, how did you go about carving your path, like figuring it out for yourself and figuring out the C that didn't seem to exist?
Yeah. I think for me was, like I said, once my kitchen sink moment, like yours, right, was like really realizing just how much what you call the cognitive load. I've never heard it described like that before. I'm a very simplistic person. So I just thought it was like my brain is really occupied.
My brain's tired.
It's tired, it's fatigued. But yeah, coming to the realization of like me trying to be something that I am not is literally overloading my brain. I am freaking tired. I can't continue to do this. And so, and what I had always prided myself on was my ability to solve problems, look for solutions. And I was no longer able to do that because my brain was so fatigued trying to be something else. And so my pathway to success was focusing really hard on being the solutions person, because everybody else was really focused on being the limelight people. Mm-hmm. And you know what happens eventually to that limelight? I know it's an easy path, but it starts to dim when you're not solving problems. And guess what? Everybody is paid to do what? Solve problems at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I focused real hard on that. I was like,
Mike.
I know, like, it's not that I'm bringing you the problems, right? I'm
Yeah.
solutioning problems. And
Yeah.
that's all work life is, you know, like just a ton of problems that we got to solve. And so I really carved my path in that way. What are the problems? How can I solve it? What are the problems? How can we adapt? What are the problems? What resource do we need?
Yeah.
And I was right there for that all the time.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it eventually became, well, Mac's the problem solver.
Yeah. You're the go-to.
I'm the go-to.
You're the fixer.
Sorry, your limelight is dulled because you don't know how to solve problems. And you've been relying on your ability to do this really well.
Yeah. No, and that can bring you so far, and it works for some people. And
It only
that's
brings
cool
you so
for-
far,
yeah.
Jennifer.
Sometimes it can bring you pretty far. Look at me work. Look at me work.
That's true. That's true.
So
yeah, that's true. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Yeah.
So no, I think some people are very persuasive. We can psychoanalyze them later, especially in terms of the morals, the ethics that are sometimes involved in it. But this is basically what you described, and I need to take the opportunity to plug the book. This is something I've talked about on YouTube before, and I definitely talk about it in my content. Is like carving out an unignorable impact, and the unignorable impact is like. That sounds really complicated. And I remember being like, how can I get anyone to notice me? Like, I'm just like the quiet girl who likes to train people. Like, I'm just like doing training. Like, how is anyone inside going to notice me? Because I was an external trainer. And so I figured it out though. And it's like, what do people that matter, that can advance your career, that can hire you, that can promote you, what do they care about? What problems are there? What goals do they have, and what obstacles are in the way? And how can you come in and solve it with something that you can uniquely do?
Yes.
And when you identify what your UAQ is, your unique awesomeness, that's like, okay, this is like the things that I'm particularly awesome at, the impact I can make that probably no one else can. And when you map it to one of those priorities, like even if your boss, like I know a lot of people, and tell me for the folks watching, have you ever had a boss that didn't support you and didn't advocate for you? Because the way around them is making them irrelevant. Because when you're doing something so big that their boss sees it, and their boss sees it, and the CEO sees it, then they can't get in your way. And now they have to support you, or else they end up looking bad. Because if they start to undermine your work, what they're really doing is showing that they don't know what's going on. They don't know the priorities. So now they actually they are put into a position where they have to support you because it's going to make them look good. And knowing that what's in it for them, knowing what's not in it for them can sometimes be important too, but always playing to like, if you're not going to give me a path, there's always a path. There's always like, I'm a big fan of like Simon Sinek's the Infinite Game book, the Infinite Mindset, because like I think like I love listening to it because I'm like, oh, that's like really the mindset that I've always subscribed to of like, okay, like the option, so many people just see the options in front of them and not the options that they can create.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm a huge believer of like, if everyone's zigging, I'm going to figure out how to zag. Cause like there's got to be other options. There has to be. And honestly, spending your time, your emotional energy and effort on the other option is far more rewarding to you than to keep, down in yourself because you're running into a brick wall. It's just not fun. The mental stress that puts on yourself, that it puts on you, I should say, is just not a good place to be. Like, I'm sure you guys can relate to that. The mental anguish that literally exists. I don't think we talk about it enough. I know you talk about it quite a bit, Jennifer, but just in general in the career space, people like, say all these like things and they're like, oh, you should do this and you should do that. And they make it seem like there's no mental like strength to having to do these things. I want to let you know that I recognize that, but the path that is not necessarily easier, but does relieve some of the mental anguish is trying to like wrap your effort into figuring out what's my next best move. What's another option that I can possibly take? Because what that's wrapped up in is hope, and hope is always great.
Yeah, 100%.
Feeling this like, defeat,
Yeah. Well, and even if you like, I think the thing is when you start carving your own path, you start solving problems. What you're really doing is you're building a professional skill set and you're
Yeah,
building
for
your
sure.
marketability. So then it becomes an option of I can try to succeed here, but if I can't succeed here, I can market myself into the
That's
next
fair.
opportunity.
Yeah.
And the more you do that and kind of the louder that you are about it, the more those opportunities start to find you as well. Like as you develop, Diana talked about building your personal brand. I think it's really important because doesn't everyone want recruiters sliding into their DMs? Like
Yeah.
it beats applying for jobs. But knowing that like even if you're frustrated of like I did all of the right things, I found a way, I carved a path, I made an unignorable impact, and still, because I think we also need to accept the fact that like some places only make space for Chad,
Yeah.
and if
Yeah,
they're only
that's
going to
true.
make space for Chad, then there's no point. Like the thing that I really had to learn how to do in my career, because it's not my nature, is to learn to like not swim against the current.
To like let go.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, if that's not gonna work, all of the struggle and the brute force won't necessarily pay out. Like if it's not available, it's not available, right? Or if I can make it eventually available, it's not gonna be fun when I get there.
Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, is this the right? And I do have this in the book too. Like, is it time to move on? Like, is this actually getting me where I want to go? And that's the question that I think it's so scary to ask ourselves, but it's also really empowering to ask ourselves.
Man, do you remember that moment for you?
Oh, geez, I had a lot of them.
Okay. The first time, 'cause that's always the scariest, right? By the second, you're like, okay, I can make it through this. But for that first one, when you came to that realization of like,
Yeah.
I can't keep, like you said, the brute force, I can't keep doing this. Do you remember that moment and kind of like the
Yeah.
brain?
So I've had small ones and I've had big ones. So I think early in my career, I was in a job that I really liked and I had a mentor that I really, really loved. I had no career growth opportunities. It was just a small company that wasn't really in growth mode. Like they were just kind of existing. So I could do what I could do. I could do some cool projects and get some cool experience, but it was never going to be a lifelong job for me. So I was lucky to be encouraged to like go and find something different. So, but I did hang out there for a while until I felt like, okay, like I've gotten what I can get here and now let's go and find somewhere else. The next place was a sales job, which really didn't end up being me. So like I was good at it. I didn't like it. So again, it brought me to that point of like, is this where I want to be going? And even like if I look at my last corporate job, it was like, is this getting me where I want to go? Because I just was miserable, and it wasn't the company, it wasn't the people. It was a great company, great people, all of that stuff. Like I have nothing bad to say about it at all whatsoever. It just like I was at the point where I couldn't be an employee anymore because I was never really supposed to be an employee, I feel like. But it was an experience I needed to have so I could do this,
Right. Yeah.
So but yeah, so I think it's a good question to ask ourselves to check in like a few times a year just to make sure, because sometimes it's like, well, it could be if this, then we can get clarity and have conversations or explore opportunities, right? Or start building a network to go towards something else. But I think it's a scary question to ask, so we sometimes kind of avoid it.
It is. And the reason why I was asking you if you remember that moment, because I think it's interesting. It would be interesting to, you already shared it, but it's interesting to hear how people make it through that moment, because I know for me, it took me a while. And I think it's because I've always wrapped myself, like my value and kind of my worth, into being able, what did I just say? Solve problems.
Yeah.
So I'm brute forcing this, trying to, make this impact, trying to do what I need to do. And if I can't solve that problem, then all of a sudden it's like, wait, am I a failure? And I do remember feeling like that.
Yeah.
Or that like all this
I'm not a
work-
quitter. I'm not a quitter.
Yeah, it was really bad. And it's like all this investment that I made, because the time, the energy into that, to feel like it went down the drain.
Yeah.
That's a real thing to consider, and not to let hold you back, because your intuition tells you, even though you're feeling like maybe I'm a failure for not solving this, maybe I'm a I'm not a quitter, all these things, your intuition will still go, no, it's time.
I mean, I've talked to you about like the sign, the nudge, and the shove, right?
Yeah, me too. Have you shared it with everyone?
I don't know if I've talked about it at least recently. So like this is like what I personally experienced, and this is something that I think everyone should be aware of. So I really like, if you hang out with me for more than a minute, you know that I'm just kind of into like the universe is guiding us and energy. That's like my version of spirituality. So I really believe that like there are certain things that are supposed to happen in life, that we have some sort of fate or destiny. And I think that the universe gives us signs towards it. So like, and you know the sign when you see it, and it's like the affirming, you know.
Yeah.
But when you ignore the signs, then you start to get some nudges, right? Some like shoves towards it, like, okay, like really do this. Like it's the problems in the project. It's when like every day is becoming a bad day at work.
Yeah.
But when you ignore it long enough, then it becomes a shove. Like right off the cliff. So it's when you get laid off from your job. When your boss leaves and like the nightmare director that you hate is now the person that you're reporting to. It's when you fall down and break your head open so you can't run a marathon. You know, like the universe eventually like gives you something that you can't help but
ignore.
over it.
Yeah.
And I think it is because like it is guiding us, because like, and sometimes it's frustrating because we're trying to get towards that thing when really our purpose is another thing that like we need to veer into. But knowing that and reconciling that is such a big thing, because as you said, like we have so many stories behind it of like, I can do this, like
Yes.
I'm trained, I'm ready, I have a skill set, but it's like, just because I can doesn't mean I should.
And that's where like recognizing your value is so important too, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so, you're absolutely right when you say that. I just think there's so many people, and I have a feeling there's a lot of people watching right now who also are like grounding themselves in their ability to like, I can get through this. I can get through this. But it's okay to tap out and go, I can, but is it worth it? Like I'm worth so much more. You know, like
what's the cost of doing it?
So much more. Pardon me?
Like what's the cost of doing it?
Yeah, that's so true.
Which is something that like, you know, everything has like the opportunity cost, right? And with work stuff, you can literally add it up. Because if you burn if you brute force your way to solve the problem, get the promotion, but maybe it takes you longer, but you get there. There's still there's an opportunity cost in that gap of, should you have gone to another opportunity that was more conducive to you achieving that goal, you would have made more faster, which has a compounding effect. But then also what happens on the other side of that? So now you finally got the promotion, you figured out how to get into the club with Chad, in a room full of Chads who appreciate Chads and don't get you because you're the outlier. And they're not open to outliers in the Chad club, or in this particular theoretical Chad club. So now you're stuck, but you're also exhausted because now you are constantly trying to prove yourself and to get the attention and all of the things. So like there, again, like cognitively, we are going to have the load, but then also that continues to show up in our bank accounts as well, because it's going to slow down your growth.
You know, what's so crazy is when you talked about getting in the circle with Chad, I literally had like a physical reaction to it. I don't know what just happened, but I realized that I actually like shivered. I'm like, why did I do that? And I think it's because I felt it. I was like, ooh, that's going to be really, okay. Yeah, you made it there, but oh, that's going to be really,
I don't want to do that.
Really different.
Did that, been there, done that, not doing it again. Okay. I actually have you on overtime. I'm not going to let you go though before we talk about where your favorite place to hang out with people.
Yeah, that's right. Myself. Okay. So my favorite place is YouTube. I also have a channel, not as cool as Jennifer's though. Like, to be quite honest, I love your channel.
That's
it's
not
so
true.
awesome.
She's lying. Her channel's
awesome. But my channel is specifically actually for first-time managers, so anyone that's never been in a leadership role before. And so if you're interested in content to help you be effective at leading your team, or if you're thinking about a leadership role and you want to get prepared, then come on over to YouTube, and it's just my name, Makeda Andrews. And of course, you can find me at my site, makedaandrews.com.
Yeah. And if you're on YouTube, you can obviously search. You're also in the channels tab on my channel for anyone who is hanging there. And I know all your links are on your website. So that is there.
Yeah, that's there. Did we really go overtime? I had a feeling this was going to happen because
just a little bit. I mean, we started late, but then we still.
Y'all. when we talk, it's hours. So I was like, 20 minutes.
I know it is an ambitious schedule today for like everyone. I'm like, but we're just getting started.
I know it felt like we were just getting started, but it was great to be here. And again, congratulations to the launch. I'm waiting for mine. I ordered mine through Amazon.
Yeah.
Before, so I'm waiting for it to come through. I can't wait to dive in.
They need to bring it to you. Like my Amazon copy is coming today, so I hope you get yours.
Nice. Okay, so that means mine is on the way then.
Check your order status.
Yeah.
And apparently Barnes and Noble has it. Just an FYI.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Do the store look up on their website if you want to go into a store and see it, because we had chatted about that. Now I'm just like talking like private conversations. So if you do want to look in a store and see it IRL, Barnes and Noble has it on shelves, at least in New York. So
nice. I have a Barnes and Noble's down the street, so I'm gonna have to go see that. That's awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on. Everyone go follow Mac. And also Mac is almost at 10,000 subscribers, which is like a really freaking big deal on YouTube. So if you jam with her, if you are thinking about leadership, if you are new to leadership, if a promotion is on your list this year, I truly believe one of the ways that we step into leadership is becoming leaders, and her channel is the place to do that, especially when you're not Chad, because I won't anyway.
We talked about that.
Well, we've talked about that before. She has a video on that too.
Jennifer, I just adore you. Love you to bits. And I'm just so proud of you again. I just have to say that again. So proud of you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all the support. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll chat with you soon.
Yes. Bye, y'all. Have a good one.
All right, everyone. Let me know. What did you have any thoughts? Did you have any ideas? Did you have any eureka moments as we were hanging out with Mac? Feel free to drop those into the chat. Now, I was a little bit behind on announcing the signed copy of Career Glow Up winner. So I'm going to announce the 4th round right now before my friend John comes on. He is backstage. Just one more minute, John. So for our next winners, it is, and if I say names incorrectly, just a quick note about me. I have pretty severe social anxiety surrounding names specifically, and I am always terrified when I am saying someone's name, I'm going to say it incorrectly. And then I often, because I am so afraid of saying it incorrectly, I say it incorrectly. So if I don't say your name properly, I am so sorry in advance. But if I'm about to say your name, you have just won a free signed copy of Career Glow Up. And the winners of this round are Diana Gabor and Ada Joy. So to the both of you, please send an email to info@capdecasolutions.com, and I will get back to you with what you need to get to me for me to get you the signed copy of Career Glow Up. I'm so excited for you to have it. And I'll have a little message for you in it and everything. So thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping the chat lit. And if you're here and you're like, I would like to win a signed copy, how do I do this? Well, it's easy. Just get into the chat, share your eurekas, share your thoughts, share your ideas, share your questions. And that is how you can win a copy. Now I'm going to get right into talking to my next guest, who, if you hang out on LinkedIn, you absolutely know him, especially if I've ever crossed your feed. He has absolutely crossed your feed. John is a good friend of mine. He is also another New Yorker, only he's actually from here. I just like pretend to be a New Yorker because I'm actually Canadian. And he is the career whisperer. He's also a director of product marketing. He's a data analytics expert, super interesting person. Just so many things, and such a wonderful human. And he is here to talk to us about why managers make or break a job, and maybe a little bit about getting over a toxic work environment. Hello, John.
Hi.
How's
Thanks
it going?
for having me. Oh my God, this is like a telethon, 4 hours.
You know, I feel lucky right now because everyone who has been on is just so awesome that all of the time has just melted away. And I feel like I've only been here for an hour. So
Love it. Love it. Thanks for the lovely introduction. This is going to be fun.
Thank you for hanging out with me virtually here.
Virtually.
And John is going to party with me later today as well. By party, I mean like I'll have
Getting me out to Bushwick, everybody.
Don't announce where I live, please.
Just the neighborhood. I don't know. It's Brooklyn.
Somewhere in Brooklyn.
Somewhere in the giant borough of Brooklyn.
There's only like 9 million people in New York City. I'm not hard to
3
find.
million in Brooklyn. You're fine. No one knows.
That's no big deal.
No big deal.
I'm super excited to talk to you about good managers
Let's
and
do it.
all of that jazz. So I just want to start with getting people in the chat because I want to know where people are at. Right now in your job, do you have a great manager? Do you have a manager who's not so great?
Oh, me currently right now.
For the
Or
chat?
anyone?
No, I won't have you name it out though. I think that right now you could probably safely answer.
I can, yeah.
But folks in the chat, let me know what you're like, where you're at. So when I invited John on, I was like, hey, like, because I just like asked my friends and then I'm like, what do you want to talk about? And John was like, I want to talk about why good managers make such a difference. So John, why do you want to talk about that today of all the things we could talk about?
Well, I don't think there's too many people in our lives beyond our partners and our parents and family and kids who have as much of an effect on how we feel as a manager. We spend a lot of our time thinking about them, interacting with them.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about a manager too is the fact that this is an unequal relationship. So as someone who lacks the power, right, with their manager, how do you handle that?
Yeah.
And having a good manager means you think less about that power differential. And having a bad manager means, okay, I'm really aware of this. How do I work within this system of having a good manager? And Jennifer, we've had some amazing conversations about this topic in the past, and you've been really helpful for me in navigating management issues. And it's an expertise of yours as well. So I thought, we could add some value here for your audience.
Yeah. So what for you, I think like getting into definitions is really important.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I think a great manager to me might be different than what it is to you. I can tell you what it is for me. Well, let's start. So like what for you is a good manager?
I think it's two things. I think clear communication is number one. So what are you expected to do?
Yeah.
Laying out, and that's from project standpoints and success standpoints and milestones and all of that. The clarity of someone who says, here's your work, here's what you're responsible for, here's why you're doing it. Go ahead, go do that, right?
Yeah.
Because I've mostly managed younger folks, there's a mentorship aspect there to a good manager. So someone who can teach you how to think about things in a new and different way and push you to be a better version of yourself. I think that's it. And then maybe this is where you and I differ in the definition of a good manager, but I think it's someone who can connect to you as a human being beyond just work. And that's something I write about on LinkedIn all the time. When I talk about a good manager, it's someone who, I put out a post recently this week and I'm like, my manager has my back. Knowing that someone recognizes that their job is to serve you, so servant leadership, as opposed to you serving them, that's 1 in a million manager. But if you have that, it and you feel that, there's a psychological safety there that I think is really important. So there's a lot of aspects to being a good manager, but I think it really falls into two categories, which is work and humanity.
Yeah. I think actually our criteria is somewhat similar, probably with some nuance difference. So for me, like it's 3 things. And this is the manager I tried to be and the leader I tried to be. And it was also how I assessed leadership. So when I was interviewing, these are what I would ask my future manager about. So first of all, someone who is going to support professional growth and success. So I think that's to your point. Like it's someone who can help you clarify expectations, someone who can mentor. I think it's different stages in our careers. Like we don't necessarily have someone who can mentor us. Like I worked in the startup world. My boss did not know anything about my area, but it was like, could they connect me with someone who did, or give me, you know, support to go and pursue professional development on my own. So like, it didn't always have to be them, but that they supported it. So that was number one. Number two was removing obstacles.
Yep.
So, and not necessarily like it would be, if I can't do this on my own, you'll step in and have my back, which is what you just said. So not throwing me under the bus. Like, you're going to have me here because I'm not taking my position for fun. Right.
Right.
Or they can coach me on how
That's
to
cool.
remove the obstacle, or again, connect me with someone who can help me remove the obstacle. And then the third thing that for me was really important, and I'm curious for everyone watching if this is something that's important to them, because I think it is something that's very important in this community, is autonomy. I needed someone who could stay out of my way.
Yeah.
I'm really good at what I do. You just need to give me space and grace to go and do it, because I'm going to do it really good. I'm going to make you look great. I'm going to make me look great. I'm going to make the company look great. I'm going to make a lot of money. I'm going to make it really profitable. I'm going to like keep down the cost. I'll do all the things as long as you don't interfere, because once you get in the way, my job becomes impossible.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of subtlety to that last point. I think some people, especially earlier in their career, need you to hold their hand a bit more.
Yes.
I think as you move into mid and senior level, it becomes about handling and navigating politics and allowing that person to do the thing that they do really well. So I don't want to say I'm disagreeing with you, but I'm adding a little bit more context to it, I think.
No, absolutely. And I think the thing about the principles is that they do apply depending on the situation differently.
Correct.
So like, I think like the context is always so important when we say these things. Cause like, and to me, like feeling like someone's out of my way is different than someone else feeling like their boss is out of their way. Cause I think autonomy is something that's very different to each of us. And we all need different levels of validation. We all need different levels of support, and we all need different levels of direction.
Correct.
Like, one of the best people that ever worked for me was someone who would constantly ask me to validate work. Do I have this right? I'm thinking this. Is that right? They did not need to ask me, but it was something that they needed in order to feel confident to go ahead and do the thing. So they needed, I needed to like, it felt like micromanaging to me, but that was good leadership to them.
And I think you bring up a really great point here about good management. And this is a management mistake I made early in my career, which is there's no one size fits all. You adjust to the people on your team and manage them the way they need to be managed. Some of them may need more emotional support. Some of them don't need that at all. And they just want you to check their work over. Like, you as a manager go in when you first start and you're like, I have a specific style and I'm going to do it like this, and people are going to learn from me and I'm in charge. And it ends up being the exact opposite, which you realize, because I've been doing this management thing for a long time, which is like, no, I'm going to assess the person and really try and give them what support they need or they tell me.
Yeah.
A lot of emotional maturity and a lot of, self-assessment and self-awareness to be a good manager. And it's not something that's talked about enough. One of the things that I like to say about being a good manager is you'd be much better off spending your money on personal development, whether that's a coach or a therapist or, something, spiritual guidance, something to make you more aware. Excuse me?
Books.
Yeah, reading books, right? Reading certain books. There we go. Something that is not necessarily leadership material, but more, how do I grow and become a better person? That's going to make you a better manager than a lot of other things.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I kind of want to go there if you're okay with this, because I know a lot of people, especially in my YouTube community, have been in situations where they've been in toxic work environments, toxic jobs, working with not necessarily toxic managers, but like, let's call it leadership that isn't aligned. How do you feel the transition? Like, I'm interested to hear your perspective in terms of transitioning from leadership that wasn't aligned, was maybe lacking in what you were looking for in leadership, to being like working with a great manager. Like, what's surprising? Like, what comes up that you didn't expect?
I mean, again, it's all personal, right?
Yeah.
For me, if I don't have a manager where I feel personally supported or recognized as a person,
Mhm.
beyond the work that I do, I
Yeah.
struggle.
Yeah.
Human connection is super important to me. So I need to feel supported emotionally by a manager, right? And to some degree, it's not like I'm expecting them to be a therapist or something like that.
Yeah, like you're not like holding hands and crying with that.
No, it's
like,
not kumbaya and like all
just
of that.
acknowledging when it's stressful, like,
It's
or
like, oh man, my life's like, things are hard and I'm struggling with this project, and having the manager be like, I hear you on that, right? Like that's it, just
Yeah.
simple. It's not
Yeah.
toxic managers for me have dehumanized me in a lot of ways, right? So it's all about, okay, so what work are you producing? Okay, bye. And that's hard. That's a difficult situation when someone just sees you as someone who outputs work. And, if we're all being honest with ourselves, I think that's probably the case for a lot of people, right? Where they do have managers who are like, okay, you're a means to an end to do work. And they may not be able to succinctly point it out like I do, but I think that they must feel like they're missing that.
Yeah.
And toxic environments are the same thing. It's all about being in a place where who you are and what you do doesn't matter at all. It's just, it's toxic because the humanity is stripped from that environment.
Yeah. So kind of shifting a little bit, I'm curious about your thoughts. I'm just like going to ask you a bunch of questions because I'm curious about what you think. One thing that we talk about, like it's common to talk about it, is also managing up. What role do you think managing up plays in having a good manager?
It's been a source of constant struggle for me. I think people are either good at one or the other. Or I shouldn't say they're good at managing down and managing up. One of those comes naturally to you as a worker, and then the other is something you work on. For me, managing down has always been a lot easier. Probably because of that power differential you talked about, but managing up is just as critical. And it's something that I've only learned, I would say, in the last 3 to 5 years of my career. But you have to do it in a good way. You need to support your manager how they need to be supported as well. It's a relationship we're talking about.
Yeah.
So, what does that look like? I mean, it depends on the manager, and that's part of your job as someone who works for someone. But essentially your job as somebody who works for someone, the entire idea of managing up is how can you make their life easier? And that's it. And you just need to answer that question, and whatever it is that makes their life easier, they're going to look at you and be like, oh, it's so great you're here because you're making my life easier because of XYZ. And if you can get yourself into that mindset, you get out of this power. Remember how I talked at the beginning, like, oh, it's really hard to have someone who's in a powerful situation and they have the ability to fire and whatever, right? If you move it into how can I empower them, the power differential in your mind goes away because you're taking control of that relationship as the best you can.
I really love that perspective because I do often talk about, the way that I tend to frame it is like, how do I make them look good?
That's right.
Right. So it's the same thing, different way of saying it. I have a lot of people that push back in comments. They're like, I'm not going to ass kiss. I'm like, well, it's not ass kissing. It's actually doing your job effectively and navigating human interaction effectively, which is something that as humans that work with other humans, we're expected to do. And I don't know any job where you're never going to have to interact with another human, because even if you go work for yourself, you're interacting with other humans because someone's got to pay you money, right? But I think that's one of like having the mindset of, I don't want to help them, or why is it my job to make them look good? They're supposed to make me look good. Like, well, cut off your nose to spite your face. Right. So I love the way that you just explained that, because I think that makes a lot of sense, especially when we think about the power exchange that is involved of like, I'm not handing power to them. What I'm doing is I'm claiming my power in the situation. And that changes everything.
And a lot of the defensiveness you're seeing from people in the comments is people who, whether they realize it or not, are caught in the power dynamic. Well, why should I? And, they're the one. That kind of speak is actually you know, and a lot of this, not to get too deep for your audience, but this is based on
It's okay. We get into it
familial
here.
patterns and how you've dealt with parents. It's really
Yeah.
important to understand the role you've played
Yeah.
in those kind of power differential relationships to see why you're responding a certain way to someone.
Yeah.
Because that's what a boss relationship often is, a mirror of what's happened in your early life. And if you don't recognize that, and you don't recognize the mistakes, and you don't recognize that you're projecting feelings that you have for parents or caregivers onto your boss, you're going to be defensive, and you're not going to manage up, and you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And I'm smiling because I've made all those mistakes in the past.
Ask me how I know. No, it's no, and we had Jahmaal, Jahmaal Marshall.
Mhm.
He was here earlier, and we
Mhm.
were talking about like he got into like the trauma source of people pleasing and things like that, because the things that happen at work that bother us, like the origin typically is not work.
It's not work. No.
Like there are instances that it can be, but in most cases it's because it's triggering, like it's hitting that
It's
right
trigger.
nerve
That's right.
that was developed somewhere else.
Yeah, it's a byproduct of our experiences, and it's just happening to pop up at work. And it doesn't have to be trauma. This is all normal. We all have patterns that we develop with caregivers. And the more we understand and know them, the fewer landmines we'll jump on, because we're recreating old patterns that don't serve us well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And something that we talked about, Diana Chan was also on earlier, and we talked about confidence in a job search, specifically like knowing what your expectations are, knowing what you want. For you, like, because you're newer in your job, you went and you had the process of like being laid off and having an active job search. How for you, like, did you have criteria, and how did you define that criteria of what you were looking for, not just in a job, but in a manager, so that you could pick the right one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was the number one criteria for me. And it got down to, do I feel like this person is listening to me?
Yeah.
It really, like, it was that simple.
Yeah.
Do I feel that what I'm saying is being heard?
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that in terms of a manager, but someone who's listening and understanding and reflecting back on you, the things that you want. That's also recognizing our humanity. So when I was interviewing, a lot of my effort when I would talk to someone who is a potential manager was to assess that. How much are they interested in what I'm bringing to the table? How much are they treating me as a person and an individual who can help them? As opposed to, oh, you're just another person I'm interviewing, and I need this and that. And like, those situations weren't going to work out, right?
Yeah. No, and it's funny, like it's one of those things, and I love to quote like Fight Club. Did you know that about me? There's a line in the movie where it's like they're not just listening, waiting for their turn to talk. And listening is something that it should just be a baseline requirement, but it is so fascinating how difficult it is to find sometimes in the real world, and especially in corporations. And I think it's because like we're all so fast paced and on to the next thing or this email, and we're distracted or trying to show how important we are, that the art of listening is something that can feel like it's very lost. And I think it's like also very like high self-awareness for you, of like you knew that was a priority for you. And I think it's a priority for you because it's what you also offer to other people.
Maybe. I just know that it's something that it helps me feel like I'm a person and I'm there and that I matter.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate you saying that nice thing about me. But I do try. I mean, it's a conscious effort, right? It comes easily to me to listen to others because I'm interested in what they have to say. I think every person is interesting, or has something interesting, or I can learn something. And so I really do like to hear people's stories and dig underneath the surface. And, the more you're out in the real world and you face not a lot of that, it's hard if it's something that you admire in others.
Yeah, absolutely. How do we end this on a more positive note versus like people don't listen?
No one's listening to us right now.
There seems to be at least some people. We did disconnect from LinkedIn though, because LinkedIn, I realized after I scheduled it, one of my friends, like my friend Chris, messaged. He's like, you know that LinkedIn has a maximum live stream time. I'm like, no, I did not.
Oh.
So we got kicked off of LinkedIn. So we're everywhere else, but not LinkedIn.
That's
but we have a couple of minutes.
Note. I'm going to leave that to you, Jennifer. How do
Okay,
we make
so-
everybody here happy?
Well, I think like we have a couple more minutes. So one thing I really want to make sure I do, because like, again, I feel like everyone who has been here today are just like literally the best people. And I'm so lucky to, you know, be in the sphere of such amazing people, and that such amazing people are my friends that they say yes to come and hang out with me. Now, I'm going to put you up on screen, even though we're not live on LinkedIn right now. You hang on LinkedIn. So can we shamelessly self-promote? So like what if someone went and lurked on LinkedIn, like what kind of content would they expect from you?
Yeah, I think this conversation that we just had is what I'm trying to bring to the table. It's recognizing that who we are as individuals down to a very deeper level, right, is core to what we do in our careers, where we go, how we communicate. And I want to bring this aspect of a deeper understanding of ourselves into our work lives, whatever that means, right? Yeah. A lot of LinkedIn is toxically positive. It talks about things in very simple and, you know, not necessarily effective ways that you should be happy. I want to bring a more realistic and human approach to what it means to do career, have a successful career, integrate work into who we are and into our journeys, personal and spiritual journeys, as much as we can. And I think it could potentially be seen as something unique because a lot of people think it and feel it, but they don't put it into words. So it's something that I try and bring to the table as much as I can. And Jennifer, we all love you too. So that needs to be said. We're lucky to have you in our lives. And I want to share that before I get kicked off of here.
Like, okay,
supporting you, you know, look, it's like a no-brainer for me. Whatever you would need, whenever, I'm here for you, and I'm sure everybody else who's shown up here feels the same way.
I really, really appreciate it. And just one more thing before I do kick you off. And Mindy's actually going to be here in a few minutes to do some job search Q&A, because that's her shtick. So I'm like, well, obviously we need to get you on here. So John is on LinkedIn. And one thing that I just want to say is that, you know, if you go onto LinkedIn, he mentioned like kind of toxic positive, like the content there can be really weird. And I know for especially people on YouTube, a lot of people are like, gross LinkedIn, don't even do it. The one thing that I want to say for John, and actually a lot of the guests that I have here today, is that a lot of people that are posting and creating content are simply doing it so that they have a funnel, because they're just trying to sell things, and that's all they're trying to do. John, do you even offer coaching anymore?
No, I'm the only person who's just there throwing out random thoughts just because it's fun to do.
Like,
and it makes me feel really weird that I'm doing that. I'll be really honest. Like, I'm just there to share. Without any sort of sales funnel or anything like that.
No, I think it's nice to have someone who isn't like, you know, Joel was on earlier. He doesn't coach, he's a recruiter. So it helps him in sourcing maybe. You know, a lot of us like me, Sonal, Diana, we have YouTube channels and things like that. But, you know, John is really just doing this to help young professionals in particular, and sharing wisdom that can save you a lot of obstacles, a lot of stress, and a lot of frustration. So I highly recommend. And are you doing any other platforms now? I was trying to lurk, but you didn't appear to be super active.
I mean, I'm open to suggestions about next steps. But right now I'm just kind of detoxing a little bit from social as I try and figure out, you know, where I want to take this and what it means. And I think that's also a lesson for anyone here is, you know, why are you doing it, and is it serving the purpose that you want it to? And doing that kind of assessment, you know, we don't talk about that much, but I think it's important to really step back and ask yourself these questions and be as honest with yourself as possible.
You know, I really feel like that's the underlying theme in all of the conversations today is just like increasing self-awareness of like, why am I doing this?
Mhm.
Is this serving me? Are the relationships around me serving me? Is this
Mhm.
job serving me? And the more that we can just like ask the question and be really honest with ourselves, the better our lives become. Because
That's
like we
right.
can't stick our heads in the sand about it. We can hide for a little while, but like I said, the universe eventually will give us a shove.
That's right. Yeah.
Make us
And the
figure it out.
the sooner we address it head on, all of these
Yeah.
difficult, thorny things that we try and avoid,
Yeah.
the more joyous and meaningful life becomes. I know it sounds cheesy, but it's actually true. I mean, this
It
is
is
all
true.
about increasing our own, personal joy while we're on this earth for a short time.
And this is a native New Yorker saying it.
I don't come across as one, not in this conversation.
John, thank you for coming on. Thank you for hanging out with me virtually. I will
All right.
actually see you later
I'll
tonight.
see you in about 4 hours.
Cool. All
in
right. Thanks for
Brooklyn.
hanging.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So that is John Tesser. Again, like I know that a lot of you, especially on YouTube, aren't people who go and hang out on LinkedIn all the time. Not really your jam, kind of weird sometimes. But there is truly some great content creators there. John is one. Jahmaal is another one who's very active over on LinkedIn. That I think it makes it worth going in, logging in occasionally. And if what they said today resonates, go give them a follow and just do a little detour occasionally. To check out what they have to say and check out their video and things like that. So I'm just so grateful for everyone who is hanging out with me today. Now, we have one more guest who will be joining us, my friend Mindy. So Mindy is not here yet, so I'll do her intro in just a hot minute. But what will I do before then? What will I do? Why don't I take an opportunity to go ahead and shamelessly plug my book? Because why not? So I do just one thing that I want to be clear on, and this is a question that I've gotten from a lot of people is like, who is this book for? Like, is this book for me? Should I buy this book? So I want to be really clear with this because I want you to know exactly what you're getting. The principles of the career glow up system that are outlined in this book are for literally everyone, every stage, industry agnostic. They work for everyone. So this book technically is for everyone. I want to be clear, the specific way that I wrote it, I write like how I talk. So if you like my YouTube channel and this resonates with you and you enjoy it, the same vibe is going to come through in the book. I did target the book like more towards early career professionals. So think people that are getting out of college or earlier, like in their finding their footing with their career and things like that. So that is like because I was just trying to be a little bit specific. But that isn't to say that if you're not an early career professional that this book isn't for you. I truly believe it's for everyone. As long as you don't mind a little bit of glitter. It is for you. It is sparkly, so it's me. I like sparkle. Not going to apologize for that either. But again, if you haven't gotten a copy already, I would love for you to grab your copy at careerglowupbook.com. If you have it, if you love it, put a review. I will be doing a review bonus for anyone who does write a review and sends it to me. Please stay tuned for me to tell you more about that in the next couple of days. I just need to get it set up on my side. It will be a pro bono enrollment in my next workshop series that I will be running. So again, stay tuned. I'm really excited about this one because it's something that is such a vibe for me and it's a different format. And anyway, I'll tell you more about that soon. The other thing, if you would like to help with the book, just sharing it, taking an Instagram story, putting it on Facebook, anything helps. So getting the word out, word of mouth is really big when it comes to selling books. Again, we are in bookstores. Barnes & Noble is in stock in many stores. So take a look on their website, see if it's in a store near you. Chapters, if you're in Canada, has it. So again, check and make sure that it has it before you go to the store. I don't want you to show up and be disappointed. You can order it on Amazon right now. They have their 2-day delivery. Someone commented it was next day delivery on Amazon.ca. And all of the links that you need to find and buy the book are on careerglowupbook.com. Now, that said, I see that my next guest has arrived. No, it's not John again. It is Miss Mindy. Mindy is such a vibe. She's one of my favorites. Let me know if you were here for the last stream that she did with me. So a couple years ago, she came onto my channel and we did like a toxic job Q&A, basically. And Mindy has the most fantastic TikTok, and it is Mindy's job search support hotline. Mindy is a recruiter and a career coach for creatives, though her advice and wisdom are going to help everyone out. And I could think of nothing better to end this day than to open up a Q&A for all of the career besties who want to ask questions, who want to learn from Mindy. So without further ado, welcome, Mindy.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here, and congratulations again on your book.
Thank you.
It's hopefully Tuesday here, so hopefully tomorrow I should get it. So very excited about the book.
Yeah. I don't know if it's my internet going out or your internet.
Oh, we just got a link again. Not sure whose side that is on.
My internet is funky, so I don't know. But we're here to ask questions or answer questions, and there's questions. So I'm going to scroll through and see what questions we have. And if anyone has job search questions, career questions, any questions, feel free to just like pop them into the chat. First question.
All right.
And for those of you who won the free signed copy, getting in touch with me, it is info@capdecasolutions.com. Send me an email. I've been keeping track of names of who has won. And so send me an email. Let me know that you're one of the winners, and I will send you next steps to get your signed copy.
All right. Congrats, winners.
Mindy, I cannot hear you.
Oh, all right. How now? I've got auto. Your side is blinking.
It's so hard to tell. Okay. Sonal says that Mindy is frozen. Okay. So, well, we'll just like carry on. What I would like to do. So again, if you like, there's folks that are hanging. So I know that we've talked about a lot today. I know that we've been here to party and chat about career glow up. I know that a lot of people that have been on have been hanging out, and asking and answering questions in the chat, and that we've talked to some of the questions. But Mindy, let's see if your audio is working. Okay.
All right.
I think you're a little steadier. Yes, I think so. So okay. I wanted to ask you, because I actually haven't asked you this. Where did Mindy's job search support hotline, where did the idea come from?
Okay, it's absolutely from TikTok. I saw a lot of people doing hotlines on TikToks, and some of them were explaining race issues, some of them were explaining dating issues, but it was such a nice way to break it down, have a little bit of fun with it, kind of have, a more interactive Ask Me Anything format that I just fell in love with it. I also did work on call floors in college fundraising. So this, it felt right to me.
It was just like very natural.
Yes, it really felt right. I got that headset on and I was like, yeah, we're ready. Let's do this.
I have had so many jobs that required me to wear headsets.
Oh, yes. Yes. It's like, this feels right. This feels right.
Okay. I'm trying to scroll through comments, and there's like a lot because we've been here. So Mindy, did you know that this is like hour 4.5, and that's why I can't talk anymore?
You're doing really well. You're doing well, looking good. I'm impressed. I think at 4.5 hours, we just possibly would be singing Spanish drinking songs.
That also sounds fun. So we can always do that.
Hour 5. We've got an idea. We've got content.
We'll just keep on going.
We've got ideas.
Just roll with it. Okay. I don't have my glasses. I don't see questions coming in right now. So I'm just going to start to ask you questions. Okay. First of all, job search right now. So I know that a lot of people are nervous about layoffs right now.
Yes.
A lot of people going through layoffs. And a lot of people are very worried about what this means to job search. Now, I have a very specific question for this. I'm hoping you can share a perspective on. So we've seen a lot of big name tech companies doing massive layoffs. So there's a lot of great talent with these brand name companies on their resumes coming onto market. They're going to get snatched up.
Yes.
I know that this is causing a lot of anxiety for job seekers that don't have those brand names, that maybe were also laid off, but it wasn't one of these big companies that was making the news. What is your perspective? What would you tell, like if you were talking one-on-one with one of those job seekers right now, what are your thoughts in the situation?
Well, I mean, even pre blow up of tech, you know, everyone's always gone for, you know, the FANG companies, you got to get your, you know, your big five. And, you know, there's great experiences to be brought from there. And sure, it's a good thing to look at. But overall, if you have product to market experience that is working, right?
Yeah.
Something that is valuable to people, this should be able to be leveraged. And what I would say is less focus on these big names. Great, they're there. We know they're going to be there. Maybe we're going to take a trip through there at some point.
Yeah.
But there's so many products in digital serving people. So I would stop and say, what are you really interested in? Yes, we know what these big name brands are, but are you more interested in healthcare, government services, you know, tech that's helping people live life, you know, in a more facilitated manner, especially what we've seen went on with the pandemic. But so many more things now are more efficient, are more in your hand, and they don't have to be huge, and they can still solve major problems or really bring, you know, bonuses to people's lives. So stop worrying so much about these giant brand names. Start tapping into where your passion areas are or where you can see growth areas. Like, look, government, healthcare, facilitating of services. This sector is growing hugely, and they need everybody to come to the table. So there's all this stuff coming online. Find out which part of it actually drives you. Start doing some shopping, and you will find so many interesting things. Builtin.com is a great site if you are checking out kind of a little bit more of the startup tech type jobs. And they've got a really nice range of stuff. It's not just the big kids hanging out there.
Yeah, it is a really good, like they're pretty big in NYC. They have like all the job listings and like startups of all different sizes.
Size range is great. And remember, it's not just the biggies.
Yeah.
Fun too.
Yeah. The other thing I'm trying to encourage people to remember too is just because, you know, having like Amazon or Facebook or whatever on your or Salesforce, like that might help you get in the door with certain companies.
Sure.
But it won't get you the job. So like maybe those people are going to get called, but you can still get called and you can still differentiate yourself. You can still be the top candidate, even if they have an edge based on that going into it. And I think it's like the more you know to position yourself, and like, again, I keep on shamelessly plugging the book because that's what I'm here to do. But like knowing your unique awesomeness and being able to communicate it and convey it, know what's in it for them. What are they looking for? How are you the only person that could bring that specifically to the table in a way that makes their lives great?
Yes.
Tell that story.
Tell those, you know, your unique success factors, your skill set that's really going to bring them. When you've got, you know, interviewing is not about who has the best brand names. Absolutely, it helps, but it's about how you show up, that you're clear on your value, that you can tell people stories about that value that matter to them, that you stop and have conversations with them. Hey, what's your problem? You got to get in there and play doctor a little bit. Like, we're going to keep our clothes on, but, you know, get in there, play doctor, you know, like, what's your problem? You are in pain. When you do not have somebody in this position, what's hurting you? You know, let's point, and then let's have a conversation about how me being here fixes that problem and makes it go away. When you start having those types of conversations with people, and you can only have them if you're clear on your value. But when you have those types of conversations with people, you are now turning your interview session into a consultancy session on solving their actual problems. You are partnering. And they're going to feel like when you get in there, you're going to be there to solve their problems and make that pain stop. So you can really win an interview without having fancy names on your resume.
Yeah. No, something that came in the chat, I'll just read it off. I won't put it on screen. Yes, very nervous about layoffs and also getting hired. I'm getting back into the workforce full time. So what do you suggest? Like, because I know the layoff anxiety is something that is very high right now for a lot of people in a lot of industries. What advice do you have for people that, are maybe entering the workforce now or have recently re-entered and are just nervous about the stability? Because obviously we can't control if a layoff happens and like a company takes the meat cleaver and just goes and some of the best people in the company could be let go.
Absolutely.
So you can't control that, but how could you prepare for it should it happen so that you're well staged to minimize time between jobs?
Well, okay, first of all, we need to shift our little mindset hat a little bit, right? Yeah. The old idea of going to work for someone until you retire, like it's in most industries and in most places, it's gone. Most jobs really are, I would call them long-term contracts. Yeah. So, let's just go in knowing might be long, it might be short, but what are we going to get out of this that's going to build us to our next one and make us more appealing? And keep in mind, we are now really used to layoffs. A lot of people are less judgmental about resumes and work experience because the last 3-4 years have really taught us, like, it isn't in our control. It's not about us. It doesn't mean that somebody's not good, right?
Yeah.
So, doing things like really from the get-go, regularly writing down your achievements, finding out what types of projects are moving the meter within a company and really getting involved in those. Jennifer, that's something that you speak about a lot, right? Finding out what projects are important to leadership, to your boss, and being present on those. And all the way, like I tell my students that I'm coaching every week, I want you to sit down. I call it a brag bank, but sit down and visit, like, what did you do this week? Because you need to be ready to talk about what you did do, how short or long this next contract of employment is. You got to be ready to talk about it. So position yourself, if you can, to be on the projects that are going to make the biggest splash, and really record the whole way through so that you're really talk about, what did this teach me? I didn't have control over longevity, but I did have some control and some input as to the type of effort that was put forth, what came out of that, and what I gained from that I can now bring to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like one of the things that I always thought about myself as is because like I never really wanted to be an employee, but I wanted to learn how to be an entrepreneur on someone else's dime. So I worked for a lot of different companies in a lot of different roles. I've done pretty much everything across multiple industries, companies from Fortune 500 to mom and pop shop type deals. And the thing that I always did is I always thought of myself as an independent business when I was in a company. So it was like entrepreneurship really was like, okay, if I thought of myself as a consultant in every single job. So like thinking of it as a contract versus a marriage.
What is it going to teach you? It's okay to get paid to learn. It's okay.
Yes. No, so I can learn. And if I'm learning and contributing, I'm growing, company's growing. Again, like getting into like the situations where everybody is winning is where we want to be as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, and so the clearer you are on that, like, and even if you have a job and it's the worst job of your life, like you can create something to market yourself with in that job. You can be in the most toxic work environment, but you can still get experience that's going to get you the next job, which is going to be way better.
You're still taking learnings from that. Absolutely. Even if the major learning from that is what we are not going to repeat in our next job.
Yeah. So Joxie says, I love the idea of recording the whole way through because I had a really hard time coming up with things for my year-end performance evaluation. This is such a thing. And Mindy talks about this. Diana talked about this earlier. I talk about it, is that like we forget things. And sometimes like things end up becoming so normal to us that we don't see our own progress. It's the frog in the boiling pot of water. So taking time once a week to be like, this is the progress that I made. This is the impact that I made. This is what I learned. And like, this is the result. So that when you have your year-end review, when you are writing refreshing your resume, updating your LinkedIn profile, prepping for an interview, these are all times that is going to come into play. The habit is something that is in the book too, because again, like, I'm not alone in saying that this is a brilliant idea that everyone should do. Like, I think we have consensus in the industry. But it's something that I think it's easy to say, but I think it's harder to do. So like, it was important for me in the book to make space throughout the book for it too.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people, in our culture, they're like, oh, you're not supposed to brag on yourself. You're not supposed to brag on yourself. You're not, you're supposed to wait for someone else to come and pat your back. And it's just like, look, if there's ways that you can help people do that.
Yeah.
And you don't always have to be running around going, I'm amazing. You can be like, look what the team did. Look what we did. But there's ways to phrase that, but you still have to be ready to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
What was the setup? What was the challenge? How did you and the team approach it? What were some discoveries, some stumbling points? What did you get out of it? And remember, this doesn't always have to be, I saved the world. This can be, I really, changed the way I was talking to people, interpersonal relations upgrade. And I got two teams talking who were at odds before. And that's a huge thing.
Huge.
I didn't know how to do a thing. I went out and found a training for us because I wanted to know how to do a thing.
Yeah.
It just made everybody's life easier. Again, there's lots of little things that really equal a great employee and great employment. So stop every week. Like, I set time on my calendar and I go fill out a little spreadsheet and I have it categorized, right? Like, is this personal relations? Is this continuous learning? Is this self-motivation? Is this, overcoming a challenge? Is this something, strengthening those weaknesses, right? And then, you're ready. You're ready in your reviews. You're ready for your one-on-ones. You're ready for your LinkedIn, your resume, your interviews. Like, you're ready, because especially interviews these days are all behavioral. Tell me about a time. Well, if you can't think about a time, that's going to be problematic. So if you do this, and you can even cheat and have it up on your screen, right? Screens during your interviews, during your meetings. We're mostly doing this remote anyway. You could totally have your cheat notes right there and be like, oh, yeah, let me tell you about that. You can have
absolutely
numbers. You can get fancy.
I mean, even if you're in real life, you can bring in notes to an interview. Like, you're allowed.
I have to say, in all my years of interviewing, I have not seen someone bring in notes. I have seen people take notes, which I love.
You have not interviewed me.
That's fantastic. I'm not mad at it.
I love notes.
Okay.
So,
all right. I'm not mad at that. Bring your notes, people.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think but if you have certain things that you want to be able to speak to or you think are really important, just like having a bullet note so that you can prompt yourself. Because sometimes when you're in that room, like, I tend to get, I have like a million thoughts, and then it becomes hard to figure out which thought I'm trying to talk about. So having notes for me helps me make sure that I hit the points that I want to hit. And I don't always use them, but they're always there. And then the same thing with like questions. I always come in with a list of questions already based on the research that I did. Now, we're basically at time, so I hope you don't mind me keeping you an extra couple minutes, because I have one more question for you.
All right.
Okay. So obviously, lots of people, we're here to talk about job search questions. Lots of people out there job searching right now. What's one thing that you wish job seekers knew during the hiring process that most don't know?
Okay, I'm going to give you two things.
Okay.
One, you can ask a recruiter, if there is a recruiter in the mix, for a prep call. Most of you do not know this and do not do this. I'm a recruiter. We have this thing called an intake meeting with the hiring manager. We're like, how are you in pain? What's the problem? Let's diagnose this. What's going on? What would work? What's the personality match? What's the deal? And we can give you this list of hot buttons and talking points so that you can go in and really rock an interview, because as we all know, a job description might not actually be what the job is. So the recruiter
Often isn't.
often isn't. So the recruiter can really tell you what it is, what the individual hot buttons are for your interviewing managers, and how to really get in there.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that I would like to remind everybody is most people are not trained to interview. There is no interview training. Very few companies, some these days are starting to do it, give people a list of interviewing questions. But a shockingly huge amount of roles have not had like a group consensus as to what the actual need is, what they'll actually be doing. It doesn't match the job description. They're not all testing for the same things. So you have to put on your investigator and your doctor hat and go in there and be prepared to be a very active part of this interview. This is not just something that you are having happen to you, okay? It is okay to say, hey, we're here for this. I see your job description, but what might not be in it? What are your top 3 pain points for, for Q1? For Q2, and then you can start actually talking about the problems, but don't be afraid to guide the interview process. And if it seems like people are coming from different ways or aren't in agreement on things, you can gently lead and ask leading questions like that. And don't be afraid to. This is a two-way street. This has got to work. But it's not just something that happens to you and you have to sit through. Like, you can really be a very active participant.
Yeah. I love that, especially the part about the prep call, because early in my career, I started in like a third-party agency, and I had conversations directly with the clients about like the thing that they were really looking for. I knew all about the projects. I could completely debrief. I could tell you like the most important things based on your resume to highlight. And we proactively encourage people to do these like prep meetings for free.
Yes.
And not all of my candidates would do it. And
I make them. The success rate doubles. The minimum success rate doubles.
Yeah.
Also, one last thing, people send your thank you notes. Then send your thank you notes. It's not over. That's not a thing of the past. Cover letters, I would argue, are fairly dead. Thank you notes are not dead. It could be the difference between you and someone else getting the job. It's also an area where you can show attention to things that you possibly forgot to pick up, or you couldn't remember the answer to, or to show people you listened.
Yeah. So my take on thank you notes is like, it's like, it seems to be like a 50-50 split in terms of what hiring managers say. It's never going to make a bad impression.
Never.
Ever. Even if they don't open it, even when they don't reply, you've made a positive impression. And are you going to get the job solely because of a thank you note? No. But it's creating an impression of interest, of excitement. When I was a hiring manager, when I was in recruitment, the thing that I always saw is that like the people that were really excited did edge out often, especially when they had high value. If I had like 2 equal candidates, like I know they would both be exceptionally good in this job. The thing that I would ask is like, who actually wants this job though?
Who's showing up?
This job,
who's showing
and not
up?
just a job.
Mm-hmm.
It is gonna like that's gonna pay off in your success. It's gonna pay off in my success. So like that makes a difference, especially because we are entering. It's not a candidate's market so much anymore. It is becoming an employer's market again, depending on where you are. But I think that I knew this was going to happen at some point. Hold on. We just got chatbot raid. Anyways,
I'm gonna take that as a sign as everything's going right.
That took almost 5 hours before the chatbot hit with the. How did that happen?
At least it's complimentary.
What the heck? Okay.
I don't know, but it's
Melanie, you can't delete it from here. I deleted it on YouTube. Don't worry about it. I think it's my friend who's helping behind the scenes. Okay. Thank you for reporting, everyone. Appreciate. And thank you, Melanie, for your help. So, okay. We are well over time. I completely lost my track of thought.
We were talking about thank you notes, the difference between if you had two equally candidates.
Oh, yeah. So like, even like, not every industry, not every job is super competitive right now, but like, again, it's never going to hurt you. The only thing that it could possibly do is help you or make no difference. So if something could make no difference or help you, why would, and it had a 50-50 chance. Like if I flipped a coin and I said, you name heads or tails, and there's a 50 and like you get $10, you're going to call heads or tails. Worst case scenario, don't give you $10, but you didn't pay me $10. So, like, that's my perspective on it. And I feel like it just gets viral likes because people don't like writing them because there's other anxieties involved. But then we would have to go way over time.
And your mother made you do it. That's why a lot of us are still mad about that. And I understand that. But it's worth it. It is worth it. And if nothing else, just think of it as literally thanking somebody for their time. Yeah. But it has been the difference between quite a few of my candidates getting jobs. So again, it's never going to hurt, and it's usually going to help.
Yeah. Like, have you ever heard of an instance where they're like, they sent a thank you note. No. I think we need to pass.
I can't tell you how many times the hiring manager probably did not respond to the thank you note, but sent it to me.
Yeah. Oh, like,
yeah. Like, yeah. And I'm like, did you write them back? And they're like, no.
It's weird to reply to. Honestly, I've gotten them as someone who's been involved in the interview process like a million freaking times. And like, I don't always know how to reply or don't always have time, but I always do read them.
They are enjoyed. And again, doesn't have to be a book. A couple of lines is great. Pick out a couple of things that they said. Like, so you can say, hey, I heard you paying attention. These things are important to you. Thank you so much. So excited. Let them know you're interested.
Yeah. Mindy, it has been a slice. I'm going to have to kick you off because we're almost at the time. Not that YouTube kicks me off. They let me continue streaming, unlike LinkedIn, but I need a coffee.
You're good. You've done it. I'm so excited for your book. I'm so excited for this to be in people's hands. You know how passionate I am about this. So congratulations again.
Thank you. Yeah. Wait, because where's your favorite place to hang out with people online? Should anyone want to go and hang out?
Well,
Which of course everyone wants to.
I'm always a LinkedIn fan. I'm always on the LinkedIn. You kids can always find me there. I do enjoy TikTok far too much. So I would say hit LinkedIn first, TikTok definitely there. Yeah. Always willing to have a conversation. And, would love to hear from anybody who is trying to figure out their interview process or their job search process, because that's what I've been doing for over 25 years.
You are legit. You are the best. Thank you for coming on and answering questions and being awesome. And just agreeing to hang out with me and be my friend.
Always love an invite from you.
And just so everyone knows, I also pinged Mindy yesterday. So I gave her a lot of time to prepare as well. So this is all just very well planned.
We're fast business women. We
are. We know how to get things together.
We do.
All right. Thank you again, Mindy.
Congrats again.
I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right, my friends. So that if you don't already follow Mindy, again, I just highly recommend. She is delightful. Her TikToks are hilarious. They will brighten your day. If you are in an active job search, a great person to go, drop questions, ask them. Obviously, we've had several people here today that have a lot of job search expertise, that give them all a follow. Everyone here, I'm really picky about the people that I hang out with. I'm really picky about the people that I bring into my digital homes, so to speak. And these are people I know are awesome. I know these are people that help get results. And I know at the end of the day, if you're just following their content, that they will add value that is well-informed, accurate, and not just for clicks, even if we have to position it as clickbait sometimes, like Joel said earlier. But they're really here because they want you to succeed. So there is Mindy. Go give her a follow. And we are towards the end of the day. But before we do wrap for the day, we have one more giveaway. So I'm giving away, well, actually 2 more copies of the Career Glow Up. You get a signed copy. And we have 2 winners. So Melanie has informed me that Charlene R. and Jaxie Olson are the final winners of the day. So if that is you, send an email to info@capdecasolutions.com. It's on my YouTube channel, like under About if you need it. Send me a note and I will be getting back to you in the next couple of days to tell you what you need to send me for me to get you your personalized signed copy. I am amazed that people hung out with me today for like this whole time. I've just been looking at like there's a little view counter where I in my streaming thing and I'm like, oh my gosh, people are actually hanging. I know so many of you have been like in the comments for like a lot of today and I love you for it. I hope that if you would like to share, actually one thing I would love to hear from you guys. Obviously, we had an amazing lineup of guests, so many incredible people coming in. I would love to hear from you. What is your big takeaway today? What, set off a eureka moment? What was a light bulb moment for you? What's something that you realized about yourself, your career, and where you want to go? Or what's something that you realized you need to dig a little bit more into in 2023? Really, I want for you for this year to be the year that you take control of your career because you are in the driver's seat, no matter what the stage of your career is. You have the ability to control your career success. You have so much more power than you can even see, imagine, or maybe feel on a day-to-day basis, but I promise you it's there. I hope if you haven't already that you will get a copy of the Career Glow Up book. This is the best thing that I've ever created outside of my 2 tiny humans. I'm so excited for it to be real, for it to be like in 3D. So again, Barnes & Noble, if you are in the States, has copies in stores. Chapters, if you are in Canada. The UK, I'm not sure. If someone knows, you can put it in the comments. And then we have good old Amazon because Amazon will just get it to you fast. It is a whole vibe in the inside and it is going to help you. This is not a book that you're going to sit and read and be like, oh, that's interesting. This is going to become your go-to career success guide that gets you exactly where you want to go in your career. I hope you love it. This has been such a journey to create this for you. I can't wait for you to have it in your hands like I have it in my hands. I'm going to sign off before my voice gives out on me. But thank you again so much, everyone who tuned in, hung out, bought the book, is going to review the book next. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I hope that this is just the start of your career success journey in 2023. Bye for now.